It's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, an albino, a mosquito, my libido. Someone I do best, and for this gift I feel blessed. Our little group, it always been and always will until the end. Hello, 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 hello. It's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, I'm a albino, a mosquito, my libido. And I forget just why I taste. Oh yeah, I guess it makes me smile. I found it hard, it's hard to find. I will whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello. It's less dangerous. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I'm a lido, a mosquito, an albino, my libido.
Now let's look at BCA 4777. It's very hard to tell if there's any blood on that Christmas tree. So far, I would say no. If it was, it would have been marked. There would be some blood splatter that the police would have marked, but there's nothing there. There's nothing to indicate that there's any blood on that Christmas tree, which I find a little odd when you think about the trajectory of the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. But here we have the hand. I think it's on the ripped out pages of the Quran, but it could also be leaning up against that Quran as well, which is also weird. I mean, obviously the whole thing doesn't really make sense. There's been a lot of talk about the hand sign that David's hand appears to be making. That hand sign can mean multiple things to multiple people, obviously. But it is interesting. I don't know if it looks like it's forced that way. It might. Hard to tell. But yeah, like it kind of makes it look like a trigger, like that's where the trigger would be, where the trigger hand would be. So, yet no image of the gun. One thing we still don't have is a clear image of where the gun was found. But in this image, the gun should be a little to the right of this hand, in the upper corner, close to where that 5 is. The torn out pages, we have the hair. It seems to be everywhere. You can see in this photo that blue tube is down. Sometimes it's down, sometimes it's up. You see the hair. Look how far the hair is next to the number 4, next to that white stuffing. Look at how far away the hair is. I'd like to ask everybody, what can you see from that hand? How decomposed does this body look from that hand? Because we do not have a clear shot of that hand. Even in the photo that showed the 3 bodies, you did not really get a clear view of this hand. So I'm interested to see what people think about the decomp. Is this 3 weeks of decomp here that we're seeing? Is it possible that the dog could have eaten the other hand? Look at how how this hand looks. There's a little purple thing in there. Some questions about what that might be. Part of an ornament. I don't know what that is. But it is the hand. Look at that hand. What do you see? What does it tell you? It's telling a story. Even the way that the hand is laid out, it's telling a story. We just got to make sure we get the story right. Quran looks purposely open to that page. It's set down right there. There's no way David would have been holding this, obviously. This was set down on the ground in this area. Why? Why would it be set here?
As we discussed in prior conversations, in the DCA lab reports for the DNA, there are 3 bullets that have Kamel's DNA profile on it. And the bullets that were used, the .40 caliber hollow points, when they're fired, they become like a mushroom. And the parts that will travel, that part of the bullet that travels through you, when it becomes a mushroom, there's these little ridges around the top that come out that are like petals. And that's what rips through your skin, through your body, and bone. It will collect all that around those little ridges. And so the 3 bullets, 42, 43, and item 44, all had just Kamel's DNA on it, which would leave the assumption that all 3 had gone through Kamel's body. Most of her head was missing, and her hands were missing. So we honestly don't have an actual trajectory of where each single bullet went through. They were able to pick up some skull fragments, but I don't believe that they were able to pick up enough. The 3 bullets that you have photos of, 42, 43, and 44, that were right on the carpet, the ones that were actually fired, those belong to Kamel.
Okay. I'm just writing that down.
And those were the ones that were found the very first day. The bullet that was fired through the floor and into the basement wall, that was the item 45.
Okay.
And there was no DNA profile on that bullet, which means it did not go through anybody at all.
Okay.
It would have, those type of bullets, they would have collected something if it went through somebody. It would have collected tissue, bone. I mean, they're horrible. the wicked bullets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos on YouTube, but the damage that they do, oh my goodness. There's a reason why some people use them.
How long would that DNA or anything, blood, all that stuff, flesh, how long would it stay on these bullets? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, they're inside a house, and so it's in a controlled environment. There's not rain or rushing water or anything like that coming down on them. Because I'm not an expert, it would be very hard for me to give you an actual time frame. It can corrode over time, DNA, but that's over a long period of time and exposed to elements. In a house where things are not actually, like the environment is not ruining it, in my opinion, it would last for an extremely long time. To give you an example, or to compare the bullets, the attic one, that one was found a month after the body was discovered. They only found touch DNA on that one. There was no blood detected. That would be on page 26 of the BCA report. So that would leave the assumption that it's just touch DNA if there wasn't blood on there.
Meaning the bullet was just fired into the ceiling. It didn't. It's not the bullet that killed, like you've said many times already. And it's not the bullet that David killed himself with.
Yes, and it's the same type of bullet that was used in these killings, though. So David had handled that bullet in his hands as he put it into the clip magazine. So that DNA still stayed on that bullet, even after fired and gone through the ceiling and landed in the attic someplace. I believe it's page 31 in the PDF file for the BCA lab report. They compared item 31, a bullet fragment, against the test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57. They were performed, and the results were the following. Item 57 against 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired 31. The bullet fragment that is item 31, it was found over towards the window. There's a casing that was found there also. That's closer to where David would have been, I think.
That makes me think they're not 100% sure this came from the same gun. And how can they be if they found it 1 month later? They shouldn't be. So.
That's the impression that I'm getting also. I'm looking at the photos. It would be item 30 would have been the casing that they found over by the window. Item 2, the cartridge case. Edge of the carpet and recliner in living room. Item 3, cartridge case by the small stool in the living room. Item 7 is a live round. It is on the rug by hair clumps and torn Quran pages. Item 9 is a cartridge case on the rug by the Quran page. Item 30 is a cartridge case under the bookcase by the big window. The bullet fragment was item 31 by the bookcase, blue yoga mat by big window. Item 36 is a cartridge case by torn Quran pages by the couch on the rug. Item 37, cartridge case by the corner of the rug by couch and by the pink Surface Pro. Then the bullet 42, 43, and 44 near Camille on rug. Item 45 was a bullet and basement wall. Bullet 53 is the one that fell out of the rug after the cleaners moved the rug. And then 57 is the attic bullet.
It doesn't make sense that they would say, okay, we found 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37 on the 17th, but we didn't find the 6 bullets that matched it.
But somehow they missed 53 and 57 that first day too.
You're right, they missed 50
on that day.
Yeah, you're right. They missed 53 because they found 53 a couple days after.
Mm-hmm.
They found 53 on January 19th, 2015. So they missed 2 bullets when they left the house.
Mm-hmm. Because anything that they found after that day, they give it a higher number. For instance, 53 was found a few days later.
I wonder what 54, 55, and 56 are now, too.
54 is classified as CD with images. And then after that it says item 28/1.1.
They weren't even expecting 53 through 57.
Or 57.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you said 54, 55, and 56?
54 is images. 55, a CD with questioned handwriting. 56 is with footprints. And it's more images. 57 is the bullet in the attic.
They were not expecting to find any of that.
No, they weren't. These are things that were brought to their attention.
Yeah, or else they would have never known about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which gives you a headache. Because I mean, come on, okay, things outside of the house, like an extra journal, whatever, other stuff later, yeah, but anything in the house, man, you guys should not have missed anything inside of that house, period. I think it's a known fact that there's no blood, no flesh, nothing. None of Camel's blood or flesh were found on the daughter and vice versa. Not a single sample that was DNA tested had David or Rainey's blood in it. It would be interesting to see if the rest of the blood that was taken, that they took samples of, even comes back with their DNA on it. I mean, how is it possible that 3 people were brutally shot in a house, but there's no mixtures of their blood?
That just can't be. They can't all die in the same room at the same time. You can't have the mother and daughter die in the same room at the same time. It just doesn't add up. That part just does not add up.
Tommy Booth had gone through and had picked the items that should have been tested. The rest were then being held at the BCA lab. These were random tests. So the odds of David and Rainey's blood not being found is just, I mean, it just leaves you thinking, how is that even possible? It is almost like, and this is just an assumption, to me, it seems like David and Rainey were killed someplace else, brought back, and then Camille was killed there. And that's the only explanation for why just her blood is found. But like I said, it's an assumption. I am not saying that as a fact.
Right.
Because I don't have the actual proof besides DNA.
Well, and is there any of David's blood, any of his flesh, found on any of the other two?
No. No. The only DNA found of David is on the gun and the magazine. And then there's touch DNA that was on the bullet in the attic and the knife. When you touch something, you leave hundreds of little skin cells. Logically, if he stepped in her blood and left footprints, there would be DNA from him if he was barefoot. There would be. Skin cells will be in there. Just like the wall. Unless he wore gloves and he wrote on that wall, his DNA would have been in those samples. Especially because he's like rubbing against the wall.
There's no fingerprints. How do you tie it to David Crowley?
That's right. Unless gloves were worn or if they used some type of item to write it with, but they didn't take the scarf into evidence. So
right.
I know that several people had discussed the scarf that looked bloody. That was never taken in evidence, so I'm fairly certain it no longer exists.
Which is crazy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree. Why not test the clothing? Just to rule out any other intruder or anything like that. I mean, just think of the evidence that could be on there. Not only would there have been the gunshot residue, but there would have also shown other DNA. Several of the tests, I believe it was 7 tests, came back with mixed DNA of 2 to 3 more people. Yet, we don't know if that was contaminated. We don't know if that could have been DNA left by whoever committed the murders.
Right.
We don't know what to think. But if we would have had the clothing at least tested, we could find out if there was signs of the killer on there, anything. I mean, there's just so much more information. But it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The more that we look at this, the more we see there's nothing that ties David Crowley to any of this. Why would they think that David Crowley would have written this on the wall in his wife's blood?
The submit to Allah now on the post or on the notepad, I don't believe that the now was even written by David. I believe it was written by another person. His N's are completely different. The O is different. The W. He writes his N's in almost like a lowercase kind of rounded N. That one, it looks like it was written by a left-handed person. There's different things throughout the crime scene where you sit there and you look at it, and it's like the person who wrote the now on that note, I'm fairly certain is the one who wrote on the wall. Some of the writing just lines up with it, the angle. I've come to the conclusion that David didn't do this, even in the reports. Detective Bone, he states over and over that no forced entry, there was no signs of struggle, no apparent missing items. So the only conclusion he can come up with is the fact that David did this, because he didn't see signs of forced entry. And then you're thinking to yourself that the back door was left open? Why would there be forced entry? Like the submit to Allah, which is really, really weird, was spelled one way, and then you look at the wall, and the Allah Akbar is written in a different way than the Allah is on the notepad.
Right.
David, from all reports, he was very consistent in the things that he did. So why would he spell Allah one way and Allah a different way on the wall? I think I can say with certainty that this was not an Islamic hit.
But could it have been something made to look like one?
Oh yeah.
And then the other question is, well, was that David who made it, who wanted to make it look like something that it wasn't?
I have thought about that. I just don't see the rationality behind it, but I also don't see the rationality of killing your wife and child.
Right. Which is why they had to make him look crazy. They had to make him look crazy, or else then it's like, well, there's no way he would have done this. So they had to go to that crazy point. And the fact that they did it so early and so soon was just strange. Very, very strange.
It was within hours that they came to that conclusion. I'm almost fairly certain that they came to that conclusion as they walked into the house, starting from the 911 call.
Yeah, that's where they got the first line.
I think, like I stated before, the really big thing that keeps bugging me is the lack of DNA or mixture DNA found in Camille's blood.
Right.
Still bugs me. The odds of their blood not showing up at all. If they were killed in that same general area, it should be there.
Yeah.
And it's not. How does it not bug the police? How are they not questioning it? I think they just wanted to close this case.
BCA 5052. This is that same hand. Angle is a little different, but it is the same hand. It is that pinky finger. You can compare those two photos and you'll see it is the pinky. He had a long sleeve shirt on. The shirt was white. Obviously it's not white now. It's almost the same color as the hand. A little bit darker. Might be some other issues with that forearm. Might kind of looks like it's been touched, but for whatever the dog didn't touch that part. Above the 36 is probably a piece of either David's head or Kamel's head. Now, if you look next to that pin, to that white pin, a little south of it, you will see the brown hair, which is probably David's hair. That's probably David's hair there. So maybe this is a part of his skull, because we know that some of his skull was also missing. But this is a piece of skull. Here's the question. Does this piece look like a dog has been chewing on it? Like a dog has been gnawing at it? Or is this a direct result from a gunshot wound? Those are some of the questions. That pin, if you also look at it, maybe that purple thing that we were seeing, that little purple piece, could be the outside of this pin, possibly. But it's interesting. The torn out Quran pages clearly show us what we've already known, is that there is a deep hatred for the Quran and for Muslims, apparently, from what we're seeing here. The question is, where is that hatred coming from? Right next to the casing of 36. If that's what David's left hand looked like, then it's really important to understand what the right hand would have looked like, or it's still there. It's very interesting that there is a request for known DNA samples for victims, but not for a suspect. That makes me wonder if at this point they are also treating David as a victim. We know very soon that's going to change. He will be a suspect. It's pointed out that no one has been charged in this case. Page 84 is specifically referring to David Crowley, and it is quoted as saying, "Only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. Rope/bracelets on his left wrist. His bare left foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot partially exposed. A rip was observed on the left thigh of his pants. A portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's lower right leg. His right sleeve was pushed up, and a tattoo was visible on his right forearm. For Kamel, her left arm was under her body, extended towards the right. Her right arm extended over to her left. Both of her hands appeared to be missing. Only a portion of her skull appeared to be attached to her spine. They also noted a rip in the rear right leg, and they state that she was lying on top of a blue blanket. For Rania, she was lying on her left side with her left hand extended out to her front. Her right arm was missing. She had a blue top with white polka dots that was pulled up around her neck, exposing her torso, and she was barefoot. Page 85, personnel from the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office entered the scene at approximately midnight on 1/18/2015. A hole was observed in the remaining portion of the skull attached to David's spine. 2 possible holes were observed in the remaining portion of Kamel's skull. A hole was observed behind Rania's left ear. Additional tattoos of David's left forearm and tattoos on Kamel's back were also found. Still page 85. The bodies were removed from the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 18, 2015. Several fragments of apparent bone and tufts of apparent hair were observed in the area rug in the living room. They found 6 cartridge cases, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. They found 1 unspent round, a live round, it's item 7, 3 spent bullets, item 42, item 43, and item 44. They also have item 31, which is a bullet fragment. Regarding the bloody footprints, looking at page 86, they state that a chemical was used to enhance any possible ridge detail present within the prints. The prints were documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Page 86. So here is just one example of them taking photos before and after things are moved, before and after chemicals are sprayed and used. It's interesting, on page 87, they're already talking about item 57, where they say a hole was observed in the living room ceiling near the front entry. Characteristics of the hole and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. A bullet, item 57, was collected from the attic in the vicinity of the hole. It's also important to note that there were 2 ways to get into that attic. You can get in there from the master bedroom, but you can also get to the attic from the garage. There's another entry in the garage. Sticking with the basement bullet, there's actually 5 holes here. It begins with a hole in the area rug in the living room. The second hole is in the living room floor that goes through that wood. The third hole would be above the ceiling tile in the basement. The fourth hole is the removable ceiling tile. And the fifth hole is where the bullet is retrieved from inside the wall near this hole on the south wall. Going back to the description of David, looking at page 101 now, we see that there is a rip in the navy blue shirt, quote, ripped on bottom. There is a rip near the left leg, possibly, if I'm reading this right. The left foot is covered by the blue blanket, right bare foot partially exposed. Part of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's leg, arms fully extended to his sides, right hand missing with possible tissue attached. Still on page 101. From neck of the shirt, visible vertebrae and back portion of skull attached. Piece of skull within the back part of his skull was still there. The right forearm is purple and black. Left hand is purple with leathery textured appearance. There's a tattoo on the right forearm. David's stomach is exposed, light skin with purple discoloration. His left leg through the rip, light skin with yellow discoloration. Right foot, purple discoloration with leathery appearance. Right forearm cool to the touch, stiff. Stiffness in stomach. Skin slippage. Mummification. Possible animal activity and skeletalization, page 102. For Kamel, there is a rip in the right sweatpant. Brown sweater lifted partially up. Black undershirt, gray state shirt. We know that's a gray state t-shirt she was wearing. Tan undergarment exposed, still page 102. Lying on her stomach with her left arm under the body extended towards the right. Right arm extended over to her left. Just the skull was observed through the neck hole of the shirt, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Neither hand visible. Right leg rip. Yellow, purple, green skin exposed on lower back and right leg through rip. A bead of liquid on the lower back and right thigh. Temperature and stiffness not checked. Skeletalization. Possible animal activity. Possible bloating. Blankets above head area of Kamel, page 104. For Rania, page 102 to 103, she was barefoot, gray sweatpants, halfway down the buttocks, all the way up the front. Shirt was around her neck, entire torso exposed, on the left side, left arm extended out in front, right leg crooked and knee upward, entire right arm missing, first stated as her left arm. Red, purple, yellow discoloration at the torso and left arm. Purple discoloration on both feet. Skin slippage, marbling on the torso, mummification of fingers and toes, detached hair, possible animal activity. Taking a few steps back to page 103 through 104, and some of this will be found on page 106 and 107 as well. The cartridge cases. Item 2 was found in the corner of the carpet. Item 3 was another cartridge case on the east side of the living room near the stool behind the recliner. Item 9 was found in the living room. Item 30 near the south wall to the left of David. Item 36, another bullet case to the left of David. Item 37 was found on the floor by the couch. Those are the 6 casings found here. Item 2, Item 3, Item 9, Item 30, Item 36, and Item 37. 6 cases. They should be looking for 6 bullets, but they're not. They find 4, and that's it. They find 4 bullets and leave the house. So item 42, 43, and 44 are spent cartridges that are found in the living room carpet with hair on. Item 45 is the bullet that is found in the basement that is tied to the hole labeled as F. Item 45 is the bullet from the basement that is tied to the hole labeled F. So here you have 4 bullets here. That's it. And they're happy with that. Now there is another fragment. There is item 31, which is a fragment, a bullet fragment, that is found in the living room carpet near the south wall to the left of David, page 104. Then you have item 7, which is a cartridge found in the living room, never used. Did this jam? Did the gun jam and that bullet had to be taken out? Why is this bullet, why is there one live round, one unspent round found in the same area as Kamel? In the same area as where these 3 bodies are. Okay, if you look at this, if you were to look at 42, 43, 44, and 45, okay, we know that those are bullets found, right? Item 31, you could try to tie that to one of the other bullets. They still leave the house with 6 cartridge cases and only 4 bullets. And there's 2 other bullets in the house that they won't find till 2 days later and 1 month later. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. So right now we're going to look at all of the photos that we have. I've tried to separate them and sort them so that I can give you all of the different photos that we have of the front of the house, back of the house, west side, east side, etc., room by room, based on all of the photos that we have from the Apple Valley Police Department and from the BCA. We're starting here at the front of the house. Good thing to note is the snow. Note where those presents are. It's very important to know the distance of this window here and how high you would have to be up to actually see anything on the ground, or to actually see where those bodies were, or to even possibly see where the blood writing was. It's not as easy as some might think. So again, this is just the front of the house that we're covering here in this section, based on all of the photos that we have. Not in particular order, but I try to give it some type of order here. And you can see the way that the presents are laid up. This is after Colin Prochnow stacked them up too, so it's not like this is how they were found. We don't really know how the presents were found. Colin Prochnow knows, and maybe he stacked them up the same way that he saw them. I'm not sure, but I think it's very important to note that this is not exactly how the presents were found. They were more scattered, based on what Colin told the cops. They were more scattered down. These presents were probably out there for about 3 weeks, I believe. You can see the window there, and you can see the curtain a little bit open. You can see that in several of these curtains here, and the window curtains, they're kind of open. Note the snow too. It's also very important to note the snow. You can see another cable going there, but you can see that the driveway, there's no snow there. How much snow is on the roof, and is this common? Is this just the way that it should be? I wonder if by looking at the snow on the roof, could you get a good view, a good idea of what the snowfall was like, when the last snowfall was. Obviously you can go and you can actually look that up. Several different websites that you can look it up. Dan Hennon has looked that up, and I guess it really wasn't that snowy. It wasn't really snowing at this time. Snow was on the ground, but that was about it. All right. It is a common courtesy in this state to blow out or to shovel your neighbor's driveway. So Colin Prochnow did that at least once, maybe twice, to this house. We're not really sure. But he didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. There was no activity in this house, as far as they knew, for at least before Christmas. I think Judy Prochnow said the last time they had seen the Crowleys was before Christmas. Nice little town here, some nice shots. Some of the shots I don't really understand why the police took, but that's all right. You can see everything is taped up here. But again, look at those shingles. Look at how much snow is on top there. And we get another wide view, another angle here from across the street. Police cars are there. Police tape is there. It's an interesting area. It's an interesting home. If you look at the home now, if you were to compare the home how it is right now to these photos that we're looking at, there have been some major improvements, not just physically but also spiritually, from what I was told. So you can see these presents. Obviously the big question is, well, how do the presents last for that long? And they don't look soaked, they don't look wet. I mean, the bag does look wet, everything does kind of look wet. That's just my view on it. So I don't know what type of wrapping paper that would have been, but very curious to see that. Okay, thanks a lot. We've just gone through the front of the house. And we're now going to look at the presents and the front door as well. So we're going to get a little closer view of those presents, of how they were. Again, this is not how the presents were found, but this is how Colin Prochnow stacked them up. At one time, Colin was going to take them back to his house, and for whatever reason, he stacked them up, heard the dog, and saw the dog attack that window. So now we're going to look at these presents. I don't want to hear any complaints about these presents. There's nothing wrong with these presents. These are great presents. There's nothing. Some of that stuff really bothered me, but maybe that's just me taking it a little too personal, of what people say. Everybody has the freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. So these zombie targets, that's all normal too. It's just one of the zombie targets looked like one of the guy that was shot in that Bundy case. But so we're looking at these presents. You can see the damage of these presents here. You can see that the paper does look warped. Yeah, there's that brown bag, and inside that brown bag is where that $14,000 check is going to be, along with the bill from David's lawyer. Both of those things are in there. I think the bill is only about $500 or something like that, but you can see these shooting targets. You'll see some of the same shooting targets will be found in the garage. We'll see those later. But very heartbreaking stuff here to really see these presents. And apparently they were there for about 3 weeks. And I know some people have raised some questions about, wow, they look really good for being there for 3 weeks. And I would have to agree, especially if those paper targets were just set up like that, just set out there. But if there's no snowfall, okay, and they were kind of scattered around as well. That's the interesting one right there. And there is another very interesting one. These zombies, I'm not sure what's up with the whole zombie thing, but inside this one is a world map, and I believe that is from Ranya's grandfather. Very cool map. I actually want that map. I need a map like that. This one is an interesting toy. We happened to get this for my nephew on the same year that I was looking at these photos. And it is a very frustrating toy here. I don't know if you've ever tried that, but this is brain work. This is good for the child's brain. There was a lot of good things here. Coloring crayons, just the, I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to go off on some of the comments about what people have made about those presents, but now we see this flashlight here. We're seeing some of these other gifts. Wounded veterans are in crisis, the VFW. This is a gift to Rania from her aunt. And that's awesome. That's great. And you can see Rania draw. She draws a lot, right? She's always drawing, always got that stuff out. So they got her a nice little pack there. I think these presents are great. So I'm not. And here's that world map. Nice world map there. And there is the invoice for $50. Okay, I said a few hundred. Okay, obviously it's not. It was for $50 to Hothead Productions, which is David Crowley. There's the front of the house. We're going to look at the front door. They're very clear to focus. Take multiple shots of that front door and to just see no forced entry, I guess is what they're looking for. This is one of their... so they believe there was no forced entry because they're looking at the door. Door looks good. We're even going to look at the inside of the door here. We're going to come back to the inside of the door as well. You can see some shoes there. And you can see some of this door looks brand new. Some of it looks old. Just an interesting thing about the door. And they're just showing there no forced entry. Some scratches, some marks, some things like that. And they're very clear and focused on that. It almost looks like it was kicked in or something. It's weird. I thought that was kind of odd, but that wood on the last part was kind of strange. So here's the mailbox. You can see this nice mailbox here for 3 people. 1051, 1048, and 1047. And you'll notice there's only one paper in there. There's a few papers in the 1048, but only one paper. One Sun This Week newspaper. This is a weekly newspaper that was free. There should be 2 more. There should be one in the house, which we'll see later. There's one here that we can see. And there's 2 that are missing. Where are the other 2? I'm very curious to see what happened with those other 2 and why they're not here. But as you can see, there were in 1048. So here is the mailbox that's open. You can see all the mail. How much mail does that look like? A couple weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Your guess is as good as mine. But those dates on the mail will be very, very helpful to see. And we can obviously see one more shot there of that Sun This Week paper. Here we go. This is what it looks like on the outside. January 2nd. Dated January 2nd, not delivered January 2nd. Very important to note that. We'll come back to that. All right, they pulled out some of these documents to see. And what's interesting is Tara Becker was actually standing next to the mailbox when the mailman came. So it kind of gives us an idea of when the mailman would actually show up more in the daytime, maybe around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. But here we have some more mail. I noticed one thing here, Hothead, right? There's the Hothead Productions, 1051. Crowley, here's another one. I don't know who this one is from, but it's postmarked December 29th there. So you can obviously see that. It's ripped open because the police opened it, by the way. Now we're going to move on to the west side of the house here. And here are the 2 garbages. You'll notice you saw the little box there that was there that's not there anymore. Now we're looking inside of the bigger garbage as well. Still inside of that big garbage. Note the little marks to the left there. And here is the recycle garbage can, the smaller one. You're going to open that up. There's also a couple drops on the top of that can as well. And we're going to look inside and see 1, 2, maybe 3 pieces of paper. And that's it. Maybe 2. However you want to look at it. But it's interesting to see how those got in there. Obviously somebody put them in there. So trash date was, I believe, on Tuesdays, if I remember correctly. Dan Hannon did some great research on that. Here is that door. One of the first things that I noticed is it looked like blood on this door. It really looked like blood on this doorknob. So I still go back and forth. Because it's not recorded as blood, I'm going to go ahead right now and just say, all right, well, I'm going to give the authorities the benefit of the doubt. Could be some varnish, maybe even paint. And actually, looking at it closer, it could be brown paint that just, but then you look at that brown paint there and it's like there were some touch-ups done. So maybe that's what it's from. You can clearly see where the touch-ups are done in this photo here. So not really blood, definitely brown paint. That would be my guess there. We're going to see 2 different sets of photos here. We're going to see some photos with the door slightly ajar, 1/4 of an inch, and we're going to see this door fully open. And here we can see apparently there were animal tracks and human tracks, and now we get a further view of where those animal tracks and human tracks were. You can see how far back they went to take photos. Here's some deeper ones. This gives us a kind of a measure of how deep that snow was. There is the front door that is open. In the photo that we just saw, you did see Pelayo. Pelayo was there. He was in one of the photos there. And now, for some reason, now the door is closed. So I'm not sure exactly when this was taken, if it was before or after the dog was taken out. Not really sure, but they take photos of this as well. And I know some people have pointed out some of those red markings on that door. And so it's a little misleading. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word for it, but that's okay. I mean, that door, you can clearly see right now it is closed, but I'm not sure what those little red marks are, what's going on there, but it's definitely something. And again, it doesn't have to be blood. I'm not saying it's blood, but it's something. It's some markings. That's all we know for sure. But we know these photos here, again, I'm not really sure. You can see they're getting darker. Maybe the sun is going down, and I'm not sure. Now the door is fully open, so now with the door completely open, we can just walk right in, right? So here's another extended view back there. That gives you kind of a good view of that window and how the dog might have pawed at the window. We're now inside of the house, looking inside here, looking at that door, trying to see if there's anything of value here. And I believe this again goes back to I'm not sure what that little piece is, that little black piece is there, but that open door was probably one more thing that they said, no forced entry, because there wouldn't need to be any forced entry. Now they're looking at these shoes, calculating these shoes and getting some measurements, because there were a lot of footprints in the backyard of the snow, in the back of the house, and I'm sure you all saw that. So it just went back to, why are there so many different ways, so many different trails? So they're measuring their feet, and they don't really ever come to the conclusion, I don't know how they ever could, to say that, well, all of those footprints were ours. They don't really say that. There's human tracks and there's animal tracks back there too. So it could be critters. I'm not sure what type of critters would be in this area. Obviously there was something. Couldn't have been that dog, because the dog was locked up in the house for 3 weeks according to official reports, official theory, I should say. These shoes, these Skechers, I think these are David's shoes. I think these are David's shoes from inside of the house, from behind that recliner. I could be wrong, but I thought that was interesting that they took photos of them wearing the shoes, and then in that one they had photos of them not wearing. So now we can see all of these tracks, tons of tracks there, right? Some human, mostly human, but somewhere in there are animal tracks in there as well. How deep is that snow? For all of you snow lovers and all of you experts on snow, tell me how deep that snow is, you think. I'd be very curious about that. All right, and that will lead down into the basement. You can see a little dent there. Now we're getting into the windows. We're still in the back, right? We're still in the back of the house. We can see those curtains. We want to see those curtains. One of the kitchen windows in the back was also unlocked. It wasn't open, but it was unlocked. Everything else was locked except for 2 things in the kitchen window and the rear slider. Everything else is locked except for those 2. So there you go. So no need for forced entry. You got 2 ways for people to get in, right? And we're now going to look at the east side of this house. Again, you can see lines going from the top level into the basement, at least 2 there. And really not too much here on this side, but only thing of value is the fact that there's no windows on this side. You can see maybe some animal tracks right there on the left side, lower left side there, but other than that, that's about it for that one. Now we're inside the house. We're going to look at that back room. One of the things we're going to notice about that back room is we did not get any photos of the back room when we first, when we got the first 464 photos from the Apple Valley Police. Look at all that dog poop. You can see a lot of dog poop there. I think this was one of the areas where the dog was kind of going poop. This is misleading because the basement door to the left looks closed. It apparently, in my view, is it was not closed. This door was open, meaning the dog had access to it. You just saw to the left, you just saw dog food there. There was dog food. We just saw the image that we just saw right here is the only image where you might be able to see that there was a bullet in the living room ceiling. But we're looking at the kitchen right now. We're looking at this back room, and now we're going to the kitchen counter, and you can see there's some milk bones on that counter. You can see the coffee. Can you measure by the food, by what you're seeing, by the coffee, by this, can we measure how long these bodies were there? There's some money in there. Number 11, I'm not sure what that is, but you can see some pills out there on the counter. Definitely had some there in that drawer. And this window is probably the kitchen window that was left open. It's the only kitchen window, so it must be. And of course, here we go, the grease as well. We've done a couple grease tests. Done a couple tests with this stuff, and I think we need to do some more tests on this. How long was this pan sitting there? How long were these things sitting there? Looking at the refrigerator. We never got photos of inside of the refrigerator, but I would have loved to have gotten some, and I hope that in the future we can get some photos to see what is inside of that refrigerator, because we don't see any beer anywhere. We see nothing like that. University of Minnesota, School of Public Health. Here is that note that we see, which I think is between David and Kamel, back and forth. You know, couples writing weird random letters. You'll see that. You'll see that in a couple different places. There's also a note behind there. These are tagged as number 46 and number 47. There are 2 separate tag numbers, so you can get some of the tag numbers 46 and 47 confused. Here is what that note that was folded up said, and there you go. D, I love you, baby. Grug bug. Compare that handwriting. Make sure it's the same. We're looking at the counter now. You can see number 17. We got some blood there. We're going to get into the, oh, it's a blurry picture. We're going to get into this blood, and we're going to see there's some hair on the floor as well. But this blood, and there's some other blood markings, but this is the one that they really captured. You can see all of the other ones. Obviously, they couldn't get them all, but number 17 is that blood marking there. And there's number 20. This is underneath the counter, that kitchen island. This is underneath that kitchen island, this kitchen island that we're looking at here. A lot of interesting stuff here, and I don't know if there should be, I'm not sure why the cell phone is there. It's bloody, but it's placed there. There's some blood on that tissue box that we'll see as well. And we'll see a lot of interesting things here. That's number 26. Clearly see that, and that is clearly a finger from my view. But why is this here? Not only is this here, look at this, okay? So you have a bloody phone that has a crack in it, a couple cracks, but the headphones don't look bloody. Nothing wrong with those headphones, but it's all taken out of the pockets. Somebody said, we got to take this out of our pockets. Empty your pockets, buddy. That's the first thing that I thought of. Lighters, there's another lighter. You're going to see lighters everywhere. Lighters all over this house. Okay, that looks like, it looks cracked to me. It looks cracked. So I'm looking at the cell phone, number 35 there. And look at all that blood on there. There's a lot of blood on that thing. But what's interesting is there's no blood on on the headphones that were on top of it. Now we're looking at the other side. They've turned this over. This is David's cell phone. There's really no doubt for me. On the island counter is David's cell phone. Here's another little iPad that we're going to see, number 6. All of these things, all of the electronics were taken in. They were gone through. They went through everything. And they found no reason why David would have committed these crimes. That needs to be clear. Here's his driver's license. I mean, everything is just right out there. It's, oh, hey, I just killed everybody. I'm just going to put everything out of my pockets. And yeah, it's just, no. I'm sorry. Not following it. All right, there's some of the BCA documents there, which is kind of odd that they have all that there. And we're still looking at the counter. There's number 16. So you can see the trajectory of the blood, maybe. Are these, is this a result from somebody being shot? Is this a result from somebody wiping blood off of their hands? There's definitely blood on that cell phone. This kind of looks like that there was somebody shot there. So there we go. So now we're getting into the laptop. The laptop is one of the most important things that we're going to see here. Look at that little Bluetooth little device there. Number 24. And number 25 has some blood on the side as well. It's very important to see that. There's 25 without the label. And there's 25 with the label. And there's a lot here, right? What is going on here? Look at that. It's kind of just scattered around. It's just kind of there. It's kind of out there. But be very curious to see what those test results were. Now the MacBook Pro was off. You can see that the screen is off. Here we are, another indentation, but looking at the keys, judging by the keys, number 24, you can see exactly what was written, most likely in blood, what is covered in blood and what is not. So everything, I have loved you all with all of my heart, all of those keys should be bloody. That white, I think, is more snow, more related to some type of snow. I could be wrong again, but, and there's blood all over there, all over this keyboard there's blood. Even on the command key, you see some blood there. On the shift key, and some blood on the lower side, number 23. Almost looks like a palm print there. So you could, in theory, compare this palm print to what you see on the floor and see what is a palm and what is a foot. But I'll leave that to you. There's some hair as well. A lot of hair that's mixed in with this. You can get a closer view inside of that cup. And now we're going through not only 23 and 24, but we got ABC. Now none of this is going to tie to David. So they can't prove that David wrote this. That's the way that I interpret it. Because if they cannot tie this to David, how do they know David wrote this? They're claiming David wrote 3 things in 3 separate rooms. Okay, you can claim that, but can you prove it? And the answer is no. Did you try to prove it? Yes. And the results showed no. Why? Because they could not get a sample of David's palm. Well, then how do they know that David did it? Here we go. Here's another. It's not luminol that they sprayed here, but they did spray something similar to it. Many people have pointed it out to me what this is, and I hope somebody will leave it in the comments. I can go and look that up too as well. But that's why I love our group members and our non-group members and all of our great people that are looking for the truth to find out what is going on here. So they spray all this, and still nothing. Still no tie to David. Oh, how sad. Well, then how do you know that David did this, right? They're accusing, they can't prove, but they still keep accusing. If you accuse and you can't prove, the next step, the third step, should be to say he's innocent. Okay, here's one of the only pictures that we have that shows I have loved you all with all my heart. And now it's gone. All of a sudden it's gone, right? There it is. So once they start swabbing this, they start taking it out. And there we can see a closer view of some of the playlist stuff. Now, obviously you can see some of these are not in order because you can see the screen is on in some, it's off in some. So there's the back. You see that love. There's a lot. It's a key thing here is love. And yet they're telling us there was no love. He killed everybody that he loved, whatever. There's the dishwasher. There's been some questions about that. My only question is, was it on? Was it off? It's hard to believe that it was on for 3 weeks. I get it. Here's the kitchen garbage. We're now looking inside of the garbage here. People have wondered about some presents. Where are the presents? You can see at least one present from Rania to her mom. Some eggnog in the back. And some hair dye as well, possibly. Now here we have December 26th. So this is the one that should be here. Now the date on which this was taken to the house is still in question because you have 3 different people telling you 3 different stories. The guy who dropped off the paper says one day, his mom says a second day, and the person who is in charge of this paper going out gives us a 3rd day. So you can look more on that in my Gray Stage article that I did a long time ago, but it definitely covers that and really makes my head scratch. And the only thing left to do is to ask the coordinator what the heck was going on here. So here is the dishwasher, and we can see the dishwasher is open. It was found open. This is how it was found here. Number 22, this little blood, another little blood speck. What is this blood speck doing here? All the lights are on that dishwasher. Here's another close-up view. So if the lights were on, that makes me think that they were about to run this and something happened. The scene was interrupted. You can clearly see that by the fact that you see the dish soap there. The dish soap thing is open. So, I don't know. Here's number 21. These little spots, where are these spots coming from? How did these little spots get here? But there's no other footprints or anything like that in any of the other areas. It is strange. I definitely agree with people who have brought that up. It is strange. Where's all the footprints? Where's all the fingerprints? Where is everything? But then you have one little spot here and a little spot there. Okay. Okay, we're now looking at the photo leading into the living room. And here is that living room looking at it from the kitchen. And there is the blood writing on the wall. Very disturbing. You can even see a foot at the bottom of that photo there too. Just some of the tips of the feet. And you can also see on the couch, if you're looking at this image on the left side, there's bone wrapped in hair. We're getting here a closer view of the Allahu Akbar. A little blood there on the ceiling, possibly. Look at the time. That's very important. The books that are over there. There was a Quran found, so the question was that Quran part of this? Was it on that bookshelf there? And the question about the blood writing, was it a live hand? Was it a dead hand? Was it a gloved hand? So those were some of the things going back and forth. This gives us a really good view here of what was written. There's a very sad picture, cool picture of all 3 of them together, and a close-up of that one too. This is on that bookshelf, so I was wondering where and of course one of the only images of the bodies that you can see there, and possibly the skull. I think maybe the temporal bone. I know it's been some back and forth on that, but there's that skull there. Some of the Quran pieces, a lot of Quran pieces torn out, different areas, and the question, I guess, would be, was this purposely laid out like this, right? Were these just random pages? So I never really got too deeply into the pages that we're seeing here, but it's very interesting stuff. There is the live round that was found. That's an interesting one. How did the live round get there? And you can see some other flesh and hair, lots of hair everywhere, all different types of hair. There is the part of the teeth in the upper corner, and a close-up of that knife, which is open, which to me would also show a sign of a struggle, maybe not forced entry, but a sign of a struggle. Was the hair cut? There's no indication where the documents say that the hair was cut. Here's a knife, how we first got it. And I thought it was just camouflage, but there was blood on that knife. Some of the shell casings. These are all submitted for testing, and nothing is found on them. So no tests were conclusive as far as I remember. And there is the hand. Look at David's left hand, the hand sign that it's making. You can see the Quran there closer up. Number 4, that's item 4. There's another one of item 9, which is another shell casing. And of course some more hair and some flesh, and just mixed in. Look at everything that is just mixed in. Was that from the dog, or was it something else? I'll let you decide that. Christmas tree. that blue tube in the back, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, so that gives us another indication there. There's number 30 with another shell. They're all tested. All of these shells are tested, but nothing's really found, nothing of value, if I remember. It would be good to go back and look at that. But the living room is definitely the most important part because that's where the bodies were found. And the lack of blood, unless the blood is mixed in with that carpet there. And there's item 31, which is a fragment. Item 31 was one that they used to compare to item 57 later on. There's another shot of the skull in the upper corner there. Here's the Quran. Open to this page, it was interesting. You can see a little bit of David's finger there. You can see how close the Quran was. Well, the other question is how close was the actual gun. So there is some bloody fingerprints there mixed in with hair, pages ripped out. Was it ripped out here purposely, and why was it set here? If David did all this and set it there, it just set it there? Or are they going to tell us that he was holding the Quran while he shot himself? I highly doubt it. But you can see the lack of blood here, right? There are brain matter and all that type of stuff. There's number 37. Here's another shot. There's the decomp most likely, but could also be blood. But I'm going to, again, let you decide whatever you want on that one. You can see the little curve below the number 4 on the carpet there. And you can kind of make an outline of where the 3 bodies were, at least of where David and Kamel's bodies were. Maybe not Rania, because she was kind of leaning up against Kamel's left leg, while Kamel was face down, facing number 44, in that area, somewhere in that area. You can see all the carpet, all the blankets are now moved. Looks like blood or decomp on that blue blanket in the left corner. The laptop is also there, and we get some more another view of that. You see all the different hair, different colors of hair at some point. Some of the shawl has been ripped right there. Could that have been from the dog? We can assume that, I guess. And here's another close-up of that Surface Pro, Kamel Surface Pro, that she was watching allegedly when she got shot. And they put it up on the kitchen table to take a better shot. There's number 42. In the upper corner above number 42, there was a question about if there was a bullet there too. So trying to see, because police did miss number 53, and that is the bullet that they will tie to Rania's blood. So how they missed that is one thing. And it rolls out of this carpet, unless there's another carpet that we're not seeing here. Number 53 rolls out of this carpet and is found 2 days later after the police are gone, after the bodies are taken out. So very disturbing stuff here. There's a closer shot of number 43. Now getting into 44. And it's just devastating. And you can see where the bullet is, where the bullet landed. Very interesting stuff there. That's number 44. Some of the hair up there did kind of look cut. So be curious to see what's going on with that. What's going on with all the cut hair. Here's another shot. All the different angles, just trying to give you all the different angles to see this carpet. And I do believe a lot of that is just, that's why we're not seeing a lot of blood, is because it's this carpet stained, etc., etc. Again, I don't know anything about this. I'm just guessing. Could be wrong. There's number F. F is going to lead into the bullet that we're going to see that is lodged in the south basement wall. And we're going to see that one later on. We'll definitely get there. Some more closer shots showing how it went through. Obviously, police were able to look down and find this bullet, but for whatever reason, they could not look up and find item 57 until 1 month later when somebody tells them that item 57 exists. So here's part of the fragments of F, of item F, that will go down into the south wall of the basement, be lodged into the south wall there. So lots of holes here, holes on both sides of the carpet, obviously holes on both sides of this wood floor, and of course the hole into the side of the, so F is a big one that goes down. And then of course there's another good shot of F. And we're also going to see where Kamel's body is bagged. That's not where her body was found, it's just where it was bagged. You can see on that table the pyramid photo Now there's a ring. It's either, I don't know if it's Kamel's ring or David's ring, but there was a ring there on that table all of a sudden there. You get a nice shot of those footprints or fingerprints, whatever you think it is. It's there. And you can see the direction of the blood. I think that's also key to see where that blood goes. Everything looks like it's leading from the living room carpet, which is one reason why I do believe the bodies were killed here. But again, just a guess, just a theory. This is where they were found, obviously. We have to start there. Measuring the dog poop, looking at the dog poop and how old that poop could be, will that help us get any indication of how long the bodies were actually here in the house? I think that's a big one. Because you saw Kamel's foot there. The sock was, I guess, was from the decomp, not necessarily from any blood or anything. But these are bloody footprints there. There's number 13, where they're just kind of probably looking at the direction of how the blood, where the blood goes. Very disturbing stuff here. I was disturbed. Going back to those prints there. Number 14. To me, they look like footprints. The authorities call them footprints. They're labeled as footprints, but again, you can judge for yourself what you think it is. But that's number 14 there. Different number 14 than other 14s you might see, because there's different item lists. I think there's three lists. And that to me is, number 15 is one of the more clearer ones that looks like a foot. Like a right foot. And more hair everywhere. How far the hair went and where some of the blood was. Here's another interesting one where you just get some of the little blood splatter there, or number 16. Looking back on this floor here, again, you can kind of see where the blood is coming from and get some idea there. And that could be, because there's so much blood on that recliner, maybe that's why we're not necessarily seeing a lot of blood in the area. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to look at all this from all different ways here, but definitely some of the later photos, like I thought that they would, do show more blood. Not everything is tested. Even that looks like maybe a little paw print or something there. Might have been a little paw print in that one. Because the dog was walking around next to number 18, to the right of number 18. And then here in the center of this photo here as well. Kind of looks like maybe a paw print. But I don't know. You would kind of expect more. The dog was definitely here. There's dog poop there, so it was in this area. There's, you know, the lack of blood, I guess, is what it goes back to. There's number 2, obviously. Number 2, that's another interesting. Why is number 2 way over here? So I was curious about that, but okay. That's another casing. So we got a lot of photos on this part here. A lot of photos that show this. Some of those lines, you know, some of that lines underneath 18, I was thinking maybe that was from the dog or something too. You can see how far that hair went. And why was there only one right foot? Only the right foot was bloody. That would be the logical answer, I would say. Yeah, very disturbing. Very disturbing images here. For many reasons. That one kind of looks like they're countercrossing. Number 14 and E kind of look like they're countercrossing. So that's D and 15. And I think where E is, I think that's the same foot. So, but man, very wide steps. David was about 6 feet tall, maybe a little under 6 feet. So, but it would have to be very wide steps. Just take one off the carpet and then one to the to take out everything from his pockets. And then go back, I guess. And this is after these are sprayed here. And those, you can almost see the ones that were sprayed. I don't know if this, and there's the shoes in the background. This was before the marker was out. That's where item 2 is. There's number 2, another shell casing with some hair there. Hair is everywhere. Hair and the casings go hand in hand. Some more dog poop. You can see some is fresh, some is old. All different types. And that one down at the bottom does not look very healthy at all. So again, this is just a collection of all of the photos that we have that we're going through. So you're seeing some of the same things. There's the 3 body bags. Not where the bodies were found. Again, couch is pushed back. Now this recliner, item 34, makes you think somebody was shot at a low level, maybe on the ground, face down, I don't know, face up, but this whole area, this 34 area, that is not ever, it's not ever tested. It just kind of gets lost in the shuffle. I don't know what they could have done. They could have ripped that out. If they were able to rip out some of the south basement wall, why couldn't they rip out a piece of this recliner and test it? And then how did the hair get way up there as well? And then you can see some of the blood splatter and how far it actually goes. How close would the bodies, would any body had to have been, and from what angle, from what height? This cage where the dog is, the dog could have been put in that cage. It was left out purposely. Maybe the dog at some point was in that cage, and you can see how far some of this stuff goes, or that item, that number 32, and how far that goes out there, right next to where the dog cage was. This stuff travels. It's going very, very far. How does it get way over here? It has to go past the Christmas tree, past that recliner. It's very interesting, unless something was dragged here. That was kind of my first view of how you could see in the upper right corner where the yellow marker is. Kind of looks like something might have been dragged. And they're going to find another casing there. It's interesting the way that they label. I guess they're labeling them from just walking from everything from the back door in number 2. I believe this is going to be number 3. Yep, number 3 there. You can see David's shoe. That was a shoe that I was talking about to compare to the one that they had for his footprints in the snow. Nothing came of that. So there's number 19. More blood. And just spots, right? But what angle? From what angle? Where is it going? It kind of looks like multiple, right? We got 2 different angles here. It's an interesting one right there. 22 is kind of like, was something dragged? I was wondering, was anything dragged here? And if it was, why did it kind of stop here? Or was this where the dog just kind of walked right into it? I'm not sure. I don't know what this is. That little water spot, though, I believe is from the authorities when they came in through the back door from the snow on their feet. Just a guess. I don't know. Or else that doesn't make any sense either, because that definitely is not going to be there for 3 weeks. But by this time they had marked everything, so I think it was just from their shoes. And there's 20. 20 is an interesting one because it almost looks like a finger. Almost looks like a finger. So I don't know. Maybe it was somebody grabbing there. I'm not sure. And on that Voss, you can see how far up it goes. And what is that? 29. You see number 29 there is all of these drops. They tweak the camera. That's why the wall looked very different there. It looked pink almost. So let's look at the front closet here. Not really a whole lot here. You can see there's a military jacket. I kept this way. I did not tilt it like I could have because it did not look right. It made the photo look kind of weird. So just want to give you a view of everything that is in that front closet. This is one of the more recent ones that we got. I did not have this, and this closet was closed. And again, just shoes, really not much there. No blood. I think somebody said there might have been blood in that front closet on one of those jackets there. There shouldn't have been, unless somebody took it off or something. And here's more of the photos of that front door. Front door is another interesting one here, because in some areas of where that doorknob is, right there, the doorknob itself doesn't look very new, but that wood. It just, I don't know. It just kind of looks off. Something just looks off. It looks like something else was added on. Who knows? So when I mean added on, just David was doing some minor upgrades, right? That's all I mean. Not anything after the death, just what David was doing. He was the handyman of the house and doing this himself. So they're just looking for forced entry or lack thereof. You can see again another little blood splatter that is all the way next to that light, which would explain why Sidra, I believe it was Sidra, had spoken about some of the books that they got back had blood on them, and that would explain why, how far that blood traveled. Blood is probably would have had to have been on the Christmas tree, and of course that's not where the gun was found, obviously. And you can see again how far it goes. It goes very, very far, and so it doesn't, I don't know, it's from what angle, I guess, how far, how would David have had to have been sitting down, kneeling down? Here's another interesting one where you have the gun and you have the blood on the gun, on the trigger. David's blood was on that trigger. His blood, there was a positive DNA of blood on that trigger that matched David's. However, it did not match, they were not able to conclusively tie the magazine, the one in the magazine, to David, but they couldn't rule out Kamel, and they couldn't rule out Rania. It's an interesting one. So there you can see the gun and the hairs. The hairs there too, especially where the hairs are. It just looked like somebody got pistol whipped. I don't know. Maybe it's just the hairs. That just doesn't naturally happen like that. So at some point, I think whoever had this gun, they had to reload because you can see some of the markings there. Now they tested those, but they could not get a conclusive match to David on those prints because they didn't have a match of the prints. There were 2 bullets in there that were inside, and then there was 1 in the chamber. So I wanted to make that clear too, so everybody knows that. 2 bullets inside of the magazine, 1 in the chamber. They could not conclusively tie this to David. They could put his blood on the trigger. I do want to make that clear. Let's move on to the hallway and the office bedroom. Here in the hallway, there you see how far that blood really travels. Those little splatters, they all travel. And I tried to give you a good view of the hallway all the way down, photo by photo, kind of walking you down room by room. First we're going to go into the office room to the right. Rania's room is straight ahead. David's room would be to the left, to the far left. And kind of in order down the hallway, here are the photos that we have here. So some very interesting stuff that we're seeing. The thermostat's set to 68. It's going to hold at 68. And there you go. There's your temperature. So here's a collage of some of the photos there. Kind of looks like this might have fallen down and was picked back up just by the way that the photos are in there. Unless it was purposely meant to be like that. I find that hard to believe. So I think at some point that fell down. And here there's egg on your face, and you got the photos there. Nicer view. Better shot there. All the family. So I mean, they had photos up of their family. Didn't seem like they didn't love their family, or it didn't have a big problem with their family. Whatever it was, there's no indication that it was something too serious, just based on the little information that we have here. So going down that hallway, next to the office room, right outside of it, is number 27, which is it's definitely blood, right? You can tell that it's blood, but from a finger, most likely, right? All right, now we're going to go into the office bedroom. We're going to look at the couch. There's that couch there. Similar to the couch they have downstairs in the basement. There's what's going on. There's what's in the garbage can. So we can see all that. And of course, notes everywhere. Post-it notes. Lots of writings. Handwritings. And there's Hera Act 1's. And so I was curious to see what that is. It's a, I forget what it was, some type of play or something, but there's a password list right there. Got David's there, got Camille's there, books they're gonna read. Lots of post-it notes. So, paper people. That's what I would have been looking for, is paper. And there it is. Look at that. Another paper towel there. It's out. And as you can see, we'll get a closer view, a better view of what's on that screen. There we go. There's a much better view right there. It's definitely working. Definitely working. I mean, it was open. This stuff was open. It was on. It's in motion, is what it seems like. Work was in motion. There's love right there. You can see that in the on the top. Kind of going to go back, I guess, a little bit here, and we're looking at some of the other photos. These are the BCA ones, I believe, but again, try to put them in some kind of order. They're not really in the best order here, but you can see when the screen is off and then when it's on, so you kind of get a view of that. But I think the screen would have had to have been off in sleep mode. There's a note. You can look at the way that the chair is set. All of the stuff missing on the bottom. There's definitely dirt, dust. Here is that note. This is how they find it. That pin, they're going to be able to get one swab from that pin, and that's about it. So you can see Christmas is coming. It will be a new year. And that 6 looks like it was a 5, or maybe it just looks a little weird. What do we got here? Kevlar helmet in aluminum foil. So lots of notes, lots of writings. I'm assuming all related to the project that he's working on, to the Gray State project. Note where the chair is now. The chair has been moved a little bit. Markers are up. Everything is being marked. There's number 13. The screen is back on. That is on the table there too. Yep, and there's some more of the passwords for 21. Oh boy, lots of them. But it's all on paper, so yet they have a note that they type out later. Okay, there's 39. There's some more blood, and none of this really. None of it really goes back and directly ties to David. That's the biggest problem that they've had, and that's the problem that they're going to continue to have, unfortunately. There it is, submit to Allah. Open the Rise, most recent version. Some blood there, and it's flipped open. It's flipped open on the back side, actually. I thought that was interesting. So here's one side of it. And you can see the Sandy Hook, Fast and Furious, BHD, Graduation, some interesting stuff. The Titanic, Building 7 crossed off. That one was always an interesting one to me. And here, if you look at the lower level, it just looks like an area where something was wiped up, or just not that much dust, whereas everywhere else is very dusty. So here are the terabytes, the hard drive, the terabytes of data that they got, that they didn't find anything showing them any motive of why David was guilty. Nothing. There's nothing there. But of all of these terabytes of data, interesting. Yet, they'll still just say that he's guilty, and that'll be it. Got one of the family pictures. And there's another one there. Nice hard drive. Got one of those. Lots of hard drives, lots of backup hard drives. Everything's stored, I guess it's stored offline. There's an old school one. Good for photos, things like that. Seagate. Yeah, everything back up. Everything is being backed up. GSC, Gray State. Oh, Gray State C, Gray State B. So A, B, C, D. So a lot of these could have just been, copy 1, copy 2, copy 3, copy 4. Or maybe it was just, part 1, part A, part B, part C, etc., etc. There's GSA. Be curious to see if the same stuff on GSA is on GSB and GSC. A little blurry there. Number 18, BX. Number 19, HHP, Hothead Productions. 26, there's some of the chords. Oh, Lexar. Missed that one before. Alright, now we're looking at the wall here that's leading up to that closet inside of the office bedroom. I've always loved you forever. Little Mexican thing, forever. Registered nurse. It's Kamel's files, her documents in there. It's a working office. There's another, maybe iPad, Surface Pro, something like that over there as well. Dear Any American. Some checklists. All showing signs for the future. GS 2015 schedule. It's all there. Okay, there's the WGA. There is the Gray State. That's what it is for the writer. He's the writer of Gray State. Expires 6/5/19. Oh, it's going to expire this year. Interesting. Curious to see what happens then. Here's his unit. A couple photos of the unit there, and then we're getting into the closet. Gray State, the Rise. More stuff. There's the camera. You can see the camera up there. More documents on the bottom. Come out stuff. Second closet. There's the Bohemian Grove owl. We only got one shot of that. You get a little closer shot of the bottom of the owl there, but that's about it. The printer. The keys. That was another one. The keys right there. Maybe a title, car title right next to it. There you go. Somebody gonna sell this car? Looks like it. More of the hard drives. Another backup. Lots of backup hard drives. But I think the keys on the table were some of the most interesting to me. Yep, another hard drive, another backup. GS Backup 03. Look at this, the Rise. Oh, more stuff about the Rise. I mean, definitely doesn't seem like someone who's coming to an end. It seems like just someone who's storing things, stacking things, having databases, having backups for backups. And there you go. Everything is backup. CT backup. The keys, a little closer view of the keys there. Another archive, 003. They're labeled. Everything is nicely labeled, so he knows what's on them. That would make sense. There's a Seagate. Another little hard drive there. Again, they have all of this stuff and nothing there. Oh, this one's interesting because it does look like maybe there could have been some blood on that. This Hothead one, this is on the couch. I'm not sure where that number 35 came from, but there's more backups. There's a lot more stuff in there as well, more hard drives. Now the printer, number 36 here, that we're going to see, it was, and there was another lighter at the bottom of this desk too. But here is the contributor list. I believe this was from the Democratic Party, 2007 maybe. I always forget what year exactly, but David had that list in there, and he also had, there's their marriage certificate. But yeah, it was curious that David had that list, and it was curious that that list was inside of the printer. It's not very likely people leave it in the printer. That's probably another hard drive there, number 37. And now we're looking at the wall. We're going to look at some of Kamel's accolades. But I think the fact that there was the printed up stuff inside of the printer still in the printer tray, to me that also looked like a scene that was interrupted. That's just my view. And there's some more of the Kamel, the University of Minnesota, Master of Public Health. Very cool. Now we're going to look at the daughter's bathroom, the second bathroom inside of the house. Here are the two sinks. You can see one is used, the other is not. Used by the daughter, by Rania. I don't know if she had to use like a step stool to maybe get up there. Or I'm not exactly sure how tall she was, but There's a sponge next to it too, almost like it was going to be cleaned. The way that the sink is, I guess not this sink, but the other one that we're going to look at, but the way that the second sink is, just is kind of odd to me. I guess, you know, you brush your teeth, but generally you would wash it out, or even later, a couple days later. So it makes me wonder, when was the last time that they brushed their teeth? There's the 3 photos, and I've had some differing views on those 3 photos as well. They look kind of odd to me. I'll just leave it at that. You can see the toilet seat is open. 2 towels there on the floor. Another thing to note, there is toilet paper there, but we're not going to see toilet paper inside of that toilet, as far as I know. Close-up of those towels. You can see that the toilet seat lid looks wiped, but is that toilet paper, or is that more closer to possibly towels, paper towels, or is it something else? It's not bread, it's not food. There's another cup, but there's the toys, but the curtain is not up. So another strange thing I would think would be taken into consideration. Now we're getting into the toys here. And of course, that's not how they were found. So you'll see multiple photos with toys next to the door, and then other photos where the toy isn't next to the door. So of course you had 2 entries. You had the Apple Valley Police Department, and then you had the BCA team and the detectives. Apple Valley Police Department detectives too. More toys all over the ground. And doesn't this look like a scene interrupted? I mean, obviously it's a child's room. It could just be a regular child's room, but I would also look at signs of maybe not signs of a struggle, just signs of weird stuff, I guess. But you can see that the curtain is open. The child's room curtain is a little bit open there. Here's some of the photos. Lots of photos of everybody, not just of David, not just of Kamel, but all 3 of them. Lots of photos of all 3 of them together. They're focusing on that bed. They're just taking photos of how they found that bed, seeing what's on this wall here, into My Little Pony. Now we're getting closer to the closet, and no blood, nothing like that was found. Nothing of value, pretty much, from what they're telling us, was found here in this. This is all just normal, just a regular child's room. And nothing suspicious, no signs of intrusion, no signs of a struggle, nothing like that in this room. There was also another world map at the top that we kind of missed, but there was a world map there as well in the upper left corner. Okay, now looking at the master bedroom. First thing you notice, dog feces. Notice the socks on the floor. That window was open a little bit. Now watch this bed. Watch how things move around as the investigation continues. You can see the gun safe in there is open, but as it continues, you'll start to see things on the bed moving around here. Of course, you can see the dog feces there. You can see which rooms the dog feces was in and which rooms the dog feces was not in. There's the socks. There's a little notepad, a little piece of paper. Anybody could have written a suicide note right there if they wanted to, but guess didn't do that. Getting a close-up view here. Nicer view of the pen and the paper. Nothing on it, nothing of value. They don't mark it, they don't take it in for evidence or anything, so I'm assuming there's nothing of value on it. You can see the number 38 on the gun safe in the back. There is a magazine, a full magazine inside of that gun safe there. You can see it looks like it's plugged in somewhere too as well. See right above the Vicks Vapor Rub, and you'll see in some of these photos the vacuum is out, and other photos the vacuum is in. So we're going back and forth a little bit here. And if you look at that bed, looks like some of the bed sheet might have been cut a little bit on the right side. So again, one of the windows, both of the windows look like they were just open just a little bit at the bottom of the curtain. Of course, right there they're not. You'll see some of that stuff that is underneath that gun safe. At one point, some of that stuff will be on the floor. It does look like a gun holster that is in there. You can clearly see a marijuana pipe, some wristbands there, And this safe does open two ways. There's also a set of keys that we can see. But the safe does open two ways. It is by the touchpad up top, which is probably like a keypad. I believe it is labeled as a keypad. And you can also open it through keys. There is a place where you can insert a key as well. And there you see it right there. Unless you got to do both. I don't know. Be good to find out. There's that lamp. Full mag inside. Mag looks black, but it's actually silver. And they'll give us some close-up views there. It's number 44 and one of the evidence tags. It's from another angle. Almost looks like there's something at the bottom, like a S at the bottom. It's interesting too. Safe is number 38. The safe is taken as evidence, whereas number 34, the recliner, at least part of the recliner, is not taken. Of course, big difference in the size, but still, some things are taken, some things aren't. There's no blood on that gun safe either. It's just touch DNA, and it only matches Kamel. Another close-up view. It definitely looks like a 5 at the bottom in that view. And here you can see that this is loaded. There are 11 rounds in this one. That was made clear. At first I thought this was tied to the murder weapon, but it's not. This is the second one. This is the one that's found in the gun safe. Has hollow points as well. Now we're looking up. You can see above the lamp there some little markings. David's pants on the ground, other stuff on the ground, a blanket on the ground. Kamel. So it was always a question of what side is this? Was this David's side or Kamel's side? Also looks like there's a knife, another knife right there. I'm not sure if that's a knife. Hard to tell. It's something though. The watch, Sharpie, some books. All this stuff just right here. So I'm not sure if this was the side that David slept on or the side that Kamel slept on. Hard to tell. There's the holster on the ground. Somebody brought up that the jeans look kind of wet, so let me know if you see that. If you look at those jeans in the past photos, if they look wet to you. I'd love to hear your guys' view on that. And now you can see the vacuum is back inside. Of course, the vacuum was inside of the closet at first, and then in later photos the vacuum was pulled out, and I'm assuming that's when they went behind the vacuum. There's another large trunk case. Never did find out what was in that trunk case, but it'd be good to know. Some of Kamel's purses, some of her items, more of her items. Does this look like a scene that was interrupted as well? Any signs of a struggle, anything like that? Looking at more, I see the wire going up next to where the books are. I was curious what that is, just a set of lights or something else. The attic is right above this area as well. Probably connected to those lights up top is where that power plug is going in. Let me know if you notice anything on that bookshelf as well. Some interesting books over there, I'm sure. And there is the entryway into the attic that they won't find until much later. What else do you see here? What do you see of value here? Not seeing too much, but still curious. And of course, weed out on the table. Kids around, but just gonna leave the weed out on the table like that. The weed out on the table, the way that it is, looks to me generally like a scene that was interrupted. Somebody got interrupted doing something. Nobody just, puts this stuff out there and then decides to go kill their kids. You can see right now the credit cards are not out there in the image before they were. So they're pulled out there and then they're all photographed. But right now, this is what you're looking at right now is how it was found. And that's probably Kamel's cell phone. And there's the weed just laying out there in transit, about to be used. The weed was closed. Be good to know if we could tell how old this weed was, how long it might have been sitting there. I think that would be a good thing. Number 42, Kamel's cell phone. And you did see those credit cards and the debit cards that were out there, but those were not out there like that. They were put out there by the police and photographed. See the window, the curtain open a little bit. Now we're going to make our way into the bathroom here. A few key things that we noticed inside of that bathroom that were interesting as well. Obviously the sink, I first thought that that was blood in the sink. Police don't indicate that it is. I don't know what it is. Bong water, whatever it is, it's something. Paper towels again on the ground. Paper towels in every room. Now this one doesn't have any toilet paper. No toilet paper in this sink. But you can see, what is this? What are we looking at here? If it's not blood, I'd love to know what it is. Is it more darker? These better photos kind of look a little more dark. It still looks reddish to me, so I don't know. There's the bong there in the corner. And a nice little note there. Another cup. We're going to see cups next to every toilet. For some reason, there will be cups. But I just found it a little strange in this one that there's no toilet paper when this should have been the one that I would expect it to have toilet paper first, but apparently not. There's a lighter on the ground. Probably that could have been used to light the bong, I'm sure. The towel. So now they open it up. You can clearly see that it's been wiped. The top of the seat has been wiped. There's a toothbrush there, probably used to clean that bong water as well. Some of Kamel stuff. So definitely a shared bathroom. And the curtain. So this one does have the curtain, at least. Curtain is attached. And again, just looking inside, they don't find anything of value. Nothing, no blood, nothing like that. No signs of a struggle. We're now looking at the Crowley garage. We're going to see the two cars in there. The black car was the one that Sidra dropped off in October, and the gray one is one that Mr. Alam bought for David. Here's David's little tool shed area. You can see all the nice tools there. Some interesting stuff on that wall. There might have been a camera mounted on that wall. Has been one of the theories. Haven't really found too much to it, but here's another close-up view of that desk there. And you'll see in the back there's a Gray State photograph, or a Gray State poster that shows the prices and stuff of the t-shirts, stickers, etc. $20 something. There is another chest there, another black box there, and we're just getting a nice view of the whole car here as well. This black car again was the one that was brought by Sidra. Sidra picked up a different car and left this black one there. So this one was there since October of 2014. They got the plates on there. And the other car, the gray one, from what I was told, was the one that Mr. Alam bought for David. We're getting some more shots of the tools. Everything that's on the walls there. 2 bikes, 2 helmets in the back, all the tools, show snubbling tools, everything like that. Here's the other side of the garage. There's an American flag. There's that garage door. You get to see the other side of the garage door there, and how nice and neat some of the stuff on those shelves are as well. Another Gray State poster. Ron Paul sticker. You can also see those targets in the back, some of the same targets. And you can get a general view of where the garage was and the distance into the house. There's some of those targets again. Some of the same ones were left outside of the house. RFID clinic. Interesting there. Now we're looking a little closer at the gray car. Both Toyotas. Look like one might have been up for purchase. They might have been wanting to sell one of these cars. Let's see about that. There was theories that they have planned to move to California, so they wouldn't need 2 cars. So even more reason to think that they might have been wanting to sell one of them, if that's true. Now we're going to look inside of that gray car. Again, this is the major car here, and lots of survival things in there. Some might say that this is a get out of Dodge packet. You never know. But it's very important to note that it was found in this trunk, and nothing is mentioned about the other trunk. But you gotta have some ammo. He's got the gun there, so if he needed to take his gun with him, boom, throw it in there. It's all legal. It's all right. Maybe not in California. So, good shots, good close-up shots of all this stuff here. That makes you think that they were planning on leaving. Tickets, you can look at the date of the tickets when they're valid too. This is one of the item number 46s and 47. There are I believe three or four different item lists, so there's a close-up of those bullets. You can see the shape that they're in. And we're going to look at those shelves that we were talking about. There's a bullet exchange photo in the back, some tiki lights for outside, probably in the backyard. And just, yeah, another good shot there. I think we're going to start closing up on that door, getting a nice close-up view of that door there. Definitely some barbecue gear, some paint rollers. And they close up on that door just to make sure no signs of forced entry or anything. So when they're talking about no signs of forced entry, that's one of the things that they're talking about. And there it is. There is the guillotine shot. And now we have come to the basement. Now we're going to start looking inside of the basement. You see here the door is closed. In the next shot we're going to see the door is open. I do believe the door was open, then it was found like this. And now we're going to try to give you all of the different shots that we have of those stairs going down in some type of order. So you can see all these first shots that we're going to see here should have the stairs in them at some angle at some point. We're looking down now. And the hair, that I thought that was kind of weird, that some hair was just kind of randomly there. Looking for any signs of blood, anything like that. If a hand or something like that was dragged down here. No signs of that, but definitely a little piece of hair that we're going to see. No flesh or anything that's found, but the hair is very interesting. And then the poop that's found. That hair looks like it's consistent with the hair and stuff that was found upstairs. A couple shots of that, of the dog feces here. Good close-ups there. Still looking at the stairs, trying to give you guys a view of almost like a 360 of what it would look like if you were to look at the stairs, because when we first got some of the photos it was still hard to figure out where the stairs were. Of course now we have the actual diagram, so if you guys need those, we definitely got those for you. You can see the dog poop on the ground. You're going to see that everywhere. It's all over this area. When they say all over, it's not like it's piled on top of each other or anything. It's just you see some here, some there, and it's everywhere. If you really look at all these shots, if you were to calculate them, you'd see a lot of these shots do have some type of dog feces in them. I thought the Spider-Man was interesting because there was one of Kamel's friends that said David was going to be a part of the next Spider-Man movie. I was trying to find the timeline, figure out what Spider-Man movie they were talking about. Maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. Alright, and still looking at this, you can see this is when the police come down here. Obviously, they're like, what is this? They're going to see some guns, some other weapons, some military stuff, props, things like that, whatever it is, but definitely would raise their eyebrows to see if this guy is stocking up for like World War III or something like that. Of course, we know that's not true or anything, but still, I mean, they don't know what's going on at this point. So more stuff of the table there. This is all still in that open area on the bottom. There you go. There's some ammo. And some interesting stuff here, but this is all kind of in that open area still. We're still there looking behind where that black couch is. That black couch, also behind that black couch, we're going to see what might be some decomp that leaked through the living room floor. We're going to see that here close up. And these weapons. More shots of the weapons, of course. Yeah, I mean, props, whatever, dummies, paintball stuff, whatever it is, to the cops it must have looked kind of strange. It must have looked strange to them to see all this stuff here. But wouldn't take them long to figure out that this was a soldier, right? And why is all this stuff here? Were they packing up? Were they getting ready? I mean, was this part of their move? It's, you know, there's movies on the ground you can see over there too as well. So, I don't know what that pipe is. Oh, like a bong pipe. Oh, I didn't notice that before on that black case there. It's always something that I don't notice. Why I keep going over these and making sure everybody has them, because another set of eyes might see something that I missed. So with the drum set, you can see how old that drum set was, how new it was. You can see David's U.S. military bag there on the ground. We can see the "Don't Tread on Me." That's a big one. I believe the flag was a Pakistani flag. I believe that was, took a little while to figure that out, but a quick search and someone was able to quickly figure that out. The head there, the white head, I think that is part of, there's a scene in the trailer that shows this guy's head turning white with blood, and I think that was used for that prop. The Muse, I don't really know that much about them, so you guys probably do, I don't know. Not really into that, but Patriots Rise, getting another close-up of the Gray State photo here. Where those pillows were is where one of the windows are. You can see the one of the boards on the ceiling is now out. David's equipment, all of his music gear, all right down here, still in this open area. Some more posters. Some more shots of that. It's a close-up of that. All these photos. Nice FEMA shot there. The Dark Knight, Batman, definitely. So I was a fan of that. And here is some of the decomp stuff that we're going to see in the back on that wall. You'll start to see what I first thought was blood. I don't know what it is, but definitely if it's not blood, it's decomp, a mixture of both, etc. It's something, but I have questions. Maybe it was some type of leak or something. That could be too, I guess, but I just found it kind of odd that this is also in the same area where the bullet will go into the south wall. So this is all on the south wall here. Is where it's all going to be. And now we're going to get into that bullet shot. This is F from the living room. So this is the bullet that goes down, shoots into the south wall and is lodged there. Getting some good close-up shots of that. This bullet travels. It travels pretty far. Goes through wood. I believe that's real wood. Goes all the way down through the paneling, and lodges into that south wall. So interesting. And of course, nothing ever comes of that bullet. There's no blood. There's nothing tied to it. They don't even have lead that's tied to it. So that was kind of odd. But when they cut it out, you can see that's at this point they've cut it out to kind of preserve it as best as they can. They've taken out some of those boards on the top. This will give us a better view, a better angle of where that bullet went, where it came from, because it's a very important one. This is a missed shot, whatever it is, whoever did it, somebody missed. They shot at the ground and missed. I don't know, that's the way I took it. So that's the other side of F that we're seeing there. This is what it looks like. We saw this in the living room when the carpet was pulled back. Now we're getting a shot of it from what it looks like on the basement and where it's lodged there. I think is also interesting. You can get a very good shot there of how big that bullet hole is. And going down, now it's a little wet. If you look at where F is, in that last shot when it was labeled, it looked a little wet, a little different. There's another shot there. Some of that side wall goes right into this, lands right on top of here. That was interesting too. The drywall just lands right in the drywall there. Getting some other shots, and they're just kind of And again, these are from 2 or 3 different sets of photos, maybe from a combination of 3 or 4 different cameras. So that's why it looks kind of different. But here it looks a little wet. If you look at F the way it is, it looks a little wet to me. And you don't see the bullet there. And that just shows kind of how deep it went in. Wow, look at that. That's really deep. And that's where it's lodged. So they cut that out. This is F. This is number 45. Item number 45, bullet number 45. And if you look up number 45, they don't find anything. They can't rule anybody out, but that just means they don't have any way to tie it to any of David, Kamel, or Rania either. And they're cleared to note that. All the documents note that as well. All right, you can see a lot of dog feces there. Now we're going to go into the bathroom. We're going to start to make our way into that bathroom. It's very easy first looking at the photos to get kind of confused of where the layout, what the whole layout of this house is, unless you've been there, unless you've seen it. Now we're moving into this bathroom. This looks like a built-in bathroom. This maybe David built this himself. It looks like he was building. There's a couple rooms back here. It's actually pretty nice. You can see that tubing. That's still a question that I have. Also, the sink is plugged. Definitely good to look inside of that toilet. Even though we're looking at the sink here, really nothing there. You're not seeing anything similar to what we've seen in the sink in the master bedroom. This looks just like a sink that hasn't been cleaned. This looks like a man sink. This is like a man cave. This is all part of it. These circle things are actually insulation. So I think, I don't know if that was because of the whole music thing that he was working on, but you can definitely tell that here, unless there's more to it there. But it just seemed like David was a builder. He was building these things. He used 2 different types. Some are the blocks right under that toilet paper. You notice toilet paper is pretty full too. And there's a cup next to that toilet. We're going to get another close-up shot of that toilet, because this is a very important one to measure that water. See how low that water is. And it's clean, no indication of any dog or anything accessing that water, but the dog would have had access to it. And there's the towel, the bleach towel right there. And now we're going to get another shot of the towel, and then we're going to make our way out of this bathroom. I think that's about all the photos they have of that bathroom. You see that photo there? Going back down this hall, and we're going to make our way back into to where the washer and dryer are. And we see some more dog feces on our way. There's 2 more rooms back here to the left, and I believe to the right. And there's that door. That door is just randomly there on the ground. There's a pantry to the right of this photo, I believe. To the left is where the washer and dryer are. You can see some Christmas present wrapping paper there. You can see another dog carrying case, some more luggage. Some interesting stuff there. There's actually things in the dryer, is what it looks like. So again, not too many people kill themselves. They leave all of this out and then kill themselves. It's hard to believe, but just getting some more shots of that sink too. And here's the back area where the heater is. Some more of the military gear, probably for props, things like that. Just storage, a lot of storage space here. Some of that Morton looks like, what was that, cement? Oh, salt, right? The salt, probably to salt down the garage, the driveway. Sorry. All right, now we're going into that pantry. See some water there. You see a lot of. This is good. Everybody should have stuff like this. You really need this because you just never know. It's always good to have. If something major happens, you can't get to the grocery store, you can't get to water, etc., etc. Everybody should have something like this. If you have room, if you have space. So they definitely did. Some of that e-food stuff. I've looked into some of that. Storable foods, what it looks like. Breakfast, rations. Pretty well stocked up. Some sausage and tomato sauce. All right. Water treatment, water filter stuff. So they definitely know a lot about the bad water that we have, the bad air, bad everything. Tons of water there, so they got their own water. But they are ready. They are stored. They are stacked. They are ready if they needed to. If they were not able to get to the grocery store or not able to get to food, water, they were ready. I think that's the most important there. And I want to thank everybody for watching this, for looking at this. I hope this helps. I hope looking at all of this helped you guys, because we got a long way to go here and a short time to get there. Let's go. We are now going to look at item 53. This is the bullet that was found on January 20th, 2015. I'll show you the photos first. There's only 6 photos, and then we'll discuss it. So let's go through these 6 photos here. This is pulled up against the blood wall. So where that couch was, the couch has now been moved, and this desk is pushed up against that same wall. You can see to the far left, you can even see that the white painting of that wall, because when the cleaners came in, they painted this wall white to cover up that blood painting, the blood smearing, all that stuff. So when the cleaners came in, they painted this, got rid of the Allahu Akbar written in blood, but this is that same wall. This is the west wall. You can barely see that mushroom bullet right there in the center on the floor. This rolled out of a carpet. I'm assuming the living room carpet. We'll get to that. Here is a comparison to a pin. Shows you exactly where it is. Let's go to the next one. Taking measurements here. Doesn't appear to be any blood or anything, but apparently blood was found on that, and the blood matched Rania, the 5-year-old daughter. So on January 18th, they leave the house without this bullet. Here's another shot of the bullet. Reading from Brian Bones' report here. At approximately 1300 hours on 1/20/2015, Detective McKnight was contacted by the company cleaning up the Crowley residence at the request of David's father. The cleanup crew personnel notified Detective McKnight that they had discovered a bullet at the residence. They relayed to Detective McKnight that while picking up the rug from the main living room area, a bullet had come out of the carpet and fallen to the floor. They were uncertain exactly where the bullet had been on the carpet, but said that it had fallen out of the rug and onto the adjacent hardwood floor. I responded back to the scene where I assisted in collecting the bullet that was discovered. I photographed the area, finding that the crime scene cleanup crew had cleaned up the residence. So they're not exactly sure where the bullet was, but it was attached to that carpet. And somehow the crime scene team, the BCA, they missed this. Collecting evidence. Everybody collecting evidence missed this. The bullet will be transferred to the BCA crime lab for further analysis. It should be noted that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mushroom portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. The photographs of the bullet were later downloaded to a secure server at the Apple Valley Police Department. So that's what Brian Bones says about item 53. Here's what Detective McKnight says about item 53. Since these meetings, I've worked with the family on a number of issues, including getting the dog that was found in the house to DJ. They also asked that I work with the biotech crime scene team and escort them into the house. I was contacted by the cleanup team while they were in process. They stated that they had located a bullet that had been rolled up in the carpet. The bullet had rolled out under the hardwood floor that had already been cleaned. I went to the house and assisted Detective Bone M. Booth in collecting the bullet. Here's another interesting thing about item 53 is when the blood tests are done, when the DNA tests are done, it is found that there is a mixture of 2 or more people. David and Kamel are excluded from being contributors. So we have another person here, another person that contributed to item 53. Very curious there, right? Perhaps this might be the biggest smoking gun of them all. Does this show that somebody else was in the house? Does this show that somebody else was in the house at the time of the murders, at the time of these killings? How does item 53 match Rania, but not David or Kamel? It's an interesting one there. There's also mention in the BCA report that item 53 was shot from item 1. So if they believe that item 1 shot item 53, yet item 53 is showing two people's DNA, and David and Kamel are excluded, could that mean that somebody else fired item 53 from item 1? Whatever the case, it is 2 or more DNA profiles that were found on item 53. One matches Rania. It does not match David and Kamel. Let's now look at item 57. Item 57 is also a bullet that was found on February 18, 2015. No blood is found on this bullet, but the DNA profile does match David Crowley. In all of the photos that we have, there is one that shows the ceiling where the bullet should have been on January 17th. Let's look at that one. And here is the only image that we have so far that would show whether or not a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling when the police first entered this house on January 17th, when these photos were first taken. This photo is included so that way you can see what it looked like 1 month later, what the house looked like there. In the second image, we're pulling back a little bit. You can see that the marker on the south wall is still there. I'm not sure if blood is still there or not. Let's look at the third image here. Getting another shot. And you can see definitely some things look white there. 2 different types of curtains, both red, not matching at all. The shoes are still there on the ground. Let's look at the next one. Now we're getting a closer image. So hard for me to say exactly if that's before or after Joe Cooksley puts his finger through this hole. So the reason that this hole might look a little big to us right now is because by this point Joe Cooksley has already put his finger through it. Alright, here's another angle of that hole that you can see there. They don't mention any traces of blood or anything like that here, so let's go to the next one. An even closer image. This is going to lead up into the attic. Let's go to the next one. Now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see where somebody would have to be standing or sitting, kneeling, etc. for the bullet to enter in this way. Let's go to the next one. It's going to give us a little more close-up view here. It's a pretty big hole. Obviously you're not going to miss that one right there. So I'm assuming that is when, definitely after Joe Cooksley put his finger through it for whatever reason. Here's another image scrolling to the next one. We get to see that hole and the distance from the light for one last time. That'll be the last one at this distance. Let's go to the next one with the marker there, and you can see. Now if the marker is up, I would hope that this was taken before Joe Cooksley put his finger through this hole. Hard to really tell. It would be good to follow up on that for sure. Here's from another angle, same one. You can see the distance. It's a big hole at this point. Now we're going into the attic. This is from the master bedroom. You can also get to the same attic from the garage. And I believe one person went up this way and the other BCA crime scene team person went through the garage, and they scattered the attic. They looked through the attic. What you'll notice here though in the next photo right here is that there is a ladder there, and this ladder was not there when police left this house on the 17th. Not clear if it was there when the police left the house on January 20th or not, but that's how they got up there, or that's how somebody got up there. So somebody was up there, and we know that that was Chris Klein, Mason Hendricks, and that cast of characters, a group of them. depending on who you ask, you might get different stories about who exactly was in the house on January 19th. We'll get to that later. And here's another shot to show the distance, how far back it was. Let's go to the next one. We're now in the attic. Okay, so hard to see there where it is, but it's kind of in the upper left corner is where the bullet is. Let's go to the next photo. Getting another angle so you can see the drywall. The bullet goes up through this attic. Skip to the next one. Hits this top paneling here. You can see by the white marks there. Let's go to the next one. And lands right here. You can see exactly where the bullet lands. Next shot is a little close-up view, closer view of that one. Let's go to the next one here. It's a close-up view of that hole. Let's go to the next one. Close-up view of the plywood leading to the roof. Next one. It is now labeled as item 57. Next shot, a closer view of item 57 as well. Next one gives us item 57 still, but now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see exactly where the bullet went into the attic and then bounced back down. Hopefully that will help somebody give us some clear indication of where the bullet was coming from here. Here's an even further view, a little pulled back a little bit more. These are all DSC, by the way. Next one. Now some of these were included in the BCA photos that we got later on, unlike item 53. And let's go to the last image here, and you can see where the white markings are and where the bullet probably ricocheted. But in order for it to ricochet here, to land back down where item 57 is found, how far away would someone have to be? Would someone have to be literally on the ground? And none of that answers the question of why police miss this either. So let's read from the police reports. This is Brian Bones' police report about Chris Klein. This is where it gets very interesting. Okay, on 2/17, I spoke to Christopher Klein, who identified himself as a friend of the Crowley family. I had been trying to locate Klein to learn why he had been at the Crowley residence on 1/19, as a neighbor had called in about a suspicious person at the house. Klein received my business card at his residence and called me back at approximately 1700 hours on 2/17/15. Klein wanted to ask me questions about the status of the investigation and was speculating about how many rounds had been discharged at the house. He indicated to me that he had been in the house since the discovery of the Crowley family at the residence. He said he had been there with David's father and brother and had seen there were 2 shot rounds in the floor and roof. Prior to this conversation, I was unaware of a round being shot into the ceiling roof. Detective McKnight assisted me in contacting David's father and to ask for consent, to enter the home to look for the damage to the ceiling. On 2/18/2015, Detective McKnight spoke to Daniel Crowley and obtained permission to go into the house. At approximately 1500 hours, Detective McKnight and I used the house key in the front door lockbox to gain entry into the house. We immediately found what appeared to be a bullet hole in the ceiling near the front door and adjacent to the living room. From my initial looking at the hole in the ceiling, it appeared that the bullet may have come from the living room area. Based on the angle, the bullet appeared to have traveled through the sheetrock. We looked for access to the attic area of the house and found that the attic access from the master bedroom room closet was open. This had not been open at the time of our initial search of the house on 1/17/15. I contacted the BCA crime scene team and advised them of our findings. I requested they assist us in documenting the damage and assist in looking for the bullet in the ceiling and attic area. We secured the house, and Detective McKnight maintained security on the house while I obtained a warrant for the house. I prepared a search warrant for the house to recover the bullet believed to be in the ceiling or attic area. On 2/18/15 at 16:25 hours, the Honorable Judge S. Moynihan signed a search warrant granting us access to the house to recover what was believed to be a bullet from the ceiling. Detective McKnight and Tietz assisted me in executing the warrant with the assistance of the BCA crime scene team and Special Agent Olson with the BCA. During the warrant, they found what is believed to be a bullet in the attic area of the house. See the BCA crime scene team's report and photos for more information on the bullet. The BCA crime scene team collected the bullet and completed a property receipt, which was left at the house. Here's where it gets interesting. On 2/19/14, I viewed photos taken from the initial search of the house. In viewing these photos, I could see the hole in the ceiling, which we discovered on 2/18/15. So he's claiming the photos do exist. This is still Brian Bone. The photos do exist that show a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling on January 17th. But he also states here that he did not see it. He was not aware that a bullet hole existed on January 17th. Nobody was. Nobody was. Detective Gummert was a little more evasive in his answer about that. He said that he did see the bullet hole, but he wasn't sure when. And I think what it comes down to is nobody saw it on January 17th, and nobody knew about this bullet until February 18th, a month later. Wow. Detective McKnight writes something similar. He says, on 2/18/2015, I was informed by Detective Bone that there may be a bullet hole in the living room ceiling at the home of David and Kamel Crowley. The party given Detective Bone the information was Christopher Klein. Klein reported to be a friend of the family and had said he had been inside the home with Dan Sr. and Jr. and had seen the bullet hole then. During the initial processing of the crime scene, we knew that we could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from the gun used. The information given to Detective Bone could not be verified since we could not establish a definite connection between the reporter and the family. I contacted Daniel Crowley, Daniel Sr. I contacted Daniel Theodore Crowley, the father of David Crowley. To our knowledge, he is the next of kin in this case. He told me that he was not aware of the bullet hole and had not gone into the home with Klein. I asked for permission from Dan Sr. to enter the home to verify that there is a bullet hole. He agreed to let us in and provided us with the lockbox code. Detective Bone and I went to the home and found the bullet hole near the entryway in close proximity to where the Christmas tree had been. We exited the home and ensured it was secure. I waited in the driveway until Detective Bone could obtain a search warrant. He obtained a search warrant authorized by the Honorable Judge Moynihan. He also contacted the BCA crime scene team to search for the bullet and document the scene. The bullet was located in the attic rafters under the insulation. The measurements and collection of the bullet was completed by the crime scene team. I stayed at the house the entire time and assisted the crime scene team in locating and documenting the location of the bullet. I was assisted by Detective Tietz. The search started at 1700 hours and was concluded at about 1935 hours. The bullet was taken by the BCA for further examination. And once this bullet is tested, once item 57 is tested, it comes back with one male DNA profile, matches David, does not match Kamel, does not match Rania. The results show that blood was not detected on item 57. So the DNA profile does match David. There's no blood on this bullet. Very curious.
There's a window opening. Economic crisis and a constitutional crisis coming to a head. We're going to be going through some shit.
look at history and acknowledge that things like this can happen, things like this have happened, things like this are happening right now.
The Gray State is a part of this Orwellian nightmare that's being set up.
Their vision for what's next is a global Fed and even more power.
The potential complete collapse of America, of a global economy.
One world government.
New world order.
It's real. A lot of people are realizing it, and more people are going to have to.
You are a slave.
The system is failing us, and the bottom line is that something has to be done.
This is an empire in decline. If we don't do something drastic to put the federal government in check, we're going to be doing things the hard way with a violent collapse.
We are already beginning to fall to the Gray State.
We're already halfway there. This is the path we're already on.
Civil war is staring us in the face.
Trends like the slow yielding of our quiet American towns to a choking array of federal surveillance grids, illegal police checkpoints, and literal foreign occupation.
That is exactly the kind of abuse of power that led to the first American Revolution.
What is it that keeps it from happening in the United States? Is this the kind of world I want to live in?
The Gray State is a symptom. The disease is statism. The morality that we expect ourselves to adhere to, the standards of behavior and conduct. Like when you were taught in kindergarten, don't hit and don't steal, it wasn't unless you're a cop or an IRS agent. You know, when you learned thou shalt not kill, it wasn't unless your dear leader gives you a gun and a badge and a one-way ticket to the other side of the world. Those were moral absolutes, but what we are doing now is institutionalizing them in government and creating this moral exception for people that have the socially granted monopoly on the initiation of force over a given geographical area by calling it government and pretending that it's good for us.
The only thing that makes the government different from any other organization is the government has the ability to compel people to do things via force. You got to look at that whole idea that it's okay for us to do this, but not for you to do this.
They want you to feel defeated, they want you to feel powerless, and that is how they basically get away with rape, theft, and murder. It's like massive Stockholm Syndrome.
We see it every day. We see it in the news. We see it on headlines, but people still don't acknowledge it.
We are already living in a world where government has become a detriment to human liberty by any measure. It's such an obvious level.
We are already going into a scientifically designed Orwellian control system that is meant to use humans up like natural resources.
The stripping of your rights, your liberties, your freedom, private property, even your free will. That is the Gray State. And yes, it is real, and yes, it is here.
Jewel Beat.
The free enterprise system is based off 5 features: economic freedom, incentives, competition, voluntary exchange, and private property.
Basically, we believe as free market economists that people have a right to private property, that prices are driven from the market, people that are buying and selling goods and services.
Whereas a socialist system doesn't have those features. Then you talk more about public property and what can the state control versus what can the individual control.
If I buy something from you, it's because I value your product more than my money, and you are going to value that money more than that product, and we both benefit. Anytime you introduce force into that equation in any form, you subtract from humanity's potential to reach that ideal of prosperity and progress.
You can't force someone by law to buy something. Otherwise, voluntary exchange doesn't exist. You can see that with Obamacare, different mandates for consumers to purchase various goods and services. So that is a progression towards socialism. You're mandated to purchase certain items from the state.
Individual people can do much better in bringing up an entire economic society by themselves and not being ordered to do certain things, command economies, that sort of thing. That's why all command economies essentially fail.
That's what they did in Europe. You couldn't keep the benefits of your own labor, your own hard work and sweat. It would be confiscated by some corporate entity that had control over the monetary system. We had a nation of producers. We had a nation of people who were free to innovate and create and then be allowed to reap the benefits of that creativity. If you invented the television set, the state's not going to come in and say, we're confiscating that from you for the public good. You were then allowed to market it. It generated wealth, savings of money. You had more and more local hardware stores competing against each other. When you have greater competition, you have reduction in prices. Obviously, the people who can provide the highest quality product, the lowest price, are going to win out. Those who cannot will fail. That's what a free market is. It's the freedom to succeed and fail.
It's a simple fact of the superiority of using persuasion to get people to do what you want to do, as opposed to saying, well, I'm scared and I don't trust you and I'm going to just have someone with government put a gun to your head and do what I want you to do.
When people give money to Bill Gates or Sam Walton, he's not taking it from them. They're getting something in return. They're getting a service. They're getting a product. There is an organization out there that does take the money from you, and that's the government.
If you live in the United States and you work in the United States, you fall under our jurisdiction.
Does that mean that everyone in North America is a slave to your company?
I don't work for a company.
You work for the IRS. Is everyone is a slave to the IRS?
I believe that I do have jurisdiction. I believe it is valid. I believe I do have those rights, yes.
Okay, but you can't, by your own admission, answer a question regarding evidence to actually prove that there's jurisdiction.
Right, just
so you have faith.
Answer those questions.
So you have faith that you have jurisdiction. You don't have any actual evidence, and you're not qualified to determine if there is evidence to back that assertion up.
Correct.
Blind faith. That's really impressive when you're talking about other people's property and other people's lives, to have blind faith in a violent, aggressive system.
You don't have a choice about whether or not you can do business with the government. If you don't want to use our services, that's fine, but you're still going to pay for those services. If you don't have kids, you're still going to pay for public school. If you're not sick, you're still going to pay for health care. And if you don't pay, we're going to send people with guns to take your money and take your house and take you.
The feudal era, you had a feudal king or lord who would claim half of your crops in exchange for protection. And because the peasants didn't know any better, they could get away with that scam.
Hey, give me $20 or I'll shoot you or I'll throw you in prison, which is, what taxes are. No one pays taxes because they want to. Taxes are collected at the barrel of a gun. All laws are enforced at the barrel of a gun.
Now, the facade of statism has to include them throwing us a lot of bones. When a farmer will provide health care for his livestock in the same way that a government wants to keep the tax cows healthy and productive.
They bribe us with our own money. They tax us, and then they take that money and they push it back out. What they hope we don't notice is they take that money from us in the first place.
Without the income tax, America historically became the wealthiest country on earth because it goes back to the benefits of a savings-based economy where you're able to accumulate savings and you're not forced to turn it over to a governing authority to redistribute as it sees fit.
If you have a business, you're supposed to file as your business expenses, your business accounts, nonprofits, everything else. But you as an individual, there's no law stating that you have to file taxes on your income.
Understand that your income tax is a farce. The 16th Amendment of the United States was never properly ratified by Congress.
People today believe that taxation is absolutely necessary, like Winston Churchill said, it's the penalty for living in a civil society. This is not true. We lived without an income tax. New Hampshire today still exists without the income tax, and they're thriving. They're doing fine.
You think it's moral to force people to follow your rules, and you think that's moral. You think it's moral to force people to do what you want and to pay you. And we don't believe it's moral to force people under threat to
I disagree with the word force. Yeah, I disagree with the word force, but I think it's moral that you should have to pay your taxes, absolutely.
So it's moral to force people to pay for services they may or may not want.
Yes, it is moral to pay for things that you may or may not want.
So by doing things voluntarily and not using aggressive force and asking questions, that to you is immoral. But the opposite of being involuntary, using aggressive force and not questioning, that's moral to you.
One reason why the income tax is so detrimental, it's based on the assumption that the government owns everything, and they allow us to keep a certain percentage under their conditions.
Which proves the point that even a 1% income tax is morally wrong because it sows the seeds of destruction.
The gray state is a symptom of the step backwards of statism that we're experiencing right now. 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards is the course of human progress. And I can look back and say, well, we started the major step backward in 1913 that was the Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve legislation was drafted on an island, really called Jekyll Island. All these bankers, the heads of J.P. Morgan and the other large banks at the time got together on this island, secretly drafted the legislation and all that stuff. I think that name is perfect, the creature from Jekyll Island. It's this creature.
The Congress was on leave for Christmas, had a silent vote. Less than 10 votes. They actually got through.
And all of a sudden, the Fed Board of Governors became the all-powerful entity. So what you did was you gave someone a monopoly, and then they brought that monopoly into D.C. No different than the IMF today, no different than all the corporations and all the guilds, all the unions that are coming to D.C. to seek their monopoly favors.
So basically what it is that the Federal Reserve is 80% owned privately, but yet it prints our currency, depicts our interest rates, tells us how much commodity products are.
There's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve. It's a private establishment owned and run by offshore banks.
The Federal Reserve is a criminal organization. Did you people know that America doesn't even own its own money supply?
It's within our Constitution to be able to print our own money. Congress should have control over it. The Federal Reserve took that away.
This private central authority is going to loan money to your government at interest, so they make money off that debt. And then the federal government pays them back plus interest via taxation.
And basically it prints false money, money out of thin air.
I look at it as the age-old struggle of the Philosopher's Stone, where we used to try and find a way back in the old days to create gold, which was money and always has been money, out of lead, and they never could figure out a way to do it. So that's sort of like the rapture occurred when they realized we can substitute gold with paper money, which we can create infinitely at a very low cost.
When they want to spend more than they make off the revenue from the people, that's where they borrow money from the Federal Reserve. Basically, open a credit card.
So this debt is only valid so far as our public is able to cover that debt based upon our level of income taxes.
Federal income taxes does one thing, and that's it. When you pay taxes on your income, that goes directly to the Federal Reserve to pay interest on the debt that they create. Anybody not understand that?
Anything they cannot pay for via taxation, they turn on the printing presses. At this point, it's analogous to a Mickey Mantle rookie baseball card. You give some governing authority the right to create photocopies of this, pass them off at the same thing. What's going to happen to the existing value of all other Mickey Mantle signed rookie cards in good condition? Well, they used to be rare, so they had value. Now they eliminated demand. They took us off the gold standard. They took us off the oil standard. Oil is now traded in euros and other currencies, so there's not as much incentive to invest in the United States. And now they're increasing the supply. So you have declining demand and you have greater supply.
Many a country has tried this in the past. It ends up badly.
You can't just print money and say it's worth something. That's only going to work for so long.
What gives our paper its value is its world reserve status. Every currency on earth is backed to some degree or some percentage by US dollars. What used to give that value was that it was backed by something else of value. In our case, we had the highest gold reserves of any country on earth. We had an agreement under Bretton Woods with Saudi Arabia and OPEC, you know, the oil and petroleum exporting nations of the world, that their oil would only be traded exclusively in US dollars. Every other country on earth had to buy US treasuries and convert their currency to US dollars to get oil, which every economy needs to function, of course. That was the key to our prosperity in the early days.
It's an illusion, it's a mass delusion to say that a Northern Ireland pound has intrinsic value. It's only valuable if somebody takes it. And if you go try to spend that down in London, 9 times out of 10, people say, I don't want that. That's not real money. That's not a British pound. It's a symbolic representation of an exchange medium.
And that's the beauty of gold, silver, and other commodities. They don't lose their value. It just is what it is. It discourages moral hazard and unnecessary risk. If you couldn't afford it, you didn't buy it. This was not poverty. This was responsibility. So they're funneling all this money that otherwise didn't exist. They're creating it literally out of thin air, loaning it to the banks, and they loan it at interest.
You go to a bank, you get a loan, they basically transfer that money out of thin air into your account, and it's a debt. But it came out of nowhere, so technically that's fraud.
Since the 1970s, we did not have the ability to cover our debts via taxation. It's not popular to raise taxes. You're not going to vote for the politician who does that because that gets old. But we hate it when they stop spending. We like the free goodies. So that's why it is we're in such a deficit crisis and they spend so much money. It's popular to spend, it's unpopular to tax. So what do? We have the Federal Reserve paper it over.
The problem is Congress, the federal bureaucracy, and the military bureaucracies. And remember what runs those things: cash. When you fly into Ronald Reagan National Airport, as you're getting ready to land, if you look towards the Washington Monument, you will see this enormous mountain of cash. The problem with that mountain of cash is it's a magnet for all the wrong people. Everybody in the Beltway exists to get their hands on some of that cash. It essentially creates a situation in which everyone is for sale.
Again, to go back to the Mayer Amschel Rothschild quote, who was founder of the Bank of England, granting control over a nation's currency. I care not who makes its laws. Now, they do not directly influence public opinion, the laws, or anything like that. They do so, however, indirectly, because they control the money, so they care not who makes the laws, because they can use that money, which they can create in perpetuity out of nothing, and give it to their preferred representatives in government and help shape the agenda.
In every administration, there has been someone or multiple people associated to the Federal Reserve. Isn't that interesting? Why is that?
People, when getting into office, can borrow money from the Federal Reserve directly for their political campaigns. They necessarily don't have to pay that money back out of their own savings or their own donations. They just leave that as national debt that the United States owes the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is happy to create that debt because every dollar created, they get more interest paid back to them. Once they've taken this money from the Federal Reserve, it's like selling your soul to the devil. You don't really have a choice in which bills you pass or which ones you vote no or yes for.
Listen, there isn't much altruism when you're flooded with cash.
That is one very insidious way that the Federal Reserve impacts public policy. And they use, again, these various roundtable groups as a conduit to accomplish this indirectly, so it doesn't look like the Federal Reserve doing it. But that's ultimately what happens.
How long have they been trying to do this?
Forever. Bankers are like that. Yeah, if you let them do it. What you need is gutsy presidents, gutsy Congress people to prevent it.
Obama's entire cabinet stems from the Federal Reserve. If you don't believe me, look it up.
It's a win-win situation for government to spend. It's something that government's never going to be held accountable for. It's a way of free money for them.
The elite use the banking and financial industries as a mode of control because either you're owned by them or you owe money to them. So either way, it's kind of like this leash of control around everybody.
Today, if you create an invention, you're much less likely to run a company that employs people for very long because you're going to have a very large bank or a very large corporate entity come in and simply buy your product. It essentially allows them to confiscate the creativity of you and I, of regular people. It allows them to not produce, to not achieve, to not create something of a great value that the public will demand and consume, they didn't have to do that themselves. All they had to do was control the monetary supply. And they can then buy up for pennies on the dollar, essentially, your creation, your innovation, and market it to the masses. And then they can siphon off millions in taxpayer dollars for having produced nothing.
As humans, we're designed to worry about the next tribe coming over and attacking our clan. And men are designed to look out towards the horizon and see threats. But we only see military threats or criminal threats or thugs. We have not been designed to see corporate threats where global corporations get their people into government, then the traders in government create new systems and sign government authority over to that.
The conspiracy is one of human nature. And the moneyed power is using that moneyed influence to appeal to people's own based instincts and their own self-centeredness. You have to ultimately, in a free market, assume the risks and responsibilities associated with the freedom, again, to succeed and the freedom to fail. We don't have that. What you have today is a corporatocracy. You can essentially fail and you don't have to worry because you're going to get bailed out by the taxpayer. That's not a free market.
We don't have a free market. We have intertwined corporate interests, right? We have the hydra of these corporations that are addicted to cheap money, free credit, created by a privately owned corporation that monopolizes the creation of money.
So the Federal Reserve is going to create Mickey Mantle baseball cards ad nauseum and infinitum. They're going to just print them out to cover all these bad debts that went wrong when Goldman Sachs, Federal Reserve shareholder, decided to sell a whole bunch of these securitized mortgages thanks to the repeal of Glass-Steagall to foreign investors all over the world that went bad and they knew would go bad. The fraud element comes in, they knew they were going to go bad. So the Federal Reserve creates moral hazard again for these large banks by saying, don't worry, we'll paper it over.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
Over 700 points. Apple shares are just getting hammered.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5%.
A national rescue plan.
$85 billion deal.
The worst economic crisis facing the United States. There are going to be ominous consequences.
We're in the last days of this country surviving.
Supply urgently needed money so banks and other financial institutions can avoid collapse and resume lending.
We bailed out the guys that created this mess. And those are the last people that should be bailed out. These people should be granted a free pass.
Not passing a bill now would cost these Americans much more later.
There would have been a depression for the rich people. They would have gone bankrupt, and instead, they got the bailouts and we got the bankruptcy.
People accepted it. People were like, yes, good. Well, at least we have jobs. At least the banks are okay because that's where our money goes.
And every time they manufacture a depression in the marketplace, they receive a bailout. Smaller competitors do not, so they can buy up the assets, again, the things of tangible, actual value from the productive people in the economy, and they're confiscating it on pennies on the dollar, because when you're liquidating in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy situation, you're going to take whatever you can get. Then Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America can swoop in, take control of all those assets. They didn't produce anything. They didn't make anyone's life better, but they're rolling in the dough, aren't they?
The primary problems here is that there's an absolute unification of money and power and government. And you need to try, for the sake of sanity and liberty, to try and prize those things apart. Because at the moment, they are one.
Is this triangle? Corruption leads to secrecy and incompetence. It just breeds all this, and they just want to keep everything quiet.
In the Roman period, they used to talk about bread and circuses as entertainment for quote-unquote the mob. Let's increase prosperity and standard of living. Everybody gets to drive a better car. Everybody gets to live in a nicer home. And what we really want people to do is go to the mall and shop and be entertained. They've been very successful in turning the body of the American population into sedated consumers. Well, you can only sedate the consumer so long. When the consumer runs out of his ability to consume, when he suddenly wakes up and recognizes that what he thought he had, he doesn't, the money he thought he had is gone, the wealth he was promised is vanished, that's when the game is up. today inside Washington, the mainstream mentality is that you and I and the rest of us that are talking in these terms are out of touch with reality. They cannot begin to comprehend what you and I are discussing today, and I think that's very important for your viewers to understand.
Our banking system is a safe and a sound one.
Our deficit problems are completely manageable.
Everything will be fine. We'll pass some reforms, some new legislation. We'll make it all right.
Part of the scam of government by printing money, by borrowing money. We don't have to tax people directly. We can commit intergenerational child abuse and pass that bill off to the people who are unborn, who, when born into America, have a $45,000 stone around their neck as their share of just the federal debt in its most conservatively estimated forms.
People keep throwing around these numbers that were 15 trillion in debt, 16, 17. Those are all old numbers. It came out in Bloomberg Financial and other news outlets that under Obama's administration, in the first 2 years, over 23.7 trillion is missing. And those are old numbers, and that's on top of all the missing trillion from Bush.
You had $1 million and you started counting one at a time. It would take you 11.5 days to get to 1 million. If you were going to count to $1 billion, it would take you 31.7 years. In 1 trillion seconds, it's 31,700 years. That's the difference between a million, a billion, and a trillion. So a million seconds ago, 11.5 days ago, a billion seconds ago, 1980, a trillion seconds ago, 29,688 BC.
The way Bush has done it over the last 8 years is to take out a credit card from the Bank of China in the name of our children, driving up our national debt.
Raising the debt ceiling, which has been done over 100 times, does not increase our debt.
We have now seen our national debt go to the tune of $211 trillion if you consider all the government guarantees to workers for their retirements and their pensions, etc. We're at a point now where if you were to tax the American public to the tune of 100% of their income for the next 20 years, you wouldn't put a dent in the interest.
And we see the economy falling apart. And before, people said, you know, I can't really believe that this is all by design. How do just tens of trillions of dollars go missing? And then Ben Bernanke, the Fed chairman, just laughs at congressmen and senators when they ask him, hey, where's the missing trillions?
Some of the heads who were in charge of the accounting said, we just don't know where it went.
When everybody's struggling in this economy, Ben Bernanke's out celebrating at this huge gala event with all these rich, elite, powerful people. And meanwhile, there's children starving. What'd you do at the 2008 Bilderberg meeting? I'm not doing any press today.
For people in high office and high places, there is no accountability. And they like that. And it's a wonderful situation to be in. Never having to answer for what you've done.
If the government deliberately devalues and destroys the value of the currency, it will destroy the middle class, and the wealth will gravitate to the wealthy.
So when you print money, you literally expand the gap between rich and poor.
We are in debt, our kids are in debt, our grandchildren are in debt. It is time to stop.
When the United States defaults on its debt, which it will, to the Federal Reserve. It's not a question if, it's a question when. Each citizen has been placed on collateral, which is a social security number. So that means when it defaults on the debt, it's going to go to its collateral, which is you and me.
So first of all, when you're born, you're enslaved. Look at your identifications. Your name is all in capitals. It means you're a corporation. That's your serial number. That's your ticket number.
Everybody's given one of these when you were born. Okay?
That's your PIN number, meaning that you're going to pay interest to the Federal Reserve System, you know, as you grow up and get older, because the Federal Reserve borrows against us as debtors.
This, proven the fact that you're a number.
Politicians in the New World Order. Who's the one to blame when your yours was the quarter? Bankers, politicians of the New World Order.
And if I recall, back in 2009, I think it was, they said that people with incomes are a threat to their agenda. It seems to me that they want to make sure that the people don't have any money to fight back. Just even the little crumbs.
We have pulled this economy back from the brink.
There is no recovery. Everyone is going to feel this, even if they're not feeling it now.
Well, the thing that my baseball coach as a child taught me the most is that in life you are going to lose. We can't have a society of winners. There's not that many college students in the world, right?
I get up and I work every day for family and generations after me. I just don't know what their lives are going to be like. You know, that's my biggest fear, is what are we all going to pay for 50 years from now?
Our deficits are to such a degree that when you cannot cover it via taxation, no one's willing to loan you money anymore. And that's what we've been doing. We've been borrowing our way to financial prosperity from foreign central banks. And they won't lend to us anymore because they know mathematically we cannot pay it back via taxation. Bottom line, that's what this is about. They're just creating money, they're devaluing it, and there's no alternative.
The direction we're going in right now is debt and dependency. You understand the principles of the debt super cycle. And eventually that super cycle comes to an end because you can only print and borrow so much money. You've seen the dot-com bubble, you've seen the housing bubble, and if you understand the Austrian school, we're already building that next bubble.
The U.S. Treasury bond is the largest bubble out there, bigger than the credit card and the education bubble. It's several times bigger, and they're going to discover this unfortunate fact very painfully. And what happens then in times of economic crises is you go back to the world reserve currency, you buy up U.S. Treasury bills because it's a store of value. What's happening today is you're seeing that panicked flight to safety into the U.S. dollar. The dollar is not going up in value. It's still very gradually going down in value.
All it's going to take for us to crumble financially is for the world leaders to drop the dollar.
They can dump that on our market at any time. Create overnight hyperinflation. It means all commerce shuts down.
Well, if you know that in 6 months your dollars are going to lose 20% of the value, you're not going to hold on to them and save them, which is what we depend upon. You're sure as hell not going to back your currency by them. You're going to buy shit up while the buying's good. You see it now. You got China out buying up infrastructure all over the United States, Russia doing the same thing.
So they're taking these worthless US dollars and they're buying up this country.
And then there'll be a flight to safety in commodities, gold, silver, etc., to save what you have left. So essentially, at some point, all of the world's banks are going to dump dollars, and those dollars are going to start chasing goods and services. And as the means of production becomes more and more handicapped by government intervention, more and more regulation, less people are going to invest, the whole thing falls apart.
Now, look at the news. You see this is happening right now. The smartest minds in the world are saying these bonds are cooked. We've had it. The rally is over. The long-awaited bond apocalypse is happening, and I think it is happening in the next month, 2 months, 3 months. It's happening now.
So, what is real wealth? Is it in a paper currency again? No, that's just paper. It's kindling, it's something to write on, it's something to wipe your backside with. What does that paper get you? Goods and services. What does a bank confiscate? Do they come after your paper? No, they come after your house. They come after your cars. They come after the actual goods and services that had the value to begin with.
And that's why everyone who's inside the Beltway is so desperate to convince everyone it won't happen. Because there is no way to avoid it anymore.
The economy is going to be okay. Keep them working because you don't want to create pandemonium. If you start getting the people too scared about what's going on and start fearing the government, then they're going to have a revolution. They can't have that. They want to keep it on the tipping point where they have control.
They're going to use our own money to enslave us and collapse the monetary system at the same time, because again, every currency on earth is backed by US dollars. If there's nothing to replace it, you only have chaos.
In June of 1929, Mr. Mellon, who was the Secretary of the Treasury, told the American people that they lived in an era of unbroken prosperity, that they had nothing to fear. At the same time, he was liquidating all of his investments in the market. He was putting everything into cash and gold. He wasn't alone. Mr. Geithner recently made the statement that our banks are solvent, that there is no issue. We have nothing to be concerned about. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Jewelries. Jewelries.
The whole idea about conditioning the kids is the idea of creating a new generation that thinks differently than the previous generation. Teaching the kids that they should think a certain way, or they should feel a certain way, or they should vote a certain way.
Jewelries.
In the late 1800s, you have the emergence of psychology, the study of psychology, how people think and how people can specifically be manipulated. If you're familiar with the psychology of B.F. Skinner, what he would have you believe is that human beings are not creatures of introspection. They're not creatures of internal cognition. They have no soul, they have no thought processes, they have no free will. What they are animals to be trained. So you have Skinner's operant conditioning chamber, or the Skinner box, where he trains mice to perform for him based on a system of punishment and reward. Essentially what it does is it bypasses brain function and goes straight to an animal training method. You create a problem, offer a solution that drives them toward a pre-designed response. This is called the Hegelian dialectic.
The Hegelian dialectic is a formula and a strategy for creating a problem to then offer a solution that you have to the very problem that you've created to get the outcome that you desire, that you wouldn't have been able to get if you didn't create the problem in the first place.
Jewel beat. Jewel beat.
The Hegelian social theory was adopted by Lenin, by Marx, and it was applied politically in the form of communism and socialism. A German psychologist, Wilhelm Wundt, he is the first one to apply it to education.
For 85% of the American population, what is school supposed to do? Provide a path to employment and good citizenship.
Jewel beat.
I'm not going to go into a lot of great depth and detail in the Council of Foreign Relations, but you're looking at an organization essentially set up by Rockefeller and other central bankers, people who are responsible for the creation of the Federal Reserve, to debate education policy in the United States. It used to be that education was run by the states. Today you have funding and financing taking place with the federal government, whereby if public schooling systems don't do what they want, they get their funding cut.
The Reese Foundation, the Ford Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation, all these major foundations that can actually give American taxpayer subsidized grants to individuals who do things according to their criteria.
A tax credit is when you get to keep your money because of some reason. A subsidy is when I, the government, actually collect that money, and then I turn around and pick a certain behavior that I want, and then I subsidize that.
This was revealed in the book Lines of Credit, Ropes of Bondage, in which H.R. Gaither of the Ford Foundation revealed to Norman Dodd of the Reese Foundation that they were taking their directives from the White House. The American education system is a combination of Hegelian social theory and experimental psychology. They destroy things like competition between students, because if they tell you there's no competition, there's no reason to exceed. There's no reason to excel. There's no incentive for upward mobility. There's animal training for the workforce.
So you have to attack the families. You have to say parents aren't fit to be parents. So the state has to come in and control that. And then you have to control what the children are eating, what they're being fed, what they're being taught, what they're watching. Because you have to begin to set up the generation gaps.
And that's the whole idea behind working with the kids and dealing with our kids, this concept of in loco parentis, that the school is the parents when the parents are not there.
Most people are too busy working the 9 to 5, and now that 9 to 5 is turning into 9 to 9 to be able to just survive, crippling the amount of time we have to transfer knowledge and information to our children, our young. So by making sure both parents are away from the children at work, they can guarantee that the social environment of school, preschool, daycare is going to be able to give the children the knowledge that they want to.
And what you have is the degradation of the individual, you have the promotion of the state, and you have the elimination of the middle class. Now, under this operant conditioning from Skinner, and under a system of reward and punishment, the only thing you learn is how not to get punished and how to achieve your reward. You're not going to come away from this system thinking, I'm going to stand up for something because it's right. You're going to do it because there's either reward or consequence involved. They're being trained to enter the workforce as a valueless cog in the state.
Jewel beat. Jewel beat.
I'm a product of the public school system, and nobody ever taught me anything. I mean, I think we read the Declaration of Independence in the 5th grade, possibly. But I think the school systems are designed to keep people uninformed and to not understand the scope of their rights and where they come from. I think the powers that be would ultimately love everyone to believe that their rights come from the state.
It takes about 20 years for this sort of system of thought to instill itself in a generation, unchecked by traditional values. What you see is the same system employed by Stalin. And basically this is being done in America right now.
He said, "He said, "God, send an answer to me."
We're developing them to not question authority. We're developing them to be entitled, that the government will take care of them from cradle to grave. These efforts have been pretty successful.
No one questions their shackles if they're born into them.
Jewel beat. Jewel beat.
We have whole generations of kids that are being raised to not think like free people, to think like slaves, to think like they don't have self-determination.
The state's goal is to get your children to turn against you in the name of the state, and that's where we are shifting now. We are shifting from an individualistic paradigm to groupthink.
They want to be led. They want to be sheep. They want to be part of the masses.
Critical reasoning, critical thought, individualism. I mean, those are huge concepts. I mean, they're universal concepts, but to be able to control the masses, you have to get rid of that. Because if you don't, you can't control those people.
It's the alleviation of personal responsibility because the experts are in control. Let them handle it.
Hello, New York! I love USA! USA!
Political parties shouldn't exist. We ought to be voting for a candidate based upon principles, character, things like that. It keeps us from being able to fight over party lines. You look today, you have party platforms. These are things that we all have to agree on. And if not, you are not a part of this party. Well, look at Ron Paul right now. He's against taxation. Well, a lot of people in the GOP, we like that. But he's against the wars. Well, you must be one of those Democrats then.
The old saying, divide and conquer. So they try to just divide people into two different groups so that you can't unify. It's easier to manage a population when you have two primary belief systems. You're either A or you're B.
These people are conditioned to think a certain way and support a certain team. You know, they pick their winning team, whether it's Democrat or Republican, and then that's their guy. And it doesn't matter what that person votes for. As long as their guy wins, they put their pennant up, whether it's got a donkey or an elephant on it, and they wave it and they say, my guy won, things are going to be different.
It's so much easier to lie to the masses when the masses aren't involved. There's no better way to discourage the masses from getting involved than by creating convoluted, controlled dialogue based upon party platforms versus individual principle. They'll say out of one corner of their mouth that they want you to vote, they want you to participate, and then we notice statistically that there's less participation today than there ever has been. And that's exactly the way they want it. It's all theater, it's just political theater.
We go from rule based on constitutional law to rule based on a cult of personality. Well, he might be wrong, but he's my president, so I'm going to stand with him. That's a very dangerous mode of thinking. Do you support freedom and the American Constitution, or do you support this person? We've all seen where that led in Cambodia and Russia and Germany.
Bush and Cheney, everybody's got to obey the laws, including the president and vice president. Vote for Democrats. Obama, yeah.
Woo! I'm sure if you ask the average Obama supporter if they have good intentions or not, they're going to say, of course.
The path to hell is paved with good intentions.
You know, Obama's just as bad as the rest of them.
Why do you say that?
What's he done? He's one of the most war-hungry presidents we've ever seen. He has not fulfilled any of his policies that he promised at all.
The economy is still tanked. The taxes are still high.
I'll make our government open and transparent.
One of my priorities as president is opening up the White House to the American people.
That White House tours will be canceled until further notice.
I intend to close Guantanamo, and I will follow through on that.
We will bring an end to this war.
I will be held accountable.
These are bills that Congress ran up.
You will not see your taxes increase one single time.
Cut the deficit we inherited by half.
If I don't have this done in 3 years, then there's going to be a one-term proposition.
If you had a spouse who broke their promise 95% of the time, you get a divorce.
This is all fact, but people still support him.
Obama's name is in the Bible. I prayed and I believe that God picked the right president.
$10 hanging in your living room.
the Obamanoids. You're going to have 20 to 25% of the American public who will always support Obama no matter what he does because their own ego is on the line and they won't admit it.
Actually, those are not facts. What you just stated, those wasn't facts.
Everybody's happy to re-elect President Obama! Yeah!
What's your favorite thing about President Obama?
I could list a million different reasons.
It's truthful.
He's for public education, and he wants to restore it back to where it belongs.
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know? He gave us a phone.
Healthcare.
Healthcare, yeah.
Healthcare is the...
His public speaking skills are immaculate.
Yeah.
He's so smart, he was funny, he was captivating.
He understands where we come from as individuals.
He's definitely for the people.
Obama is my boy, man. He just knows what to do.
Love Obama. Let's go. Time to party. Let's go.
I can give you 100 reasons.
Give me three. Three main reasons.
First of all, Obama is ensuring that
And the American people have been complacent over the last several decades. They've enjoyed unparalleled prosperity. And let's face it, the average American on the street, he's not interested in what's happening in Kuwait. He could care less about Libya or something else. And so if you tell him, well, listen, we're bombing for democracy, goodness, freedom, human rights, so he said, okay, it doesn't affect him. He doesn't have to go. His children don't have to go. There doesn't appear to be any risk to him. Now that's changing.
He's done everything Bush did, but more.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Well, he had to continue what was started. You can't just say, okay, we're done.
Well, sure, he didn't end the wars, but there are wars now, so we're in support of it. And, oh, well, sure, he hasn't completely pulled out of Iraq, but at least he's reducing the number of troops there. Oh, so it's diet tyranny. It's tyranny light now.
There's a lot of other reasons why I'm going to vote for Obama, and hearing that stuff honestly doesn't change it.
For the greater good, most of the policies he's put in place, I agree with.
And he's challenging the status quo.
Well, he is the status quo.
Obama's gonna take us forward.
The president and the first lady are kind of like the mom and the dad of the country. And when your dad says something, you listen.
I pledge
to be a servant to our president
and all mankind. Because together we can, together we are, and together
I know people who have destroyed relationships with their families when they realize that their neocon uncle and their liberal cousin weren't just well-intentioned, that they were creating a justification for coercive government and ideology, that they were externalizing their own desires to control others, and that was reflected in those relationships.
It always is. I mean, no evil person or evil group of people are ever acknowledging that what they're doing is evil.
I want nonviolence.
Yes,
I want
so
universal
do I.
nonviolence. No, you don't. You're an Obama supporter.
You think he wants to go kill people with drone strikes?
Well, then
that's
why
what he wants to do?
He orders it done, so I would assume.
All right,
so.
you're out of your mind.
People are aware of the truth. People choose not to accept the truth. There's a difference with this. People who are completely unaware of the truth, those are becoming few.
It's self-deception. How can you be honest in a political debate or any other contest if you're deceiving yourself first?
The people who will, just do what the party wants and do what they're told and vote the way they're told, and they just keep voting for the machine. After a certain point, there's no more deniability. They can't say, oh, I didn't know, or I didn't understand.
Americans accept propaganda from their government that if it came from the Soviet Union, they would have laughed at. But it comes from the Pentagon, and they get down and worship. They go around looking for ways to defend the propaganda.
You can find people all over that will say that we should end the war. but they have a lot of trouble saying that when they meet a soldier.
It was actually my older brother who talked me out of joining. We had a lot of conversations about the bravado of the current U.S. military forces, the attitude. If you ever go into the military, it's definitely about psychological conditioning. It's the idea that when life and death is on the line, you cannot afford to believe anything but the fact that you are the biggest, baddest force on the face of the earth. It's like they say, you know, yeah, I walk through the valley, the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because I'm the meanest motherfucker in the valley.
Video game that I could watch on my TV. And isn't it cool to see all the U.S. flags all over the foreign country, showing how the occupation is perceived?
They want you to believe that patriotism means that you support everything the government wants. If you don't support it, you don't support the troops.
Another day, man. Another day.
So we condition them and we convince them that their cause is just and that their enemy is subhuman and not worthy of living. And the American people honestly play a role in that.
They come back and the reception they receive is just astounding. Brave soldiers that come from a combat zone defending our freedoms. Let's give them a round of applause. Who wouldn't buy into that, really?
Thank you for serving our country, and God bless you.
USAA auto insurance is often handed down from generation to generation.
I'm given tax breaks for being a veteran. I'm given discounts on my car insurance. I can go to the commissary, tax-free groceries. I get all the benefits I could ever want in the military. Why would I question that?
We have soldiers who are coming home, they look at all this, and they say, well, it seems like that was wrong, but how could I admit that that was wrong because I was a part of it?
You'll never know what we go through for your freedoms, but at no point does anyone question how are they defending our freedoms by invading a foreign country?
Well, you didn't serve, you don't know. Well, then what happens when a guy like Jesse Ventura, who not only served, but served in the SEALs, he comes out and he speaks and he says the same thing. Oh, he served, but. There is no but. He served. He knows. He's been there.
I was over in the Persian Gulf getting ready to liberate Kuwait, which is a kingdom, a dictatorship. And here I am liberating their oil assets from Iraq. I thought I was doing the right thing, too. And it's really hard to look back on that and say, hey, that military conflict that I was in, that my friends died in, that I got shot at in, I have nightmares about, I guess that really should have never happened.
And unfortunately, the media has worked tirelessly to ensure that this truth doesn't reach the American people.
In the past, we had the media to watch the government and keep them in line and ask the tough questions.
You all remember those clips in the old days, the black and white, and you'd see the news guys with the fedoras, yeah. They'd always go up and they'd be in people's face with the big flash bulbs, Senator, this happened. You'd always hear, politicians being held accountable and they're always being asked questions, and you don't see that anymore.
Leaders have found a way to cull the masses into their own ideal sets. And whether that's through bread and circus, such as the Roman Empire, or today through the mainstream media, they get to decide that, yes, you're going to be obsessed with American Idol for over a decade, and when that starts to wane, we'll come up with Dancing with the Stars, and let's really be concerned about who wins the Super Bowl.
3 keys to power are banking, the media, and politics. If you own the banks, you can buy the media, you can buy the politicians. If you own the media, you can control what people see, what people think, you can largely shape the culture, you can create and shape people's fears, people's desires, the perceptions that they have of events.
In high definition.
Piers Morgan, live.
This is an ABC News.
In 1975, There was a Senate investigation committee called the Church Hearings, which actually uncovered that the CIA was paying, under the table, mainstream media outlets $250 million a year to act as gatekeepers and propagandists. In today's terms, that's $1 billion a year. Of course, they say they don't do that anymore, but it's foolish to think that they don't. Why do you think the top story is the top story on all major networks?
Carl Cameron, you know, he'll tell you straight up, I can't answer anything unless it comes from my editors.
I can't unless I've got it approved from media relations. I can only talk in front of my own camera. I'm sorry.
Geraldo, will you talk about Building 7? Talk about Building 7. Help educate the public.
If you get video of Sarah Palin or get a soundbite from her, bring that back to us. You can hold the Ron Paul stuff.
We single out something that the media likes to talk about, such as the Trayvon Martin issue.
Could have been me.
But we don't talk about the much more serious events that are already well underway.
When was the last time you saw images of caskets coming out of airplanes? You never do. So that's never in the mind frame.
It's this happened now, Paris Hilton fucked somebody else. Well, let's spend 2 weeks on that.
You can't say that this isn't newsworthy. Obviously, there is a blackout in effect.
The mainstream media, though, wants to stay in business. And if they suddenly discover that the people listening to them don't want that message, they're not interested in listening to it, they'll change their tune.
A lot of them are doing solid investigative journalism. Watergate, people were held accountable. People were fired. People were demoted. People were dealt with. There were prison sentences handed out. At least there was the illusion of some kind of accountability back then.
The Obama administration was caught red-handed supplying weapons to the Mexican cartel. Why? Because the CIA wants a certain cartel wiped out, protecting their own drug interests. What happened? Nothing.
The American citizenry now, like you've said, Fast and the Furious, they've done a great job. We just don't give a shit.
First of all, I think that they shouldn't give us too much information, because anything that you and I can watch on television, our enemies can watch. Really, it's better to not say too much.
Don't worry about it. You know, go back to sleep.
It's amazing. The mainstream media can actually do its job, and it doesn't matter. The American public is now in a state of apathy, almost a state of numbness. And that's what I see, is like this is an entire country of people who are turning against the truth.
Jones in the desk right next to the textbook. Run tests and then test what let's look. Look at this, these heads in the mess, but I got this diploma.
But what are we developing the kids to do? We're developing them to not question authority. We're developing them to be entitled, that the government will take care of them from cradle to grave. You don't have parental rights anymore. Not just it takes a village to raise the child, but the village is now raising your child. When we condition the kids, what do we condition the kids to do? You know, we tell them always share, always work in teams.
See that table over there? We have 6 people sitting around. We always put 4 toys there. Not 6, but 4 toys. Because these kids have to learn how to share.
And that's a good lesson on some level. But what we don't teach the kids is that it's okay to keep the fruits of your labor. It's okay to work hard and earn and benefit from that.
Jewel Beat.
The thing about wealth is not a zero-sum game. There is wealth out there for everybody. All you have to do is be willing to work hard and earn it. The prevailing attitude in America today is almost that you should be ashamed to be successful. You should be ashamed to be rich. And that if you are rich, the assumption is that you got rich by taking from somebody else.
You will not find your justice in capitalism. You will not find your justice in the colonial government of the United States. You will find justice when the institutions of capitalism and colonialism are destroyed and they are replaced by sustainable ways of being that nurture and protect all life.
Mike, you here with this Occupy movement?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
They're chilling.
People with a lot of capital want to make profit. I don't have to look it up. I know it. The rich, they keep getting richer.
position is a lot of people have had some hard bumps in life that want things to be free, more entitlements.
What people are calling for in Occupy Wall Street is like, well, goddamn it, government, you need to do something.
This is why we're losing all of our rights to too many people that are being dependent upon the system. We want to get all the free stuff. Where is my free stuff at? Nobody wants to hear this, do they? Getting my school loans paid for, getting my rent paid for, my food paid for. It needs to be what we can do for ourselves. I will put this damn mic down once you all turn our country into a socialist society and they take away my right to speak. Choose to be complacent or ignorant, and that's fine. That's your right, too. This is how you disperse a protest movement.
We have to ask a couple basic questions. The first basic question, what should the role of government be? Should the role of government be there to run the entitlement system? Should we believe this story that entitlements are rights?
Yes, there's always an appetite for big government. There's always this temptation of getting something for free. And there's always the motivation, well, we'll help the poor people.
You want to give free food, free medical care, free education, free houses, and everything will be okay.
The lie at the core of collectivism is that it is all for the good of the collective. Once they get you to swallow that lie, any other lie they tell in service of that is not a lie. Orwell nailed it, freedom is slavery.
And a lot of the people out there in activism are embracing big government. They think that big government should be used for our benefit, that they can use it for our benefit. And the argument being, again, that you can't. That kind of control central power. It's too much control for any one group.
Entitlement means the government's going to give you something for free. Where does the government get it? They've never produced a thing. The only thing the government can do is steal it from productive individuals. You don't have a right to your neighbor's wealth. You can't go in and steal from your neighbor, but you shouldn't have the right to send a politician or a congressman to go into your neighbor's house and take what they have because you want it.
They're saying that if you have more personal wealth than we think is necessary, then we're going to take some of that from you and we're going to give it to people that don't have any personal wealth.
I'm a warrior for the middle class. I mean, I do think at a certain point you've made enough money.
Those who grab the moral high ground and say that we're going to take care of the poor, what do? Welfareism and inflationism and socialism, they produce the poor.
It's not in the best interest of the people that run welfare programs to get people off welfare. Their funding is based on the number of clients that they have. Well, if they get a client off welfare, they get a client a job, then they lose that client, they lose that client's money. Because you've got to remember, it's a skimming game. For every dollar that it goes to a person on welfare, $10 is used to support that system. All these entitlement programs, they'll go on forever if you let them, because they will encourage people to become entitled. Well, I can work for minimum wage, or I can just quit my job and go on welfare if I have kids. Welfare is a better deal because I still get the money and I don't have to work.
War on poverty? Are you kidding me? 47 years ago. And now we have 47 million Americans on food stamps in this country. So for 47 years we fought this war, bankrupted ourselves, and now what?
We have cultivated this large underclass that has made itself dependent upon government, and government has encouraged that.
The ruling elite love to create a nanny state because then you'll go along with their plan. You're not going to bite the hand that feeds you.
And then the people who are getting the entitlement, well, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to vote for the people that continue the entitlement. We're saying to these people, well, you can't support yourself, so we'll just support you. But no, you got to support us when the time comes.
We have historically been a bottom-up society. We're not a top-down society. You can't make someone equal economically to someone else by giving them something. Are you going to hear Mr. Obama talk in those terms? No, Mr. Obama says everyone gets everything for nothing in perpetuity. Don't worry, we'll print money. Don't worry, we'll do whatever is required. You can all be permanently dependent upon us, and that's a good thing.
Honestly, it's almost like slavery. There's no personal freedom without economic freedom. If you don't have the means to earn money to support yourself, then you're going to be dependent on the government for food, for clothing, for shelter, for everything you need to stay alive.
Because after all, look up the definition of the dictionary of slavery. It's ultimately boiled down to one word: dependence. If you are dependent upon anything other than yourself to provide for yourself, you are a slave.
I won't have to worry about putting gas in my car. I won't have to worry about paying my mortgage. You know, if I help him, he's going to help me.
The idea of self-reliance is gone. The idea of independence and individual freedom, the respect for private property, all of these things is gone. No. We can confiscate wealth from people that create it and give it to those who have none, and that will fix things. We've transferred $16 trillion in wealth since 1965 to the so-called underclass. The only thing the underclass has done is get bigger.
They want that cradle-to-grave care from the government, and they want the government to use force and violence against people who are opposed to it.
Well, I obviously believe that my ideas are persuasive enough and beneficial enough to society that people should subscribe to them, but frankly, some people don't, and yes.
And at the end of the day, you'll use force against those people.
I believe that it's the role of the government to use force.
So you won't do it yourself, you'll hire someone else to do it, basically.
That's what a government is.
The reasons people do violence, if you look at the psychological underpinning, it's fear, insecurity, and the desire to survive. So we turn to violence when we're not secure in those things, when we're not secure in our own sense of selves and our own ability to thrive. That's why government propaganda is always fear-based.
It's difficult for me to think that if we lose our economic freedoms, we become dependent on the government for our basic needs. The next step is we lose our personal freedoms, because then starvation becomes a weapon.
Now, if the food stops, if the free services stop, and I think that could easily happen, because I think this whole giant federal edifice could go under, then you're going to have problems in many of these urban areas. In fact, we've already got them in the form of these flash mobs.
We see gang members who are committing welfare fraud, and they are killing middle-class people who work for a living and pay taxes. These folks, they're not going to support this welfare state, but the people who do support the welfare state, well, they're going to go and kill their political opponents. We're already seeing this violence.
This has already begun. It's just not covered in the media. We don't talk about it.
We had an example, a beautiful example of minimal power in our government, and then we had maximum productivity and maximum wealth. But today we think too much of the wealth and believe that government provides this, rather than understanding that wealth and prosperity comes from freedom and productivity and not from the government.
When we had a freer market and sounder money and limited government, the middle class in this country was the largest middle class in the history of the world, and it was the wealthiest middle class in the world.
Madison said it very well. The purpose of government is to protect the unequal distribution of wealth. Mr. Obama wants to destroy that unequal distribution forcibly.
Personal responsibility, self-sufficiency, independence, all these things. You can't have that without recognized individualism. Individualism is now being demonized. You're selfish if you're an individual. You need to be thinking about the whole, the needs of the whole. Well, of course we do. We all do. And we discussed 250 plus years ago that the best way to go about this is by securing individual rights. But you can use the needs of the whole as justification for all manner of tyranny.
If you're looking for a leader, you're going to get a master, and you fucking deserve one.
The most ancient divide in politics remains to this day the fundamental divide. The legalists, as they were called, and they were chiefly the people in the governing class, just as they are today, and we would call them totalitarian, who believe that every aspect of our lives should be dictated and ruled and pushed around by government.
Instead of a political continuum being a line from left to right, it was really a circle. And that all political systems had to be judged by the amount of bodies that they stacked up. At the bottom of the circle, cheek by jowl, was communism, Nazism. Moving up the scale, you had socialism, fascism, all of the various collectivisms that subordinate the individual. And at the top was the constitutional republic of the United States. Free men, free markets, rule of law, ordered liberty.
What the Chinese used to call the Confucians, the libertarians, the live and let live brigade, the free marketeers, the small government men, the small tax. Us.
This is a country of individuals. What sets us apart from Western Europe around the time of the founding of this nation is that you already had socialism already in Europe. It just had different names. You know, whether you call it socialism, communism, monarchy, the end result is the same. A small oligarchy of people are in control. 90+% of the masses are out of control.
Our country is hijacked by a bunch of cretins and draconian legislatures who have grown complacent and comfortable as they receive from us the best health care in the world for free, six-figure salaries, the best business connections that corruption can buy.
Our government's supposed to be, well, first of all, transparent, but also should be doing our will. They're just our representatives. They don't respect the Constitution, nor do they respect the will of the people, nor do they respect, the principle of the sovereigns, knowing what they're doing. So they presume that they're somehow, the appointed elite. They believe they were born with spurs on their feet, and the rest of us were born with saddles on our backs to be ridden. This is the attitude they have. It's really kind of modern royalty.
It's perfectly expressed in, we are the board. You will surrender to us. They presume up front that they have the right to direct you because of this larger idea that, oh, by the way, only serves their interest. That's the big lie of collectivism, because it isn't even about collective. It's about personal power of the people who direct the collective.
They hate the idea that ordinary smelly people should be allowed to have a say, when government should, in their view, be in the hands of the great and the good who deserve to exercise it. A new aristocracy of blackguards.
We talk about the conditioning of our kids and the conditioning of our military and our police, and we talk about the political conditioning that people are undergoing. What we're really talking about is a social movement, and what we're talking about is changing the way people think in terms of what it means to be free and what it means to be a person. The Declaration of Independence said we hold these truths to be self-evident. What the Founding Fathers were saying there was, this is obviously the way it is. There's no question that all men are created equal and they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. What they're saying there is that, plain and simple, by the nature of being a human being, you simply are allowed to be free, to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That might be one of the reasons the Constitution's not taught in our public schools, because if we raise up a new generation of individuals, they might realize that this whole system of government is unconstitutional. We shouldn't have it.
This document is the only thing that's going to save us, and if Barack Obama refuses to follow it, as he has demonstrated time and time again, nothing's going to change, folks.
If you get enough generations that come up under this system, and they just keep injecting more and more and more of the tired old world saga of collectivism into the minds of the youth, then this is where you end up.
Capitalism, people prosper. Socialism, people die. Millions. No. Lady, I was born in USSR. I lived there for 29 years.
Really?
Millions of people dead, and this is one of the mass murderers. Murdering people left and right. Really? You don't think so?
You're an exile.
Really?
You're one of the rich people they threw out of the country because you were robbing the people.
Everybody was equal. That's true. Everybody was equally miserable and poor.
If you live under a dictatorship, a communistic dictatorship, of course you're not going to love it. Nobody loves it. They didn't let people leave.
Right, yeah.
They killed people. They literally shot and killed people who try to leave home. They used to give you cards, like stamps, like food stamps. And you used to go in the store and you had no choice of what to buy. And they always tell me, you're spoiled. You get all these gifts for Christmas.
Right.
For Christmas, we got meat.
They would grow wheat, they'd grow corn, and then they would turn it all into the collective, and they expected to get something back. Well, the quotas were too high. They didn't get anything back. So you literally had people growing their own food, turning over to the government, and then starving to death.
You have rationing of food in any controlled economy. They reduced the people to utter dependency, and that's how the Soviet Union had their way with people for decades.
And people died. Thousands of people died.
Well, my dad, put his whole life on the line to come here, because he saw it as a beacon of freedom. He saw it the complete opposite of what he was living under in Poland. That was his major goal, is to get away where I could have an opportunity to live my life in freedom. and not be ruled by, you know, the elites.
I grew disaffected from communism, first because of the revelations of the killing fields in Southeast Asia. I had cheered when Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos fell. Then the revelations started coming out about massacres of innocents. This is evil. This is evil as the Nazis.
It's really hard for people to fathom those numbers when you're talking about Stalin 60 million, Mao, you're talking what, 40 million, you're talking about Hitler 6 million.
The individual matters not a thing. That's why they define peace as the silence, imprisonment, or death of their enemies. To believe anything else is to deny a reading of human history.
After the revolution, all these guys who helped the revolution wound up being victims of Stalin, and because they had torn down any protections of the individual, they were gone.
So if you're a hard right-winger, if you're a hard left-winger, if you've participated in the Hegelian dialectic, you've served your purpose. You're what they call the useful idiot.
They don't care about you once you have fulfilled your role for them.
The government doesn't quite frankly care if the terrorists attack, like embassies or servicemen, okay? That's part of the job. That's what they signed up for, is to take risks.
The soldiers are, for all intents and purposes, U.S. government property, and that's where the term GI comes from. GI stands for government issue.
And when Henry Kissinger said military men are like dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in our foreign policy, that kind of summed it up.
What difference at this point does it make?
I think of the story of the early days of World War I on Christmas Eve, when they took a pause and the Germans and the British started singing Christmas carols, and they finally got together and exchanged gifts and had a Christmas tree. And then a day or two later, the hard might of the government comes in and says, you will not have peace. You must go back to shooting and killing each other again.
Dwight Eisenhower, in his farewell address from the presidency, said that we should beware of the military-industrial complex. It is fully metastasized today into a cancer on our society that takes the best and brightest and the most nobly intent who would put their lives on the line to defend fellow Americans and puts them into these bullshit wars that have nothing to do with national defense.
And we paid a terrible price for it. What, 1.4 trillion is a minimum? That doesn't even begin to address the massive consequences and the damage we've done to ourselves. It doesn't talk about the enormous losses we've inflicted on the people in the region, because remember, no one cares how many people we've killed or maimed or wounded.
We've lost close to 9,000 Americans in this period of time, 44,000 severe injuries. We have hundreds of thousands of veterans today begging and pleading for help.
They say Osama bin Laden killed, thousands of people on 9/11, and he has paid for that. He's dead. His organization is scattered to the four winds, but we're still in Afghanistan.
First, it was links to weapons of mass destruction, and then links to Al-Qaeda, and he helped fund the terrorists of 9/11. So that's justifying killing a million civilians to where parts of Iraq you can't even live in?
And while this is all going on, we're conditioning them that this is right. We're conditioning them this is what they have to do, that their cause is just.
As a result of this work, the world is more stable than it was 5 years ago.
Apparently it's morally okay to launch a war on the most absurd, transparent pretext, kill maybe 1 million people, displace 4 million people, and this is mainstream. That's a mainstream position.
People forget that when you hear these numbers, you can't possibly conceive that millions have been killed in the war in Iraq, for example, because we're such a compassionate military force. People forgetting that the statistics don't always account for the birth defects and miscarriages. Depleted uranium is essentially an industrial waste byproduct, and what better way to make money of something you don't have to worry about spending money on disposing of safely, right, than to turn it into a weapon. This is a very dense material, a very dense compound, great for anti-armor. Problem is, it leaves thousands of years worth of radioactivity behind. And if you look at children that are being born in Iraqi Kurdistan in particular, where they use a lot of depleted uranium, but they're using a lot everywhere anyway, you've got massive deformities, gigantism, and other things.
Higher rates of cancer, leukemia, and infant mortality were found here than in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
These babies are doomed to die.
These are untold thousands, if not millions, of lives that are being killed even before they're born. Those are the true costs of modern warfare. Depleted uranium is also a violation of the Geneva Convention and various other treaties that have been agreed upon by the United States and other Western powers with respect to chemical and biological weapons. Hell, we're in Iraq for WMDs, and we're using WMDs against these people. You don't hear about our weapons of mass destruction, do you?
You know who pays for that? You do. Your taxpayer dollars. You're the one who pays for that, so I hope you feel good about that.
Dear any American who thinks this Boston Massacre is a big deal, but never protested a war, go fuck yourself. In Iraq, from the end of the first Gulf War to the start of the current occupation in 2003, sanctions on the country led to the deaths, conservatively estimated, of 500,000 Iraqi children. That's like 45 Boston massacres per day in Iraq for a decade. One every half hour. And they're not being blown up in explosions. No, these are the ones dying slowly, painfully, starving to death. Did you cry over that? Did you protest? Did you do anything to voice any opposition to what Madeleine Albright, then Secretary of State, called acceptable collateral damage?
You can't say that you are a Christian, that you believe in the sanctity of all life, and go bombing people into the Stone Age and taking their shit. That's immoral. You can't have it both ways and then say, oh, but I'm going to oppose abortion. You either are or you are not. I can respect someone a whole lot more like a Zbigniew Brzezinski or Henry Kissinger who just outright says it. Just outright says, we're going to take it because we fucking can. And if you oppose that, try and stop us. At least we know where they stand. But with the common American, you want to have it both ways.
We are dropping bombs on crowded cities at night where old people and children are sleeping. And we're watching it on CNN. What are we doing with all these wars? How are we safer?
This is a product of the emotionally stunted state that Americans have been lulled into. To be told when to cry, when to care, when to mourn, when to shut up and go along with the plan and keep paying your taxes. We are creating enemies with this foreign policy faster than we can kill them. And I can tell you that from my personal experience in Fallujah that backs that assertion up. They don't hate us because we're free. They hate us because we're myopic, patriotic idiots who allow ourselves to be so emotionally manipulated that when something like this happens, the result is more brown people on the other side of the planet die.
We made good progress, and we'll continue to work together to achieve freedom and peace.
People don't care because they choose not to. It's that simple. Either you do care or you don't fucking care. They look at those people as inferior people, for God's sakes.
Because that's them, it's not we, it's them. But them and we belong to the same people. That is the human freaking race here.
I have heard more times out of people, well, you know what? It doesn't affect me directly, so I don't fucking care. And they'll go, is that wrong?
If you consider yourself to be a moral person, you have to be opposed to this. If you do not care about morality, well, at least you're being honest. But I think we've got a nation, an entire nation of sheep doing everything they can to avoid that level of moral responsibility.
Now, Mr. McGovern, what is your problem? I'm sorry? He says, look, he says, don't you think it's worth 3 or 4 killed to secure the oil supplies that we need? I
said, well, suppose one of those 4 killed this week was your son. He said, it wouldn't be my son. And it wouldn't be his son.
Our enemies are not 7,000 miles from home. They sit in boardrooms. They are the millionaires and billionaires who control this planet, and we've had enough of it.
The state has us thinking that it is us. Should we invade Iran? Or should we starve them? How dare they say we? It's them.
Human beings die. They don't need to die. Fuck, man, give them a chance. We're an incredibly gifted, creative race, just not given the opportunity because we've been suppressed through tyranny.
I will not be a part of that anymore. These medals don't mean anything to me, and they can have them back.
And I choose human life over war, militarism, and imperialism.
You are deluded, and your delusion is dangerous, and it is getting people killed. And your attitude, your tribalism, your personal identity, because you choose you want to be an American before you want to be a human being, it's disgusting.
I'm sorry to all of you. Fucking sorry.
Yeah, you're right, I didn't serve. You're the one serving. And it's your children who are going to look up to you and think that you're the greatest people in the whole world. Do you want a better life for your children, or do you want perpetual warfare? I really see this as sort of a moral decline of the United States of America, the idea that the ends justify the means. We need your oil, so we have every right to take it because we're bigger and stronger than you as individuals.
The problem is a moral problem. The answer can't be sought or gained by looking to the traditional moral authorities, because they ain't there, folks. And what does that mean? It's only us.
This is the stuff that keeps me up at night. This is the stuff that keeps me up at night.
So you've got the media propaganda arm, which keeps us loving our own slavery. Then you've got the financial system, which keeps us dependent on them. Then you've got the military state, the police state, to keep physical control over us.
The function of the police used to be simply to protect basic rights. And they've shifted over the decades from that to revenue generation. They're pulling you over and they're giving you tickets for not the breaking of laws, but statute infractions.
Thank you for swearing to the oath of the Constitution, sir, but this is a statute violation, which is an Admiral Maritime Law. Which is, say that again? Admiral Maritime Law, right? Which is like a sea-bound ordinance. Basically, when you see the gold feathers on the flag, it means you're stepping into a courtroom that's run by Admiral Maritime Law, which is in violation of the common law, which is the constitutional law. By entering into that courtroom, you're agreeing to go before a banker instead of a judge, so that way they levy fines and judgments against you.
I am the judge of the law. I will instruct the jury on what the law is.
I object. You
That's
are
fine,
not
sir.
a judge. You are an executive administrator.
Okay.
The U.S. Supreme Court ruled there are no judicial courts in America. There has not been since 1789. Judges do not enforce statutes and codes. Executive administrators enforce statutes and codes.
All right, we're done.
Statutes are just basically designed as hidden taxes on the public. It's just a way to generate revenue. So we've already set that precedent. It's gotten the police able to accept the fact that they are basically revenue generators and not law enforcement officials.
I remember what I said before about government programs. The welfare programs are not designed to get people off welfare. They're designed to keep people on welfare and recruit new people to be on welfare. Well, internment programs are not designed to keep people from being interred.
2.2 million people in prison, and they say this is the most free country in the world.
All it comes down to, if we want to intern someone, is just making a rule, a law, that they violate, punishable by internment. The government doesn't have any control over law-abiding people. Any force used against those people is not legitimate because they're not doing anything wrong. But if you make enough things illegal and you make the law difficult to comply with, then you get to the point where you can create criminals. And when you create criminals, then you create a class of people that are open to oppression. Martha Stewart, her stock trading was ruled by the court to be a legal act. But they sent her to prison anyway because she lied about it. I mean, she went to prison because she said she didn't commit a crime. But that's federal law. That's what we've created.
Can you tell me one thing that you're free to do without asking permission or paying to get a license, registration, or permit?
Hang out with my friends and have a great time.
Yeah. Could you tell me what you're free to do in America?
Everything. I can eat however many carbs a day I want.
But in New York City, they're trying to make all kinds of laws to ban salt and drinks that are a certain size. So, I mean...
That's good because a lot of people are obese.
We got pages and pages and pages of arbitrary laws. 2/3 of our prison industrial complex is filled with nonviolent, small-time drug possession offenders.
Law enforcement agencies get money to fund drug operations. Well, if they don't have any drug operations, they're not going to get any of that funding. And the amount of funding they get is contingent on the number of drug busts that they make. So what's the incentive there? Is it to reduce drugs in their community? Absolutely not. The incentive is to increase the amount of drug busts they get and push their stats up and then get more funding. Thousands of police officers out there have been convinced that marijuana is the most insidious, horrible drug on the planet. People are using it. Doctors are prescribing it. And yet our federal government still maintains that it's somehow an insidious, dangerous substance that people need to go to prison for 100 years if they're caught with a certain amount of it. They're arresting someone with an ounce of marijuana in their pocket and sending them to prison for 5 years and saying, there's nothing wrong with this because they told me that this drug is a threat to my way of life. We've created a class of citizen that can be interned in this country. Any one of us could wind up being moved into that little box based on some new law.
There are so many laws that the average American commits 3 felonies a day, and they can arrest you at any time they feel like it. And a cop can pull you over at any point you're on a public street and find something wrong with your vehicle and give you a ticket for it and steal some of your income. And if you look at him crossways, he can put you in jail. And if you don't look at him crossways, he can say that you did and put you in jail. That's the kind of arbitrary authority that exists in the police state in America today.
Who are you and what are you doing? Let me see some ID, please.
The liberty doesn't come from our government. Sometimes they think they're passing it out, and sometimes they are always restricting as if it's their liberty rather than our liberty.
They say they're above the law and pass all these unconstitutional laws, making us slaves.
The question is, when government becomes venal and oppressive, to whom can the people turn for peace, safety, and freedom? Your sheriff's main responsibility is to protect you from the federal government.
And then we give our police departments military-grade weaponry, assault rifles, we give them armored vehicles, helicopters, infrared.
That's what we woke up to this morning.
Men with machine guns coming towards us.
We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States. Worldwide, governments are massively increasing their spending for domestic control with a standardized police state that they've developed in third world countries that they've invaded and taken over.
Close your window, go back inside your house.
State police forces that gush at the thought of cooperating with Homeland Security and the feds completely turning the whole concept of our government on its head by saying that the federal government is here to protect us, when really the founding fathers designed the government to protect us from growth of government.
I think militarization is a better term than federalization to describe what is happening to the police force. It just so happens that under the current system of government, it's happening at an increasingly federal level, that the federal government takes control over local police forces while at the same time using the federal government's revenue generation system of printing money or through direct taxation to funnel more money to support things that the free market never would, to continue the racket that is government. Ronald Reagan said the closest thing to eternal life is a government agency, and it's true, because once you give them the funding to do things with, at best, a warped system of accountability, they're going to take that power and trust it in them to keep their own paychecks going, not by serving people, but by serving that twisted system of approval for that funding.
Jewelbeat. Jewelbeat.
Work for the Federal Reserve?
Yep.
What's the Federal Reserve Bank around here?
It's not.
It's not?
Nope.
TSA agents are on the interstates fighting terrorism with visible intermodal prevention and response, or VIPER operations.
Vicki, you know, this was a massive operation really bringing all federal, state, and local agencies together to not only do random searches, but also create an army of agents on wheels.
It's all, in a way, starting to blur together.
You can see examples of the gray state in our modern time just by simply walking down the street and looking at authority figures that you have to deal with. You can see that a lot of authorities are becoming more militarized just by in the way they look, in the way they act, and the way that they treat us.
If you have an honorable discharge from the military, it's pretty easy to get a job in any police force in America. We see people coming home from war, taking those jobs, and bringing that mentality of the military occupation to domestic law enforcement. And so that does have an actual effect on the relationship between individual officers and citizen subjects.
I was out confronting Karl Rove on war crimes with Colleen Rowley and others. The police escort that he had with his entourage was younger guys, cut, very fit. You know, we all like to joke about the donut-eating cop who's overweight and couldn't run a mile to save his life. These guys are cut. And the look in his eye when I was disobeying him, he wanted to hurt me. He wanted to hurt me. I even called him out on it. I said, "You want to hurt me right now, don't you? You really do. Let me guess, you were over in Iraq, weren't you?" And he says, "We need you to leave. We need you to leave right now." I'm like, "Well, isn't that a bitch? Because I bought a copy of Karl Rove's book here, so I'm a customer. I'm not loitering, am I?" This guy, he wanted to hurt you. If he had been given the order by his higher-ups to beat the living piss out of me, he would have not hesitated.
So you have a lot of guys coming out of that mentality of the dehumanization of the enemy, that is how we impose martial law in Iraq and Afghanistan, and applying that in the United States.
We see this militarization of the law enforcement, and we combine that with the conditioning that we do. They're not even people, they're bad guys, they're criminals, they're enemy, they're drug users. So these people are inherently evil, and we are absolutely good, and we have the best high-tech equipment and weapons, and we are going to squash this enemy.
It goes back to the ego again and the badass mentality, and then the police want that because, yeah, they don't want people questioning what they're doing. They want people who get off on power.
Shut your mouth, I'm talking! I am Officer Riviere. Now, the sooner you learn that, the longer you're going to live in this world.
There is a intentional dumbing down of Americans. You all realize that. And that starts in public school. The cops in the military went to the same public school you and I did. And they didn't learn their history, didn't learn their heritage, they didn't learn the Constitution, but they're not all bad. Most of them, I'm sure, joined the police and military because in their hearts, they saw themselves as a hero. And they wanted to be a hero. And they wanted to be a defender and a guardian. And so the best of motives But if they don't know the Constitution, and they don't understand the basic principles about human rights, they can be easily manipulated and twisted into becoming dissident forces.
I often talk about how things seem to be going in cycles, and how history repeats itself, and how, like, we have the Occupy movement is the Hooverville of today.
With the Occupy movement, we saw militarized police using weapons used in foreign wars against protesters domestically.
These Occupy Wall Street people are dissenting, and we need to crush them.
Scope 16, skirmish line,
And you saw rows and rows and rows of militarized police, and they assemble and put their shields together and start beating their shields. Thump, thump, thump. It's psychological. It's designed to intimidate and create fear.
I was just pleading to cops, please don't tear gas us. We're completely peaceful. No one's facilitating any aggression, and they just like tear gassed all of us. Kids and strollers were in their moms, and people were actually trampling each other to try to get out.
I've had conversations with police officers before and asked them about what's going on with Occupy Wall Street. Like, is this right? You know what most of them say? No, that's not right. They can't do that. I'm like, so why are they doing that then? Why are they getting away with it?
It doesn't only apply to Occupy, of course. It's a pattern of police brutality that goes completely unaccounted for.
When she had someone call the Stark County Sheriff, her troubles got worse.
You're just walking and all of a sudden,
without a warrant, commandeered my vehicle, searched and seized my home.
both of them bust out of the car with the guns drawn. Get on the fucking ground, let me see your fucking hands, don't fucking move.
At least 8 officers rushed to the car with guns drawn and even rifles out. Then one fatal shot was fired.
Sticking their middle finger at us and screaming obscenities, telling us your son shot himself.
I have no criminal background, I have no psychiatric past.
They have to search me. I'm holding my dick in my hands.
Are you going to stick your hand down their pants or something? Yep.
What's my arm?
They started shooting him. The controversial police shooting in Anaheim. They just released the dog and I had my baby.
They smashed my face into the drywall and asked if I was going to cooperate. If I refuse, that makes me guilty right away.
I complied under duress.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting!
I had no witnesses. If I had resisted, I would have been busted up. Could have been in the morgue.
He saw a police officer shoot Patricia Cook to death in this church parking lot.
Stepped out in the street and fired 5 more times.
I wish I knew what the hell was going on.
The American people refuse to be terrorized, except by our own fucking government. As an American, you are 8 times more likely to be killed by a cop than by a terrorist.
I would rather go to jail than be dead.
Corruption has always been there. You don't question it because the higher up you go within the police realms, it's kind of like the mafia. Well, they'll take care of you. You know, you never narc on a fellow officer.
No charges have been filed.
There was no jury. A judge was the sole decider. He says police videos like these should be used to protect police, not go after them.
There wasn't going to be any investigation at that point. When we hear about someone challenging a police officer's authority to search them, they're often dismissed as a kook.
You know better than that.
I'm sure you do too.
I know exactly how it works, and you know I know that.
Yeah, we've dealt with you many times, that's why.
No, you haven't dealt with me. I'm with Cop Watch. I've dealt with you.
Well, the fact is you have the right to challenge that authority to search. You have that right.
But now you have state patrol and police officers saying, you don't have any rights. You can't question my authority.
I told you to stop. Check in the window, you hear me?
We've had police and law enforcement, we talk to them and confront them with facts about what's going on. They say, I don't know and I don't care. I think we're at a point with the economy where they don't give a shit. I don't think they're trying to justify it morally. They truly don't give a shit. It's the idea that I have to do this, it's orders, and if I don't, my pension's gone and my career is over.
Your livelihood, the economy, and I can stand up for that, but then how am I going to provide for my kids?
It's pretty easy to abandon the rule of law when you're following the rule of number one, which is take care of you and yours. I think that's the modus operandi of most police. And then you have the truly sadistic 10% of them who just simply get off on it. Not only do they just not care, but they revel in it. It's the idea that, you know, it feels good to be dressed up like this. You know, it feels good to have power over other people.
There are, yes, sick police officers and individuals within government who get off on exerting authority unjustly and get off on violating your rights. But that's not the driving factor. That's a consequence of the scam that is government and of the statist paradigm.
So I see that all over the country now. I see the police increasingly becoming militarized, very, very aggressive, and the idea of constitutional rights is laughable to them.
I never got an order. No, I'm not shutting up. You cannot shut me up. I know my rights. I don't give a shit.
It's the First Amendment issue. I can take pictures.
Doesn't matter.
You get off my property. I need to see your ID.
This is a police state. Get that camera out of here. This is a police state.
Greg Steffi and his wife Hope are accusing deputies of using excessive and outrageous force, an allegation the sheriff denies.
It's just wrong that they do this to people. She called for help. She asked them for help, not for this.
There are cops out there that are justifying it to themselves every day.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, we've seen a lot of people just mindlessly following orders already. It's just amazing, this divide between cops and citizens and activists. And it's sad. It's sad that the fight has gone between, you know, who we're really trying to fight is the power elite that are creating these policies, and they've made it against cops versus us, and that's really, you know, cops are part of us. They just don't realize that this is happening.
It's not necessarily the police that are our enemies here. It is the people that are controlling them. It's the people behind the scenes that are making them do these outrageous things to us on a daily basis.
All these things are being used and they're being justified by this war on terror, this war on drugs. And the question is, why does the federal government feel like the solution to these problems is to declare war on us?
We will again set an example for the world that the law is not subject to the whims of stubborn rulers and that justice is not arbitrary.
Shortly after 9/11, within a week or two, there was a bill brought to the floor that had been floating around the Congress for several years, but it never had enough support and they couldn't get it passed. But on after 9/11, they said, now is the time that we'll pass this wonderful bill that's going to protect the people, the Patriot Act. But if they had called that repeal the Fourth Amendment Act, maybe it wouldn't have passed so easily.
There are no shortcuts to protecting America. I will provide our intelligence and law enforcement agencies with the tools they need to track and take out the terrorists without undermining our Constitution and our freedom.
The US is funneling money into tracking systems that are threatening to make the very concept of privacy a thing of the past.
In the past 5 years, the Department of Defense has shelled out an estimated $3 billion on biometric programs, technology that uses physiological and behavioral recognition to identify people.
However, the top cash cow is expected to remain government spending on security.
It's always the government that says, oh, if you don't have anything to hide, why are you worried about the Patriot Act? Why are you worried about all these spy systems and data mining? But yet it's those same people that hide in private, that meet in secret, under armed guards, that won't disclose what they're doing, but they want to see, hear what we're doing. New televisions have cameras and microphones built in them, facial recognition scanners, audio, voice recognition. So that is an open video camera and an open mic in your living room, in your bedroom, that any sophisticated hacker or the government could and do tap into at any time.
In New York City, they're implementing iris scanners. It's actually an app for the iPhone.
Long-range fingerprint and iris scanning are reportedly also being explored for the U.S. toolbox of tracking. However, scientists are reportedly developing new technology aimed at identifying anyone from much greater distances.
We are 5 years away in New York from zero privacy.
They're trying to push through being able to take our blood now, too. Treat it like you're in a maximum security prison.
People thought that drones were just in Afghanistan and in Iraq. Now they're in America. Now they're arming them. Now they're putting facial recognition scanners on the drones.
The NYPD is mounting body scanners, like in the airports, to the back of patrol cars, and they're going to be scanning people as they drive up and down the streets. So the Supreme Court has already ruled that the NYPD wasn't allowed to use infrared technology to do the same thing. So now they're just trying a different flavor of radiation.
When I worked in the agency, this was the day before gigantic amounts of computerization. Everyone had a 201 file. Everything we knew about a target would include any comments that people had made about you, anything we'd overheard about you, 5 or 6 files, each 2 or 3 inches thick. The amount of effort it took to go through something like that in paper format meant a good deal of the 20,000 employees in the CIA spent their time doing just that. In today's digital age, when you can go online and get 90% of a person's history just from open source, your life is not your own as far as the government goes.
You can't have 100% security and also then have 100% privacy. We're going to have to make some choices.
We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people.
They can tap your phone, record conversations, go into your email, and they do on a daily basis. They just don't tell you because they don't have to.
There can be warrantless wiretaps and warrantless searches on your digital information. There's stuff out there that will suck your hard drive in 10 seconds or less. It's no big deal.
A system touted as a national security necessity is being used to build a database where the biometric identity of millions of Americans will be gathered and stored.
It is of no dispute that who you're calling, when, how long you're talking, what you're buying, all this stuff that happens on your iPhone or smart device is being used. Now, at the time, there's no legal oversight as to what these fusion centers, as they're called, there's no oversight as to how they're going to use it, but it's there.
So they're fusing databases, which is the concept of a fusion center, from driver's license, criminal databases, social networking they've added to that now.
The CIA could care less about all these social media because it's not sort of objective reporting on people, but the people who really care about that are commercial entities. And they're leading the way on the science of extracting all this information and coming up with algorithms to explain this person believes this person believes that.
Computer algorithms that they're using can track most people's habits and what they're going to do within a 94% accuracy rate. Google boasts about that.
Of course, now the CIA has noticed that, all right? And all they simply have to do is buy a commercial off-the-shelf product to find the people they really want to find.
So if I use my iPhone to purchase a product, it's flagged, it's under suspicion, I'm going on a list. That will be, tucked away for a later time.
That means that people can collect it and then look at when they want to. And they may only want to when all of a sudden you say, hey, I object to this. And they go, oh, well, let's take a look and see what would make you object to that. Let's see why you don't like what we're doing to you.
You haven't committed a crime yet, but the second that spectrum of crime shifts over to include whatever it is you are doing, they do know where you are.
If you become a political enemy to somebody, or you have an ideology that people don't like, look, right now there's a war on raw milk in this country. So if I drink raw milk, then I'm going to become an enemy of some industry, the FDA or the USDA, and now I can be targeted politically. It's happened. People being targeted by the police state because of their political affiliations. People's children being taken away from them because they're critical of the government.
If I go and try to find out something about you, and I have to do extraneous measures to do that, there should be no objection from you, because if you're not doing anything wrong, what have you got to hide?
but it's very hard to explain to people who don't get it, because it's for them it's normal. They think it's just being open, and they live in a world of reality shows. They want their every little thought to be communicated. That's not an Orwellian dystopia, it's a Brave New World dystopia. It's a nightmare, but they don't know it, they're happy. So that's the worst of all, really.
Like me?
Yeah,
like what?
Everything.
Like what?
Well, do you ever deposit or withdraw more than $1,000 in your bank account?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you get reported to the freaking Department of Homeland Security every time you do that.
So what? Why should I worry about it?
I'm a Verizon customer. I don't mind Verizon turning over records to the government. I don't think you're talking to terrorists. I know you're not. I know I'm not, so we don't have anything to worry about.
Get an iPhone and you're good for life.
For them, it's logical. If they want to see me going to the football game, fine, I don't care. But actually, they are slightly modifying their behavior, and they're less free as a result.
The chilling effect is very strong, because when you are telling people that they're being spied on, I mean, the drones, for instance, this new element of drone surveillance, a lot of people say that they're just like, well, I have nothing to hide, so why should I care? That's not the point. The point is that when you have a tape recorder out on a table, you're not going to say the same things that you would before. You're not going to dissent as much. And that's the real suppression.
I'm worried that the new generation doesn't understand what privacy is, because they've never had it, and because everything is about sharing. And I mean, we probably the last generation who knew what it was like to be unmonitored, therefore we know what we're losing, but they'll never know.
So the question is, why don't you trust us? And I tell people, because I've been one of the people who are supposed to protect America. I'm just a person. I have likes, dislikes, I have opinions, and all that stuff bleeds through to what I do.
And they say, well, you can trust us because we're not going to misuse that. But they've proven over and over and over again that they will misuse it. J. Edgar Hoover had enemies lists, and he was working to make these people's lives miserable, and they were using all these federal powers that they have to destroy people's lives.
By sifting through this so-called metadata, they may identify potential leads with respect to folks who might engage in terrorism.
Well, we all know that their definition of terrorism in every government, every dictatorial regime, inevitably starts going into the area of people who criticize what the government's doing.
When you become a political target of the gray state, they're going to use anything they can. So if they have a total surveillance state, but they can just look at your Facebook page without a warrant, now they can use that against you.
And I'm convinced there are certain politicians out there that if they could put their political opponents into camps, they would just do it. They haven't crossed the line to where that would be possible. But what they can do is they can change the way people feel. And I'll offer an example of this. Smoking. We banish smokers to parking garages and predetermined locations 25 feet from a building entrance. Smoking is really not socially acceptable anymore. How were they able to do that? And the answer is that they were able to pass more restrictive anti-smoking laws because they were able to make smoking socially unacceptable. If they had the authority to do it, if they could do it, if it were socially acceptable for them to do it, they would take their political opponents and round them up and put them in internment camps. People say, well, that's ludicrous. No one would ever actually do that. Well, we did it. During World War II, we did it to the Japanese Americans and some German Americans as well. In fact, we even called them concentration camps. England did it in Ireland during what they called the Troubles, euphemistically, where they would intern people at what they called Her Majesty's pleasure, which means they would keep people interned there in prison indefinitely. Now we're saying, well, we can do that too. All we have to do is call someone a terrorist and we can lock them up pretty much as long as we want.
What just got passed was the National Defense Authorization Act. What people don't realize, because it wasn't reporting in mainstream media, it completely finally put the nail in the coffin on the Constitution.
When the Patriot Act was introduced after 9/11, its most draconian measures were not exercised right away publicly. It was much more private. Well, now with the passing of this new Senate bill, they're advertising it. They're saying it's here now.
Have you heard of Posse Comitatus? You know that, right?
Yeah, they mentioned that today, but I'm not familiar with it.
It strictly prohibits and is very clear that the military is not to be used against American citizens, not to be active on American soil.
They cannot arrest you. They cannot act with force within American soil. That's what the police is for. The Defense Authorization Act completely bypasses the Posse Comitatus Act, which is saying that the military can now act like the police force. Now they are one. There's no separation of power.
Being military police, we don't feel like we're being used, because that's kind of our job too.
Yeah, but not on U.S. soil, right?
Actually, we're going to be certified as U.S. soil.
Law enforcement?
Everything they go through to be certified, we're going to be doing the same thing. It's almost like we'll be going through the academy like they did.
What they're doing is turning the United States into Iraq, and that's really no exaggeration. The same legal structure that applies in Iraq under the laws of war is what they're claiming to be able to do here at home in the United States. There's no legal barriers anymore as far as they're concerned. And that any American citizen accused of being a terrorist does not deserve a jury trial, but instead will be an enemy combatant under martial law, under military law, under the laws of war. Authorizing military force, that's killing you, military detention, and military trial or rendition to some foreign country.
If they have any reason to want to detain you, they have that. They don't need to acknowledge your Fourth Amendment rights.
There's no judge, there's no jury, there's no need for evidence.
As long as we're at war, we can convert this crime, this criminal offense, terrorism, into an act of war at our option, and now we can do whatever we want.
We are authorized to take action against enemy belligerents under international law.
It seems like that could happen to anybody. All it takes is for a couple of people to say, hey, you're a terrorist, and you're going to get picked up. You're not going to be able to talk to a lawyer. You're not going to have any rights in that situation.
And when they say, I want my lawyer, you tell them, shut up.
The Constitution guarantees due process. It does not guarantee judicial process.
If you had a family member of yours arrested for any reason, let's just say they're guilty of a crime, wouldn't you at least want to know? Wouldn't you want to know that the facts will be disputed in a court of law and that they stand a chance that if they are innocent that can be found?
They might even send you to Syria and have you get tortured by the Syrian secret police to find out what you know. Or they'll use one of the forms of torture that they've determined are actually not torture. It's all semantics. They say, well, this isn't torture, so we can do it. What they're saying now is this isn't internment, so we can do that too.
Julies. Julies. Julies.
I have two words for you. Predator drones.
Julies.
You think I'm joking?
The Nobel Peace Prize winner has just announced and authorized that he has told the CIA that it can assassinate American citizens in violation of federal law and in violation of treaties to which the U.S. is a party.
They don't write these laws not to use them. I mean, where does he get this power?
He had al-Awlaki and his son murdered. These were American citizens.
Awlaki is a terrorist.
Probably the most significant risk to the U.S. homeland.
We certainly want to neutralize him.
It's a huge change of presidential powers that has occurred because
totally
of
right and totally constitutional. It's the one thing
right to kill anybody without the due process of law and have a kill list. Are you kidding me?
President Obama has used more targeted killings than the Bush administration ever did. This is a program that amounts to the executive branch saying, trust us.
But when the president can kill whoever he wants, then he's not a president anymore, he's a king.
His citizenship should no more serve as a shield than a sniper shooting down on an innocent crowd should be protected from a SWAT team.
And these guys probably are bad dudes, and that's how it's used right now. But if you study history and you know that you allow this kind of abuse of power by the federal government, you undermine the rule of law, I fear what happens to us down the road.
Germany, China, could only dream of what the United States just did, because this just opens the floodgates for oppression and tyranny.
The United States just 50, 60 years ago was the example of the world for freedom. Now you notice our criminal government never criticizes Russia or China anymore because they can't. And China passed its own NDAA and said, hey, we can arrest and kill people secretly too. Look, the Americans do it.
It's just codifying into law that the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights are null and void.
We don't care what your guys' intentions are. We know what this can be used for
later on, you know, because there's a reason you don't chip away at liberties, because at some point you end up with a tyranny.
The minute you stop fighting for that freedom, it's going to diminish and ultimately disappear. And once it's gone, we're not going to get it back.
I got 3 kids. I want them to grow up with freedom. Don't you want your kids to have freedom? They're not going to have it.
What I don't understand though is how come more people aren't awake to it when it's so blatantly obvious to so many of us. Is the conditioning really that pervasive?
People who go along with the system saying like, I will support the system, I will do it, I'm not going to question it. Those are very naive people.
God has ordained the police officers in a sense to restrain evil. We're to submit.
As long as we submit to state authority, continue to yield our liberties, and modify our behavior to fit the mold of federal approval, this unlucky person being dragged away will not be us. And as long as at least we believe our freedoms are not at stake, we will be allowed to return to the comfortable complacency of our padded, regimented lives.
You're not safe. Just because you're working for the system, you feel like you're protected. You're not protected.
We don't have that anymore, and the American public couldn't care less. It's astounding.
I don't care. I don't think they're American citizens. I understand.
He was a 16-year-old teenager from Colorado.
I understand.
You don't care? Really?
No.
I support it completely.
You support it completely? So indefinite detention for Americans and assassination of Americans, absolutely, because Obama said it.
Absolutely.
All right. Happy 4th of July.
Why should people give a shit? This is our country. This is our home. And we have rights given to us by the Constitution.
Without the Constitution, the United States is just another piece of property, and that's it.
To the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
I think it is an imperfect document, and I think it is a document that reflects some deep flaws in American culture. The Constitution reflected an enormous blind spot in this culture that carries on until this day, and that the framers had that same blind spot. What's frustrated people is that I have not been able to force Congress to implement every aspect of what I said in 2008. Our founders designed a system that makes it more difficult to bring about change than I would like.
Our ancestors tried to protect us against this omnipotent type of power. That was the whole idea.
And I really think it's more about the nature of government to always be as big of a cancer as the host will tolerate. The limits of tyranny will be prescribed by the tolerance of the oppressed.
Now, I know some people want me to bypass Congress and change the laws on my own. Believe me, the idea of doing things on my own is very tempting.
So what happens is we see these small erosions of our rights, and we get to the point where people say, well, can't you just live with that? If you say, no, I can't live with that, well, then people go, well, what kind of a nut job are you that you can't live with that?
Tyranny is the mainstream drug of choice for everybody, and even we can be tyrannous in liberty. So you gotta have liberty. Well, maybe they like being in prison.
And that's where we see the shift, the change happen. Over time, they say, well, why did we even have that right in the first place? Was that even necessary to have?
Like we were discussing earlier, when you have the news headlines covering Fast and Furious and the drug trade, arms trade, trafficking, and no one cares, no one gives a shit.
Why doesn't that matter?
Doesn't matter to me. I'm sure they'd have a good reason if they did.
Is it because of Obama, or is it because he's a Democrat, or just because you trust the government that much?
Well, all three.
All three. So you trust the government and you would let them kill you because they know what's best. Say that one more time?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I don't even know what else to say at this point. Have a great day. Oh my God.
The gray state is inevitable. It's coming. Technically, it's already here.
We want to urge you, today's Viper searches did not come from any particular threat. One TSA official says intelligence tells them they should be focusing on the highways as well as the airports.
They also warned that terrorists are going to be striking at home, that terrorists now are going to be domestic.
The menace of terrorism has mutated.
Homegrown terrorism is one of my biggest concerns. It's happening in our own backyard.
They're trying to indoctrinate us into a tattletale society where we all think each other are suspect.
They're recruiting truck drivers into the First Observer Highway Security Program
to say something if they see something.
Be responsible citizens, report that. Bottom line is this: if you see something suspicious, say something about it.
Everybody should be aware of what's going on the road.
Close to 1 million Americans signed up on this list saying that they will report their neighbors to the government.
You have financial rewards if you spy on your neighbor. In some cases, you're required to. We can reference the story of the city in Vietnam. In one night, Viet Cong rolled in, rounded up 4,000 Vietnamese men, and had them all executed by the next morning. And the CIA just could not figure out how they did it. Well, the answer is they have a system of informers. And what are we being taught to do?
If you see something suspicious in the parking lot or in the store, say something immediately. Report suspicious activity to your local police or sheriff.
Well, what's suspicious activity? Again, in this sort of Orwellian nightmare we're descending into, people are not engaging in critical thinking skills, so suspicious activity is intentionally vague because, hell, to different people, anything's going to be suspicious.
It's wrong to carry a gun, and that if you have information about people who are carrying guns, you've got to share that.
Thank you for doing your part to help keep our hometowns safe.
Those who have become completely and utterly dependent upon the government for literally life to live. You look at food stamps, welfare, say what you want about the compassion behind these programs. The fact of the matter is you're creating dependency. And so it's going to be very easy to turn the masses on these groups of people who are independent. These militias, generally, these are people who know how to provide for themselves. They're survivalists. They're people who know how to live off of the land. We can't have that. We don't want other people's learning to become independent. So the powers that be want to discourage you from learning about self-sufficiency and independence and be fearful of these groups that are. They want to attach to us these labels and social stigmas so that the general public is going to look, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
And you see folks waving tea bags around. The threat these groups pose is evolving.
We see these people being portrayed as being on the fringe, unstable, or even dangerous. And what we're doing is we're making the dissent socially unacceptable.
There's going to be small pockets of resistance as the economy gets worse. You're going to have more and more militias gaining credibility in numbers. It is imperative that they demonize these groups, create fear. These people are terrorists.
It's basic psychology. You dehumanize your enemy and you make them a threat. During World War I, there was an organization called the Law and Order League. They would go out on the streets and they would round up men who were the draft age and would force them to prove that they had either fulfilled their draft obligation or were not eligible for the draft. These weren't even agents of the government. These were just people. These people carried badges and they had all the authority of the federal government behind them.
I pledge to be of service to Barack Obama.
Yes, we can. Obama speaks on race in America. Yes, we can. Have our own dreams and do our communities in your dreams. Yes, we can.
They've been conditioned, just like the soldiers are conditioned, to hate their enemy.
Yes, we can.
These people are conditioned to hate their political opponents. We have these pseudo-volunteer organizations now. We really haven't defined what their role in all of this is either.
We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set. We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong, just as well funded.
Now we begin to appreciate the magnitude of our opposition. This is not an obsolete single tyrant thousands of miles away who threatens everyone's freedom publicly, but a convoluted mess of legislation and social evolution whose enforcers believe that they are working in the best interest of all and whose ranks are filled by our own friends and neighbors. They say revolutions are won by the 3%, and that may be true. But the gray state, the real gray state, is the 97% who will not have their entitlements threatened by a minority. And at the first sign that these government subsidies will end, will finally act to betray us.
It's kind of working against us to care about other people. As long as they're safe, as long as they're okay,
As long as they're not being searched, as long as they're not having their stuff taken away from them, I've got mine, I'm okay.
And next thing you know, you've got people showing up on your front door saying, it's time to go. We changed the law and now you fit.
Police Department, everyone move! What we have now is the illusion of a free republic. It's called incrementalization. Hitler did not have the Jews rounded up into camps overnight. It was step by step. First they had to show their papers everywhere they went. Then they needed tattoos. Then they needed to relocate to labor camps. Then they were exterminated.
To say that these things couldn't happen, which you hear all the time, oh, that couldn't happen, this is America. Who the hell are you? What, because you're American, it makes you somehow different from the rest of the world?
It is not unfathomable to believe that human nature is about only a few things: power and control.
When they start rounding us up later, it'll be a lot easier for the public to consume that.
Here's something fun. When you get 5 minutes out of your busy day, what I recommend doing is going on Google or YouTube and checking out FEMA concentration camps.
This is some type of residential center internment camp. Right here you can see the gates, both sides. These both have barbed wire on them and they're facing inward, of course. You can see it's all fenced in right here. Once you cross this threshold, you're in there.
Now these residential areas can house over 30,000 people at one time. Now, are you telling me that there's 30,000 people in one location that we need to be worried about?
Look at Germany, an advanced civilization, and they fell into a despotism in a span of 10 years after an economic collapse. It can happen here. You think it can't happen here?
What's this concentration camp thing you're talking about? What is this thing about bringing foreign troops in the United States? What scenarios do you live in?
This is a historic pattern. This has happened in the past.
Documents are out, the detention camps and the internment camps, the re-education camps. They're hiring for positions in these camps.
These institutions are becoming active at the same time that this defense bill was passed, and now that the economy is on the verge of collapsing.
There's no markings of any type of business. This is not a correctional facility. Got a call from a buddy of mine that's serving in the Army right now. He's saying that this is already staffed. They already have military personnel on the grounds. Something is going down.
You know something's on the horizon because people, look, they don't do this just to be safe. They do it because they're prepping for something. They're preparing for something.
They are prepping for an economic collapse, the likes of which no generation has seen in hundreds of years. This is going to be devastating to every American family.
We have printed and borrowed without limitation on a scale that the American people don't know. In so doing, we have destroyed the value of our currency and our property. All of these things are going to come together. It's kind of a perfect storm.
We are already in the abyss, and our empire is unfolding right now. Our monetary empire is unfolding before our very eyes. People say, when's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? Motherfucker, it's happening. It's happening right now. It's happening right now.
And what you see happening already in the markets is a reflection of the recognition that we are tied to what's happening in the Eurozone. We've already shipped trillions of dollars over to the European Central Bank in the hopes that they could postpone this inevitable collapse.
We are about to plunge headfirst into the third world, the prosperity you and I grew up with, the cheap access to food, clothing, fuel. Never again.
Looters are running free.
They've been patrolling downtown all night long.
If I could offer anyone advice, get out of the cities.
There'll be rioting, there'll be police going door to door, gun confiscations, bread lines.
You wouldn't want to be in an urban environment if there was some sort of societal collapse.
We have 48 million people on food stamps right now. So when the economy collapses, literally millions, tens of millions of people dependent upon that system. They know nothing else.
All these people are going to be looking for resources. If you have resources they don't have, there are people that are going to feel entitled to try and take them.
People surrounded the car. They dragged the driver out
and beat him bloody.
I had some friends that served with me in the Army who were Cobra pilots, and then they ended up flying Hueys and other aircraft in the Air National Guard during Katrina, and they told me that the whole experience was terrible. People on the ground in New Orleans shot at them. They said it was reminiscent of Somalia.
Their lives in extreme danger tonight.
Oh my goodness. There's a theory that applies to disasters. It also applies to personal survival, and that's what we call the yo-yo theory. Y-O-Y-O. You're on your own.
And if you don't know how to farm and produce food for yourself, to sow and reap, harvest, game over.
You have been taught purposely not to have those skills. A guy who's originally an accountant can't provide for his family, can't defend his family, can't do anything. He's helpless, he's bleeding. Somebody help me, God damn it. And the government steps in. Here's our solution.
When you got a problem, you call the National Guard. They're the nation's 911.
Overnight, police in New Orleans enforced a dusk-to-dawn curfew.
The police and National Guard going street by street, instructions to disarm anyone inside.
You have to take all weapons.
Los Angeles, Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, Washington, Chicago. Those are the areas where I would see the military being deployed.
A future where the federal government literally controls distribution of power, food, water, is only one sort of widespread disaster away.
You look at Hurricane Katrina. They turned the Superdome in New Orleans into a giant FEMA camp, and they didn't get water out there for 5 days. You really think their job is to feed you and protect you? That's not what FEMA exists for. They exist for management, federal emergency management. And there's no better way to manage you than by controlling food.
Then they kind of decide who's hungry and who's not.
And again, I think they'll do whatever they can to exercise restraint, but it depends on what they encounter.
Smash it!
It'll be easy then to play off the American public against each other. If you are unable to produce food for yourself, you're going to be more likely to take human life to have someone else do it for you. You're going to be more likely to say, yeah, the government's murdering militia members, but if I don't support that, who's going to feed me?
You might have to pick sides someday. Are you going to stand with your neighbors? Or are you going to stand with the government and get fed?
What other option will you have?
Fabric of society is changing before us.
We are definitely looking at a transformation of our society, and it's not necessarily a good thing.
And so what we're calling on active duty military and police to do is to simply stand down and to refuse to comply with unlawful orders.
But if they continue provoking violence, violence is what they're going to get. That's not what any of us want.
You don't want to think about the stuff that you're going to have to do. I mean, shoot an American. Yeah.
What I fear is that the powers that be understand that their time is limited, that eventually we will win if given enough time. My concern is they will try to use the only tool they have, which is force, to try to crush the revolution before we can be successful in a peaceful manner. That's my great fear.
What people need to realize is that they are creating this problem. They want to push people over the edge, to create this chaos.
They're going to try to capitalize on it. Their vision for what's next is a global Fed and even more power. Power being stripped from the people, being stripped from the communities, being stripped from the states and centralized and then internationalized.
And what you're seeing is the various powers of the world are positioning themselves on this grand chessboard, like Zbigniew Brzezinski of the Obama administration wrote about. They are all positioning their pieces because they know this system's going down. That's the dirty secret.
It's all planned. They planned it because they knew it was going to fail.
The United Nations should play an essential role in stabilizing world population.
You look at the people who are controlling or pulling the strings.
The Honorable Henry A. Kissinger.
The actual controlling people of the world and the globe and how they perceive humanity. It's disturbing and it's also psychotic because these people don't care about human rights. These people don't care about human liberties or freedom. They treat you as a number.
This is, in all the globalist documents, their whole program is absolute war against humanity, a final revolution against everything good, a scientific dictatorship.
They don't really care whether you have liberties or not, except in terms of how much it allows them to exploit you.
The negative impact of population growth on all of our planetary ecosystems is becoming appallingly evident.
They could care less of what happens to you. They squeeze slowly any kind of human right or critical thinking from you.
These are deep-seated, deep-rooted, evil individuals, a cabal of individuals who have run the world for centuries.
We are being hit scientifically. We are in a petri dish. We are under assault. We must resist the takeover.
Their allegiance is to the global bankers. Their allegiance is to the New World Order, not to the United States, not to the Constitution, not to freedom.
The New World Order has no legitimacy, and that we as the people are not afraid, and we are waking up to the robber barons and the big bankers who are looting the economy with the Federal Reserve. Well,
if we decide to be sedated consumers in perpetuity and to effectively adopt the title of sheeple, then yes, I guess the Republic as we know it could go out of existence. And within the next 20 or 30 years, we'll look at something like Brazil. Tens of millions of people living in poverty, with a very few people at the top controlling most of the capital and dictating the lives of everyone else.
We have become decadent. We've become proud. We've become arrogant. And worst of all, we have abandoned our Bill of Rights. We've let them take it.
If we allow democracy through negligence and carelessness and the crude ambition for money, power and glory of politicians to be handed away, as we already have in Britain, to a supranational entity which we do not elect and cannot control, then you become just another police state. The freedom of the people will no longer be guaranteed by their own voice and their own vote. There will be an increasing gulf fixed between the governing class, which will wield all realistic power, and the governed, who will wield none. We'll be right back to square one, and all the work of your founding fathers will have been carelessly set at naught by the very people to whom you have entrusted the defense of that Constitution against all comers.
You are violating the sacred oath you have taken. You are listening and obeying orders from tyrants who are taking their orders from the big banksters. Understand what you're doing here today will play effect throughout history.
The hour is late. We are forced to choose right now between 1774 America or 1934 Germany. Which one is it going to be? We're now in exactly the same position our forefathers were in 1774. Almost a mirror reflection. King George, until the fighting started, did not claim the power to order colonists murdered. But your president now claims the authority to use drone strikes or anything else against you. It's even worse than what King George claimed the power to do. They are asserting the power to treat you, the American people, exactly the same as an occupied, conquered enemy nation. What is that? It's treason!
We have three ways to deal with the government. We have the soapbox, we have the ballot box, and we have the cartridge box.
If they catch you violating their unconstitutional laws, they will, when they please, send armed men to work their will upon you. And people, innocent of any crime save the one these tyrants created, will die resisting.
If it came to the point, if they started rounding people up, I would resist. I would not go working. I would rather die in the street with a gun in my hand than die in a camp. And if I have to die, I'm going to die a free man.
We will not die! You wish to stay free and to pass down that freedom to your children's children. You can do no less than become the lawbreakers that they have unconstitutionally made of you.
You are the modern American revolutionaries, but unlike them, all you have to do is preserve what was already given to you by the blood of other patriots. You have to make sure it's not in vain. As long as your heart beats, as long as you draw breath, you have a duty to stand. We will not comply, and we will resist.
Accept that fact. Embrace it. And resolve to be the very best, most successful lawbreakers you can be. And you will stay free.
When does the info war turn into the shooting war? For the individuals who are put in circumstances where they're justified doing violence against agents of the state. It already is. For the people who defended their home against a police invasion and were found by the Supreme Court in Minnesota that they were justified in resisting that invasion of their home, it was already a shooting war. For the insurgents in Iraq and Afghanistan defending their home, it is already a shooting war and not an info war. And for people that are directly threatened by the violence of government every day on the streets in the United States, it already is a shooting war. But the way that you defeat it is by winning the info war.
The thing you have to remember is the task that we have before us today is a task that's never been attempted before in history successfully. No republic, once it's gone corrupt and long in the tooth, has ever been resuscitated. Ever. Look at history. I pray every day that we can revive this republic. I don't know it's possible. It's up to the determined minority to make it happen, to shape history. I have my doubts. I do. But I know that we have to try.
We're coming to a point in human history where statism, I think, is coming to an end because people are waking up to its true nature. Human productivity, prosperity, that the government can never stop, is going to empower us to see past the paradigm of statism. It's a message of empowerment. It's a message of celebrating the divinity in every human being, the inalienable rights that we all enjoy.
I could come down to the conclusion very simply, freedom is popular. People, it's not my message, it's a message of America.
Zen libertarianism, to me, is something that has allowed me to really fully appreciate the epicness of every moment that I am fortunate enough to enjoy on this planet. If you really understand the physics of reality, the fact that every cell in our body is replaced every 7 years, that at the atomic level there is no such thing as matter as much as there is waves of energy that matter is composed of, and of arranging the molecules in your brain to engage in the rest of the world, to be a part of the universe, to enjoy the experience that it is, to be a spinning wave of energy, a spiral of light that we are as human beings.
America
you still consist of nothing but free, beautiful, independent human beings, capable of being the alphas of your own lives. The truth is empowering and sets you free. And there is no such thing as government. You can see it for what it is. There's not a police officer, it's just a man in a blue costume with a gun. And the guy in the courtroom isn't a judge who has some superior moral claim to your life. He's just a guy in a black robe. And you're able to see the matrix. You're able to wake up and see all of the code behind the language of society and the way that we think, and to be able to free your mind from that prison of fear and being able to step back and never be caught up in the fears of statism, to be afraid of losing your life, to never be afraid of dying because you come to accept its inevitability. That's Zen libertarianism.
At the end of the day, we all die. We're all going to die. No one gets out of here alive. And so what counts is what we do and who we are.
We really need to wake up, and we need to say, we're not going to use violence to enforce this. We're not going to use force to enforce this. We're going to settle this in a more civilized manner.
There isn't much chance of avoiding the quote-unquote hard landing that we've been discussing.
It is a precipice that some states have already plunged over, and that the federal government threatens to follow.
What can you do about it? It's the same thing that's been going on since the beginning of time. We have no power.
That's the other lie. The other lie is that these systems can't be wrecked. They can be wrecked simply by an individual saying no.
Let's be a man in America and a woman. All we gotta do is stand up and say no.
There will always be somebody who wants to be free and is willing to fight to defend that.
Human beings need to be free in order to achieve their full potential. Love is the core of this second American Revolution.
We do have the power. It would be startlingly easy to reverse all of this, is what people do not generally understand.
The elites in every case always believe they are invincible, and they never, ever are.
Regimes always fail, and it's only a matter of time before everything comes crumbling down and a new beginning happens.
Freedom and being free will always be there.
All we have to do is essentially refuse to play ball. You get enough people to do that and just refuse to go along. It doesn't involve a bloody revolution. And in fact, for this one to really truly be unique from revolutions in the past, it has to be that way.
And that's it. And it's up to us, guys. This is no joke.
Tyranny is the old idea. It's over and done with. We don't need more tyranny. Change this country, go back to our roots, decide that we want to live in a free country and not in a country rapidly drifting toward totalitarianism. We need to reverse the course.
I want you to imagine this. Imagine that every single soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine understood what you understand, knew what you know, felt what you feel about freedom. Imagine if they had that conviction in their hearts and in their minds and in their souls to be a warrior for liberty. Would you fear them anymore?
I'm letting go and releasing this medal because love is the most powerful force that we can employ as human beings on this planet. I don't want us to suffer this again, and I don't want our children to suffer this again. So I'm giving these back.
And it's been said that you should never doubt that a small group of people who have firm convictions can change the world, because that's the only way it's ever happened before.
It's a bright time, it's a hopeful time. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens because they are on the run. You know, we're on the march and the empire is on the run.
One drop of truth, as you know, is an antidote to an entire bucket of bull. But once your eyes are open, that's it. You're taking the red pill, and from that moment on, you are lost to the elites. They no longer have any power over your mind.
Ideas spread, they can't stop them. An idea whose time has come cannot be stopped by any army or any government.
In terms of resistance, say no every chance you get. Every chance you get, say no.
Let no man say we did nothing in this, our darkest hour.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined along tonight with Greg Fernandez Jr. and a special guest. Today is April 5th, 2018, and we'll be discussing the Crowley case from Minnesota with a special guest. We've got someone on the line who is joining us tonight named Russell, and his background is very, I'm enthused about his background because we haven't heard someone with this background on this case. Russell's got a BS in counseling psychology, an MA in human sciences with a concentration in psychology, a postgraduate diploma in forensic science, and completed a 2-year internship with the Criminal Investigative Division at a sheriff's department. He is also an affiliate member of the Academy of Behavioral Profilers. Welcome, Russell.
Thank you.
And Greg, welcome to you here. I have not yet said hello to you. I jumped right in with Russell.
That's okay.
I guess I'm a little
fine.
I'm a little excited. But what we'll do here is we've got some time to chat. This is going to be published, and then we'll push this out on the Facebook pages and whatnot for people to listen to. But Russell, how did you get? What is your? I know I mentioned your background there, but if you can go on a little bit of what your background and what has brought you to this case here.
What brought me into this area? I started out in theology, so and that only lasted a semester, and so then I switched over to marriage and family counseling. That didn't last very long either, and was thinking about gerontology and stuff like that. And then faced with borderline personality lady while I was doing inpatient work. All these things led me not to go clinical psychology. And I just discovered I don't care, put it point blank, I don't care about your mommy and daddy issues. That it wasn't for me. All I wanted to do was, put it very bluntly, hang them high through a legal process. If you want therapeutic help, and you're denied it, I'll be the first person that will advocate for you to get it, because I do believe every person, whether they're guilty or not guilty, has the right to good, competent therapy and a good, competent therapist. I just learned early on that was not for me. I could not give that to someone. So, and then also through my life, seeing how women and children were treated, I just thought that, a lot of people need a voice, and you need to speak for that voice, especially for those who can't or will not speak for themselves. So that's what prompted me to get into this area. Okay. I don't know. I work better if you ask me questions.
Oh, very good, very good. What we'd like to start off with is, and we'd rather not call this an interview, but more or less just a talk or a discussion, because someone with your caliber of background would really be beneficial for this case. We've been going around and round with this case. I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page. Greg Fernandez here is one of the admins, and we like to start off by letting people know that we're not here to, solve the case and put someone behind bars, but we're here to mainly just trying to look for the evidence of that David really did do this. So far, we haven't seen that. It appears to be a cover-up of some sort. We're not sure who. We're not sure who to point the fingers at. We're really not even interested in pointing the fingers at anyone, but nothing we see sheds any light on the fact that David Crowley did this to his wife Kamel, and his daughter Rani. So we're looking to get some kind of background of that from your background, have you seen have you gone through the crime scene photos and read through the police reports at all, Russell?
Yes, I have. I was given access to quite an extensive amount of paperwork that dealt with this case, and it only took me reading 3 pages before I stopped, because I was thinking there's no sense in going any further because already I know there's something wrong. So it only took me 3 pages out of all the extensive material I had, and that was even before I got to the pictures.
Really? So what document was this? Was this the police report?
It was the autopsy reports and the police reports. I don't know how you guys. To preface this, I'm not a politically correct person. So if I say anything that is whatever, please feel free to, edit or whatever. But I don't do politically correctness, so I'm not going to tiptoe around this.
That's very good. We like that. We encourage that. That's good.
And so, from the very first 3 pages, to say that the police case or the police work was inept would be a huge understatement. There are so many things that were not done right. There were the timeline is totally and completely there's something wrong with the timeline. I believe that if you had good forensic investigators, if you had good forensic entomologists, a forensic anthropologist, a good forensic pathologist, not a coroner and not a regular medical examiner. And I think if you had people who really cared, if it had ever gone to court, it wouldn't. The way it is now, it would not go to court because it's so inconsistent. It's just unbelievable, especially with the timeline. I can't believe that they got away with as much as, and I'm not saying who they are, but that it's got away with as much as it has. And I've never ever heard of somebody calling for a medical examiner and the medical examiner shows up 5+ hours later. That's no. I'm sorry. That's just no. That's all I can say. That's no. So that was the first thing that caught my eye with that there was something really, really wrong. And when you're reading over the police reports and you're trying to imagine what each of these individual characters or participants or actors in this story are doing, it does not make sense. You have somebody from next door calling, and then you get the idea that it's the police who are taking the word of the person who's calling from next door. I've never heard of that, ever. There are things where people are saying that they looked through the window and they didn't see anything, but yet they see a dog. But yet when you look at the pictures, it's an indicator, a very clear indicator that there was never anything that ever looked out that window. So I'm looking at that, and it just from the get-go, it just didn't smell right. That's all. There was something's wrong.
Now, Russell, just if I can go back a second, I don't have a background in this, and neither does Greg, and maybe you would agree, Greg, but what would be the time for that medical examiner to show up? You stated 5 hours is that's
and then it's not only for the time that they showed up, but it's the amount of time that they actually stayed.
Okay.
That's wrong, because now I'm not saying medical examiners have to show up on every case. They will send their deputy medical examiner, or they can send their investigators out. If the crime scene is not that questionable, or if the crime scene is not to such an extent as this one, was evidencing. But with this type of crime scene, I think any forensic pathologist or any type of medical examiner that's worth half their weight would not take 5 hours. You go out, and the most crucial thing, time is your enemy. Okay, so from the time that this first word gets out, from the time the very first responding officer sees this type of crime scene, there's a couple things that's very, very crucial. One, you must always secure the crime scene to make sure that no one else is in jeopardy, no one else's life. The criminal, the perpetrators are not still at the scene. That's paramount. Nothing else matters. But once that's been established, then the crucial thing is a time factor. You're running against a time clock here. And the longer you allow something to sit out, the more chance that you have of the degradation of the evidence, the trace evidence, and everything else start to disappear or get corrupted, you know. So you're running on a timeline. It's very crucial you get there as fast as you can, and it's extremely crucial that everything is left in situ. And what I mean by situ is as it was when the first, as possible, when the very first responder showed up. Everything has to be in situ. Then then the medical examiner has to get there right away, because this is a multiple case where you have multiple decedents, and you don't know how they died at the point. And I would like to stress that emphatically. No one other than the medical examiner, and even after the medical examiner has investigated, looked at the bodies, done everything they can tell you what happened. No one. And anyone who sits there and says they walk in, and they say, oh yeah, we got a dead child here that's 5 years old, or oh, we have this, oh, this is suicide, they need to shut up, because they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay, they do not have the training, they do not have the education, they do not have the experience to make such a statement. And I really would like to emphasize this, only the medical examiner, no one else, can tell you when to move the bodies, can tell the police when they can start investigating, can say anything about what may or may not have happened at that scene. And that's only after all the evidence is in, the autopsies have been done, all the tests have come back, you know, trace evidence, toxicology, histology, entomology. I mean, all those tests that maybe need done, until they all come back, because that all is added into a forensic examiner's report, and only after that report is done can the medical examiner state this is what the evidence is pointing to. So if that was done, and when I'm reading this report, all that was done way before the medical examiner even showed up. And then for them to sit there, the medical examiner apparently was called sometime around 5, somewhere between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact time. But then he doesn't show up until 11-something at night. So, and then the thing he leaves at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I don't know about you. I've never heard of that. So if there's any questions right now before I continue, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Do you have anything?
No, please keep on going.
Okay, so, and then the fact of the amount of time that was taken by the medical examiner once they did show up is a joke. It's a serious joke. With this type of crime scene, and the amount of decedents involved and all the different things that are in play, There's absolutely no way in my professional mind I can ever see any examiner coming there at the time they did and then around 4 o'clock in the morning leaving. That is unheard of. That's just unheard of. I can't say anything other than that because I will not ever get into speculation. I will not get into conjecture. So it's in my mind, it's no. Okay.
Now, Russell, I've got a question, Russell. With 3 decedents in a case like this, how long would it take for the case or the scene to be cleared and the professional cleaners to come in?
I would dare to say at a minimum of a day. The bare minimum of a day or 24 hours. I really cannot see it that the whole scene is secured. I'm talking about the scene. The police are never in control until I wish people would stop watching TV. The police are not in control. The only time they are in control is when the first responder gets there. He secures the house, makes sure that the perpetrators are not there. No one else's life is in danger. EMTs are not needed. Paramedics, they're not needed. I mean, but once that's been established, the crime scene, the entire crime scene is the sole authority of the medical examiner, not the police. The police have no jurisdiction. They have no say-so at all.
Can they take photos?
They can't do squat. And that's reality. The only people that can come in and take pictures is not the police. It would be the investigators from the medical examiner's office, your crimes, your CSI type people. And only when the medical examiner tells them to. Okay, in doing a crime scene, this is the other thing I found that was totally done with ineptness, is that when you have a crime scene like this, unbeknownst to everyone else, the body, or bodies in this case, is the very last thing you look at. You don't approach them. Everything's done in a grid fashion. You do your investigation in a grid fashion, and in this case, you would do it in a circular grid fashion. Okay, you start from the furthest point from where the bodies are at, and you do your investigation, and you work your investigation in a circular grid that will lead to the bodies. So you start from the outside, the police, the investigators, they look for everything on the outside, and you limit. It is very crucial that, and this is something I noticed, it's very crucial that you limit the amount of access to the crime scene. And that means if you're a policeman and you don't need to be there, you're not supposed to be there. You can be sitting outside or standing outside, secure the perimeter or whatever, but you do not have no one go into that crime scene. No one. You limit the amount of people that go into that crime scene, and if you have to have someone go into the crime scene, you always have to have a person that stands outside, that takes the names of everyone who goes in and goes out, and everyone who goes in, they follow a very certain pathway that's already been pre-established. You do not walk around willy-nilly. It's a predetermined pathway that each one egresses and regresses. You go in, you go out the same way, and you limit the amount of things. And this is why the time frame is ridiculous, because it takes hours in most cases that were even more simpler than this, it could take hours before you ever get to the body. So you look outside, you go inside, and you're taking pictures, and all that kind of good stuff. You're doing that, and finally, then and during this time, the only person that is allowed to even approach the decedents before any of this is finished is the medical examiner, because they control the scene. Not the police, not the CSI techs, none of those people. The medical examiner has absolute authority. They go in, and they're the only ones that can walk up to that scene. They're not followed by policemen. They're not followed unless the medical examiner requests his techs to come in and do whatever because the medical examiner has absolute authority. Whatever the medical examiner wants, then those people come in. But only when the medical examiner is done with the body will he release the crime scene to the police. That's when the police come in, and then they can start doing their fingerprinting and their picture taking, because all the pictures of the scenes should have already been taken by the crime scene techs upon the orders of the medical examiner. And I didn't see that. I saw this thing was, according to what I read, it was rushed. And that's a huge understatement. It was rushed. And so if there's any other questions, because it's not something like TV. It's not a matter you go in and all of a sudden the case is solved, and 30 minutes later the crime scene's closed, and the medical examiner has the body in the autopsy room and he's doing the autopsy already. That's not reality. That's TV. It takes hours. And from the time the medical examiner was supposedly have gotten there, only 4 hours? I mean, give me a break. No.
Now, also from a law enforcement perspective, the first press releases we saw was the same night was a press release saying bodies were found in a home and it's being investigated. The next night, I think it was this, Greg, suspicious activities. Suspicious. 3 bodies are found. On the second day, it was murder, double murder, suicide, most likely killed himself, and the public is not at threat, in danger of a killer on the loose. And then the very next day, it was a double murder followed by a suicide, and tests will be done, and months will be taken, months before the forensics will be done. But really, that's the case. It was all basically wrapped up in a nice bow, 48 hours after the fact. Is that normal for that?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Like that? The response are the news in this person's or this professional person's way of thinking was unprofessional and should never have happened. You cannot, within that short period of time, say, oh, we have a suicide, because that's irresponsible, because there is no way in the world, none, that you can walk in to a crime scene such as this and say, oh, it's a homicide suicide. No, that's a matter of, that shows me that there's a possible or plausible indication that it's being rushed or covered up. You can't. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Point blank. You cannot. If you were any person that had any credibility, or you were worthy or mustard or whatever, I'm sorry, you should not. The medical examiner should have spoke up right away and went to the police and said, excuse me, you cannot put that information out there.
Now, a lot of people watching this case also think that perhaps it was small town cops. Not familiar with this. This Apple Valley is the city of population's over 50,000. It's a good sized city. It's a good, it's fairly good size with very good, from what I've heard, good detectives, good law enforcement, and very bright people on that staff. Now, later that year, when the investigation was concluded, the detective staff won the Law Enforcement of the Year award for the Apple Valley Police Department, and two people handling the case were the Officers of the Year for all their work they've done on this case. Would that be something that's plausible for the efforts like this to be rewarded?
No.
Or what's your thought?
It should have never happened. Why should someone get congratulated over a job that was completely inept? Procedure that was not followed. And the fact that you may be a good, this is not Redondo Beach, this is not La Jolla, this is not the Hamptons. It shouldn't happen this way anywhere. And to say that, oh, well, maybe they're small town, because I know about Apple Valley, I've lived in Minnesota, I've worked in Minneapolis before, so, I know about Minnesota. And I know where Apple Valley is, and I can see it as clear as day in my head, and there's no excuse for this. I'm sorry. To sit there and say, well, they didn't know, or maybe they didn't do this, or maybe they didn't do that. I'm going to be very blunt and say BS. And no. When it comes to forensics, for me, it's either you know what you're doing or you don't.
Yeah,
there is no in between.
And after looking at some of this, I've made this comment before, and I've often gotten chastised for it. I said there's really only two conclusions. The law enforcement was compromised here to do something that they didn't want, or they were just inept at the entire process. That's really all that I can see coming forth from the things that I've read and the pictures that I've seen in the police reports. And I don't believe that inept, but this was horrendously done. It only leads one to conclude that someone was compromised along the way here by higher ups somewhere.
I don't know about higher up, but I will have to say that you're not alone in that opinion. I mean, a blind man could look at this case and know that it was not done according to procedure. It was not. And the fact that, and I have to touch on a very, very serious point here that I think everyone is overlooking. Like I have stated before, everyone always wants to ask why. Why? And I learned this the hard way and studying and coming up and through what my experience and the things that I was involved in. The one question everybody wants to ask is why. That's the wrong question. The why is the given. The why, it's the how. The how is what's important. The how is going to tell you. The how will bring justification to the why. It's like people say, well, how can there be all these bad people in the world, blah, 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 blah. Well, why are you asking me that when you already know the answer? The why is because sin. If you believe in that sort of thing, it's sin. So the why is already answered. Now, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, then you have to look at the how. What happened with these people's lives? What happened? What were all the different myriad of variables that had to come together to bring this act into fruition? You find that out, then you will discover the why was apparent all along. So the why is not the question to be asking. It's the how. And one of the things in this case that points to me, and this is why it's so important to study the behavioral aspects of a case, not only the crime scene itself, but to delve deep into the victim's background, to study in every little nth degree of the person, leave no privacy at all. I mean, study everything, strip them bare to the bones about who they were, what they believed, where they went, why they went. I mean, what they ate, why did they eat it, when and where. I mean, this is what you have to do. You do a behavioral analysis, behavioral assessment of the victims. And if you can figure out the how, the why becomes very self-apparent. And with this case, if you're studying this case, and automatically, if you don't know any better, and you go along with the murder-suicide, which I think is the biggest joke in the world, the one thing that points to it not being that is you have to study from what I've seen, and according, not my opinion, but from the evidence, and if you study the people's background, it was staged. That's the only thing, the evidence, not my opinion, I want to stress that, but the evidence points to it being staged. And what I mean by that is I'm a person that I like to study about people's religious beliefs. I don't believe in half of it, but I really believe that if you can, since long as I love behavior, that's what I'm trained in. You must never throw away or discount anything. Just because someone believes something you don't doesn't mean you're right, they're wrong, blah, 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 blah. You have to take it all in. You have to be you have to be dispassionate about everything. And so studying this, I have been to the Middle East, and I spent some time in the Middle East, extensive time in the Middle East, and I know about Islam, I know about the Quran, I collect Bibles, and I collect holy books, what people consider holy books. And if you know anything about Islam, anything at all, you will know that this crime scene was staged. First of all, and I'm not talking about militant Islam. No, I'm talking about any moderate Muslim. Any moderate Muslim. If they ever found out, if this ever became public, the person or persons who did whatever they did would be on a death list. And that's reality. That's not trying to scare someone. That's because you heard of the incident in Europe where someone made a caricature of Muhammad. And look at the outrage that happened after that, as a result of that. Now come and take that and place that same, the how, not the why, but the how. You place that into the arena of this case, and there is only one question, there's only one outcome you can come to. It was staged. First of all, no one's going to take an infidel's blood and write Allah Akbar on the wall. No one. It's a criminal offense. I mean, I want to cry because the act of this is so heinous. And I want to emphasize, I do not believe in Islam. It's not my thing, but I have to respect their belief, and I cannot discount it in anything. So first of all, no one will do that. The other thing is, no one, I really got to emphasize this, would never rip pages out of a Quran and throw them around the bodies of infidels. That, I'm sorry, that's a criminal, that's a death offense. That is a death offense. So that's not going to happen. And the worst, the most heinous thing that whoever this person or persons did was to take an infidel's dead hand or arm and lay it on top of a Quran. That is worse than the caricature that someone drew of Muhammad. And look at the response that created. You have somebody take the dead hand of an infidel and lay it on top. First, you put the Quran on the ground, which is, oh my, you have, the average public have no idea how heinous this really is. And then you put the Quran on the ground, and then you lay his hand on top of it. No, I want to sit here and cry right now. And I don't believe in Islam. I have a Quran. I have a very nice Quran, inlaid in gold. I treat it just as well as any other religious book. But that is because out of respect. You never do that. And the moment you saw that, that is, you don't need to look any further. If you know the how, you do not need to go any further in this investigation to know it was staged. And if you, like I say, if you know anything about Islamic faith, if you know anything about the Quran, the average person has no clue how important that book is. And no proper, in their mind, Islamic person would ever do that. And to defile that book with an infidel's dead hand is unconscionable. And that's all I got to say about that. It's just, it's heinous.
Yeah, I agree, Russell. That was held privately for, I think, 2 months before, I think it was March of 2015, before law enforcement even exposed that information to the families. And so that, and then it became public in January of 2016. And that was when that issue, when I call all that stuff the Muslim-related stuff that happened in the house of staging, for me personally, once I saw that, when that came to light, all my thoughts of it being staged went through the roof, because I knew for sure it was a poorly staged scene. It was a slam dunk once I saw that. I think the case had the killers had a much better chance letting all that go, and it would have been more believable. But once they introduced all of these things, it was then to the point of overstaging the scene. And this was just a horrible, this was done by imbeciles. I mean, this was
those imbeciles, whether they know it or not, if the Muslim community ever found out who they were, I don't think their lives would be worth anything. Because that right there should tell you something very, very, very bad is wrong with this case.
Yep,
and with Muslims, when they make a statement, they don't take an infidel's blood and write it on the wall. This is Hollywood. You will look at this crime scene and it reeks of Hollywood. It's not done, ever, not even once in any realm.
Now, on the documentary that came out, done by Eric Nelson, one of the final questions by the father of David Crowley, Dan Sr., says, you know, all we're left with is the why. I went through and read everything on the the hard drives and the journals, and I just can't come up with the why. And even Eric Nelson, while filming the documentary, says hopefully this will give people the answer to, you know, potentially the why, because that's the one thing we're left with. Is that part of the distraction here, to get people looking at the why, do you think?
I want to re-stress, as long as you keep your attention on the why, you'll never move forward in this case.
Okay.
As long as we keep our attention on the why, you're not going to go nowhere. The why is already given. If you want to find a possible resolution to this, if there is one, if you just want to bring some solace to the victims of the families that are still living, then you have to look at the how, because the answer to this is in the how. The answer to this, you look at the crime scene photos, you look at the reports, the how is there. There is your answer. It is telling you everything you want to know. But the reason that is possibly that we're not getting nowhere is because everyone wants to go with the traditional notion of the why. And that is to fulfill some psychological need. You know, you have people who are suffering great loss, and that's all they can see. And then other people want to do everything in their power to try to alleviate that. Well, I think we do a huge injustice to those people who are left behind by doing that. We look at the how. The people's signature. A signature is something that a criminal leaves behind that's very indicative of them and only them. Now, their signature could be something they left behind. It could be a forged note. It could be carvings on the body, the writing on the wall, whatever. Everything you need to know about who did this, not the why, but who, the how, is there. Everything. It's staring at us in the face. And the average person will never, ever, ever be able to outdo. They can't outdo this. They will sign their name to it. They will. There is no ands, ifs, or buts. They will.
Now, Russell, I know the current terminology, I think it's called a forensic behaviorist, but in the past, was that known as a person who put together like an FBI profile, a profile of the killers? Is that the same?
At the very beginning, we're talking in the early 1970s, it was known as profiling. But since then, that has been relegated to the land of TV. Okay, it is now called behavioral analysis.
Okay.
And behavioral analysis is more accurate, it's a better descriptor, because behavioral analysis shows not only are you profiling the individual, but you're also studying the behavioral aspect of an environment within a crime scene. So that, and when they figured this one out, they also figured out that if by studying a crime scene, if by studying the families, by their movements, by what their likes were, by what they did, where they went, why they went, what was the religious beliefs, why they held those beliefs, who contacted them, who wrote them, who did they write, you know, all these things. By doing this type of analysis, they found that they could come more and more closer to the perpetrator, because the perpetrator is there. He's there. I mean, his signature is there. I mean, everything that you want to know about the perpetrator is there.
So what do you see there?
And so that's why it's called what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, just saying. So if it's all there, what do you see? Do you see anything there that might help us kind of figure out who the perpetrator was?
Okay. What my suggestion would be is stop looking for the why. Okay. Stop looking for the why. Look at every aspect of this case. Pay attention to the people themselves, the victims. If you study the victims, you study their you study their habits, you study what their mail was, you study what they thought, what they believed, you know, how well their relationships were with their family, their finances. I mean, everything. You study that, and you can get to intimately know the victims. You will see there's a good chance that you will see the perpetrator. Because the perpetrator, no matter how good they are, they cannot hide that.
Now, Russell,
one thing is clear to me is this case, it seems to be made to look like something it's not. And that throws people off.
Correct. That's done in the form of a redirection to get people chasing their own tails, looking at other things. Now, in a case like this where there's an open investigation, for instance, on a case where they are actually law enforcement's looking for the killer, they're looking to try to find the bad guy. They'll bring in a person with, like, for instance, your background, and you'll put together an analysis of what type of person would be the perpetrator. Now, a case like this is closed. There's no need for someone like you. Would, for instance, the families contact a person with your background to say, we'd like to hire you to put together a profile of what we think, of what you think, who really did this, because we don't believe the official narrative? Do you ever get, is that common in your industry?
Yes. If I have to stress this, okay? And I don't mean to step on no one's toes, but yes, I am going to step on someone's toes, okay? If the law enforcement is truly interested in coming to understand, I'm not mentioning the truth because we're not here to find the truth. If the first of all, if the law enforcement agency and the medical examiner's office truly want to understand how to interpret the evidence in a very correct light, then yes, that would be a good thing to do. The one thing I don't believe is I don't believe in pseudoscience. I don't believe in calling in your crystal ball people. Okay, that's a joke. Pseudoscience has no place in a forensic environment. And so, but if you do have someone, and if you do, and it is not something that is uncommon, and if you do, you have to make sure that the person you have, one, has a training in the area by which you want investigated. It would be like if I was investigating some skeletons, and let's say I found a skeletonized remains, and I want them investigated, I would not bring in an anthropologist. No, I don't care if they had a doctorate degree. I would not. Now, I would bring a forensic anthropologist in. So you have to pick the right people who are going to investigate what you want, and they have to be trained in that area you want them to investigate. Because you've got a lot of good people out there. I believe there's enough evidence present already to warrant doubt. That I believe.
What would it take to get a case like this reopened, if at all possible, Russell?
Okay, this is where you're going to have a hard time. Okay, if there's no interest to begin with, the likelihood of it ever coming to fruition is very little, very slim. You have someone, either the medical examiner's office, the police, whoever, they're going to have to take an interest. If they have no interest, it's not, more than likely, it probably will not happen.
Now, how about the families, David and Kamel's parents? If they were to try to get this reopened, they are, by the way, if you're familiar with it or not, have both families have bought into the official narrative. So I don't see those stepping up to, push for a reinvestigation. But could they explore the option with a person like with your background to at least get some information, or could they get any further evidence if the case is already closed like this?
If they so chose. They're the ones that are going to have to choose. No matter what you do, there has to be interest. Whether it's from familial, whether it's from law enforcement, whether it's from the medical examiner's office, whether it's from the DA's office, whether it's from anybody, whether it's the Joe Blow that stands on the street and he's a transient. You have to have interest. If that interest does not exist, then it's more than likely not going to happen. But if the interest did exist, law enforcement cannot tell the family, they cannot hire someone who is a professional, who's trained in this area, who's in there both academically and has a legal purview. They can't. They can't. That's all there's to it. And if the case has already been adjudicated, then it becomes even harder. And if the law enforcement or the medical examiner puts in a lot of pressure for you to stop or for the family to stop, then someone needs to take a step back and ask, this is the only one time you need to ask why, is why are they doing that? Correct. Because it would be an indication that they did not want to come to find out what the real evidence is stating.
Now we've got a large group on our Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family, and it's nearly 2,000 members in this group. Even though we have no connection to the case, the members of the group, and we're not even family, could we gather up and do a fundraising campaign and hire a person like you to get a profile or an analysis of who more than likely was behind this?
If you ask the family, can we do this for you? Because in the end, when everything's said and done, if the family didn't want it, then law enforcement's going to say, I'm sorry, whatever you come up with, it don't mean nothing. That is the sad reality of the situation. You can sit there and spend all your time doing all the research, doing all the work, and if the family does not agree, they do not want to go forward, then any DA, any medical examiner, any law enforcement is going to go along with that because they're not going to put their necks out there.
But does that mean if they try to stand in our way, or does that mean that we would only have to go through the family?
If the family says no, then there's nothing you can do. You can go and do all the investigative stuff you want. Now, if you find criminal negligence, if you find evidence of criminal negligence, then you are responsible to, and you are liable for that evidence, and you hand that evidence in. Now, you cannot act on that evidence. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But if you find evidence that something really wasn't quite right and is backed up not by hearsay, not by the truth, but by evidence, then, and if the family doesn't want to listen, if the law enforcement doesn't want to listen, then you hand it in to the state's attorney or the attorney. If he doesn't want to listen, the only thing you can do is bring the evidence and you put it into the purview of the public.
Okay, now have you ever dealt with any case like that where this happened or where this type of thing was actually brought up?
No.
Have you ever heard of anything like
yes.
this?
But this will happen. This is where you really, really have to pay attention. You have to dot all your I's. You got to cross all your T's. And if you have any armchair lawyers or space cowboys in your group or whatever, you want to leave them out. Because it will go nowhere. Because what they're looking at, and I have discussed this with other people, whenever you're dealing with a case, the evidence can never be attacked, not directly. The evidence is what it is. It's not biased. It doesn't believe in the truth. It has no self-serving agenda. It's not for one person or another. It is what it is. And that's what scares people about the evidence. So what they will do, instead of attacking the evidence, they will attack the credibility of the person giving that evidence or the science by which this person found that evidence. That's what they will do. So in this, it's great that a lot, and I don't want to shy away from anybody healthy, but when it comes down to the actual real thing and giving this real evidence, giving what you find to the proper authorities, you want to make sure that the person, the man, the woman, or whoever, they're top shelf. Because if you do anything else, they're not going to attack your evidence. They're going to attack the credibility of the person who is giving that evidence. And if the person whose credibility can be attacked, or the science by which that evidence was acquired is attacked, regardless of the evidence is true, whether it's right, whether it's whatever, it will be thrown out. It will be discarded.
Is there anything that the cops did wrong that might help us get them to reopen this case, like the bullet hole that they didn't find for 1 month?
I think the only way that maybe you can do that, because it will not be, and I hate to sound liberal when it comes to this, but it will not be in the best interest of your group to start alienating the police. But you do not step on around eggshells at the same time. So what you do is you get somebody in higher authority to get them to do what they should have normally done to begin with. So you take that information, you take your evidence, you cross all your T's, you dot all your I's, and you give it to a state's attorney.
State's attorney, okay.
And I'm telling you, a state's attorney, and if he finds any credibility in the evidence that you, and remember, not the truth and not your opinion, but the evidence in which you come up with, if he finds any credibility, he or she is the person that has the power to tell the police, guess what you're going to do, whether you like it or not.
You're going to reopen the case.
Yeah, and he or she has the power to do that. And there is no law enforcement agency in the state of Minnesota that's going to tell the state's attorney general no.
So we need a smoking gun.
Yes. And once there's enough circumstantial evidence. Now please hear that correctly. There is enough circumstantial evidence to warrant doubt. That's clear. But a state's attorney general is going to need more than that. But if you can get that, whatever you want to call it, smoking gun thing, he or she has the power, the ultimate power to sit there and demand the police to reopen it. So the police will not say no.
Okay. So if the cops can't match the bullet that they say David killed himself with, the bullet that they didn't find for 1 month, would something like that warrant? Would that fall into this?
If you put that together with the fact of where the body positions were laid, the fact that and you put a lot, see, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think that if you put all that circumstantial evidence together, I think you have enough. Because there's the part where he's laying with his hands flown out. You can sit there and explain that all you want until the cows come home. But that does not, you can get a ballistic expert, that does not explain the position of the gun. I don't care what baloney anyone tells you about, oh, guns can do this or guns can do that after the trigger's pulled. I'm sorry, there's some things that are clean, cut, and dry, and projectiles, guns will only do a certain thing in a certain way if it's done in a certain way. You know, you cannot make them magically dance around a room. Okay? And then the fact that when the guy's laying on the ground and the wife's sweater is over his feet, please pay attention to what it is you're looking at. There are some things that cannot happen if everything happens the way the report says. It can't. It has to be done another way. And if you can show that that was being ignored, that even the possibility, you never want to use definitives. That's one of the advices I will use give you. You never use definitives. You know, no, you're setting yourself up for a heartache. But if you can show with inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency, which I do believe, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence of that. And if it's put out there in the public purview, then, you know, if the state's attorney general doesn't want to deal with it, because you never know what someone's interest is in something, you can put this out there, and even the only person more stronger than the state's attorney general is the public. They are more stronger than any state's attorney general will ever be. And we know this as Americans as fact, because a president, any president who's at the top of the list, at the top of his game, can be brought down by the public. And so,
yeah,
it's a very, very powerful thing.
So I'm looking at the Attorney General there, Lori Swanson. So is that the person?
I don't know who the state's Attorney General is from Minnesota.
Yeah, her name is Lori Swanson.
But
so it sounds like that's...
If you bring it to her, you must know that you have got to have your best people, your top shelf people on it. You got to check your information over and over and over again. Make sure everything's concise. Make sure everything is consistent. And you give that to them. Because just pretend that you're giving some type of proposal or something to the President of the United States. You're not going to wing it. And if things are so clear that there is no way that you can ignore it, that's what you want.
Okay. And the only thing at that point that would stand in our way, let's say we get everything set up, right? The only thing that would stand in our way would be the family wall. Some say, sound like it would just take one side of the family to say, yeah, we don't want you to investigate in this.
The state's attorney general has the power because they have the responsibility to mete out justice according to the law. And if they find something that where the law has short-stepped on, where the law did not give justice to society or something like that, then what the family feels will be irrelevant and inconsequential, because they are, by their office, they are mandated.
So, Greg, it's irrelevant about the families if you go to the state attorney level.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
Got it.
I just wanted to confirm, Russell, that it's even if the families do not agree, you can still take it to the state attorney attorney and move it forward there and have them review
if the evidence is of such a nature that the state's attorney general warrants that the crime, that the investigation be reopened, because there has been examples where, generally speaking, because of religious beliefs, because of social beliefs, because of taboos or whatever it is, there have been cases where decedents have not been autopsied, where they're not cremated and all this stuff. But if the information shows that there was some kind of criminal intent or something like that, then that a crime actually that was committed, that somehow someone short-stepped and justice was not served, then what the individual family may believe or may think doesn't hold water. They can go over the family's head, they can cremate, they can do autopsies, they can do whatever. And in those cases, the family has nothing to say. So
how quickly can they cremate?
Oh, you can if especially if you have money, you can have someone cremated if you have money, or if you are in the know, within 24 hours of the body actually being sent to the coroner. It's quite fast. But you have to do it fast enough where you sidestep everything. Because before it is decided that a real crime had occurred, yes, the family can demand the body be cremated. But once it's been determined that a criminal act, that a crime did commit, and a felony was committed, and that felony led to the deaths of the decedents, then they can sit there and request all they want, and it's not going to happen. But now if you have an unscrupulous person, they can go ahead and sidestep that before anyone else can stop them and have the body cremated. So it's not a hard thing to do.
Well, now could they do that for all three bodies? Because
yes,
only 2 of those 3 bodies were actually cremated. So is there a way that they could say, hey, I just want to make sure these 2 bodies are cremated?
It seems odd. I mean, if you are a forensic pathologist, or you're just a regular medical examiner of any weight, that would seem, I would question that. Now, whether or not you can go against that legally, that's a different story. Because they cannot decide arbitrarily or unilaterally, well, I don't like the way you asked that, or I don't like your request, so I'm not going to let you do that. No, they can't do that. Even though they may think this is odd. This is why it's so important, and I like to stress that, it's so important to make sure everything's done right the first time. Because in forensics, there is no do-overs. You cannot go back and have a second chance. Now you can go and you cannot recreate the evidence. You cannot put everything back the way it was. That's just not the way it happens. But what you can do is you can work with the evidence, and you can work with how that was collected. You can work with the ineptability of however it was studied or investigated and stuff like that. So you're going on the legal aspect, but there is no do-overs in forensics. That's why it's extremely important everything be done painfully the way it should be done.
Russell, by going through the crime scene photos, were there any that jumped out at you in particular that you can remember that helped with your decision and your view of the case that others may want to be interested in by looking at here?
Yes, I would say the biggest things that is the Islamic stuff. I would have to say that and the picture of the bay window, and take a look at that picture, and you will see I think it was the medical examiner's van or the CSI van or whoever it was out front, and take a look at that picture and just imagine that picture in a dog being seen at that front window. Imagine how that would be. And after you imagine it, then go back and look at the picture. What you imagine, what should have been, isn't what you're seeing. So either someone's outright lying, or they're lying by what is that called? By you know, when you I'm at a loss right here, but you know, you lie by not telling
by
omission.
Omission?
Yes, you're lying by omission. Because if you read the account that is written in the police report and then take a look at that window, the two things could not have happened. Only one of those things could have happened. Both of them could not. So it's either the scene is wrong or the report is wrong. So there's that. There is the photograph of the man laying there with or the report of the man laying there with the wife's sweater over his feet. What should have happened, what happened, and what was written to happen are completely different, and that should not be. That should not be. Then I would question the veracity of whether or not the door was actually opened. You're
talking about the back door?
Yes.
Or the front door?
I would question the veracity of whether that door was actually opened or not.
When it was open or not during the killings, or?
Yeah. It just doesn't matter whether it was open or not. Doesn't matter who did or did not open. It's whether or not the door was open. Because how the dog is acting, how everything is supposed to react, and how the report is stating, and how someone's saying the dog looked, and then how someone's saying the dog didn't look, and then the fact that the door was open, so there's always a chance for the dog to get out. See, something's not right. It's either the crime scene is wrong or the report is wrong. And God forbid both of them be wrong.
Well, I mean, we do have photos of the back door open and closed, so that was another thing of why the police took photos of the rear slider both open and closed. But they did that with other doors, where they would show they take pictures of doors being open and doors being closed.
No.
They've done that with the 3 toilet seats. They have photos of the toilet seats open and the toilet seats closed.
And see, this is the problem that you run into. And here's the problem. You go in while everything's still in situ, and you take pictures once, and only once, of everything. you take pictures. You do not worry about the amount of pictures. You over-picture everything. And that should be it. Those are the pictures that should be turned in as evidence. You don't go back and take pictures again. I try to stress that to my students. And this is something people really got to get into their mind. There are no do-overs in forensics. There is no second chance. Everything's done right the first time. And it's those pictures and only those pictures that should be submitted as evidence. Now, if they're taking pictures of a toilet seat up, and then somebody goes back and takes a picture of a toilet seat down, there's something not right there. Because was the toilet seat up or was it down? It doesn't matter if it was up or was down. It's got to be either or. It can't be both.
But is there any reason for them to take those photos? Just to show what it looks like open and shut?
No. Because unfortunately, this is the other problem with TV. TV just does such a bad thing for this. Everything in situ, the very first time. Pictures are taken of everything. Now, the only time that I could see them closing the toilet seat and taking a picture of it open and then closing it to take a picture is if they found trace evidence or they found bodily fluid, they found blood, they found something that was on the back of the toilet seat. Then, during the first time, there should not be a huge time disparity between the pictures. Okay? And so then they would take the picture of the seat closed, because you have to close it because you have to get the pictures in situ. I mean, that's all there's to it. And and those pictures are taken before the techs come in and do their work. Once techs get there, there is no going in there and taking pictures again. There is no do-overs. Now, if someone did that and there's a disparity in the timeline between the picture was taken and the other picture was taken, and it's both being entered as official evidence, I would question that. I would have to ask, I can't accuse, but I would have to ask, what was the justification and why the time disparity? That's why I said in my open statements, it's very crucial, because the time, once that timeline starts, from the moment that police, that very first responder sees that there could have been a crime committed, you are on the clock. And time becomes a very valuable commodity. There is no do-overs.
Well, I want to thank you, Russell, for your time tonight, because I think this has been a very enlightening discussion. Greg, do you have any other further questions or anything else you can think of, Russell?
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. If you do, Greg, and if not, I think we can wrap it up. But this is very well done. I appreciate your time speaking with us tonight.
I know it sounds corny, but this is why I live. I'm very passionate about what I do. I don't love it and I don't like it. That to me is tantamount to a hobby, and hobbies have no place in forensics. I'm passionate about this. So.
Very good. Very good. Well, once again, appreciate your time. And can't thank you enough. That's really appreciated. It's awesome. All right, Greg, I think we can wrap up. You can shut up the recording, and what we'll do is publish this, and people can listen to it at their leisure here in the future. But thanks again for your time. We really appreciate your time, Russell.
Anytime, because this is what I live for.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So the first question we have here is, what is your view on David Crowley?
I knew David. After his trailer came out and I saw it, being a combat veteran myself, I reached out to him, on Facebook. And he's a private person, but when you have a common ground or something that you can, relate to, and being in combat is something that, bonds people, and you get it or you don't get it, And I have PTSD. I've had it for 22 years. David did not have PTSD. David did not like what he did in the military. He did the honorable thing. He joined the military, he wanted to serve his country, And then he gets there and realizes that it's not what he thought it was. He didn't know he was going to have to kill innocent people. And certain people respond to trauma in different ways. I was not made for that. It affected me profoundly. It didn't affect him in the way that he couldn't handle it. He just didn't like it, and he didn't agree with it. And a lot of people were making rumors like saying he was going to kill his comrades and his commanders and stuff like that, and that's simply not true. Yes, he was disillusioned. He was angry, especially when he was stop loss. He wanted to get the fuck out of there. Pardon my language. But, he realized this is not what I signed up for. I want to go home, and I'm going to expose this. He was a very sound, logical, very intelligent man, and he loved his wife and his daughter.
So how long? Let me ask you this. Following up on that question, then, how long did you chat with David for? Like years, weeks?
I reached out to him in December of 2012.
Okay.
So it was a couple months after his trailer came out. Because I'm sketchy about people. I got to feel people out, see what they're all about. And I did my background check on him, and I was like, he's a good guy. I looked up his military records. He's very decorated. He's a hero.
So what did you think about his let's go to question 2 now. What is your view on the movie trailer Gray State that was released in 2012?
I think it's excellent. I think he was right on. The American people want to think, oh, that's crazy, that's a conspiracy. Number one, people, use your head. The definition of a conspiracy is 2 or more people planning an unlawful event against a person or an organization, period. It does not mean you're crazy. That's what a conspiracy is. But David had a lot of followers. He had over 2 million views on that trailer. He had a lot of people that were like, yeah, David. And if the American people think that martial law is not going to come into effect, they're wrong. And they're going to have a rude awakening.
How do you think it's going to come? You think it's going to come how we see it in that trailer?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We think we live in a free land, a democracy. We're communists in disguise. We're not free. We're not free. In the last 100 years, there's only been 5 years that our country has not been engaged in a war. You know why? Because when there's war, the economy is up and people spend money when they're upset and freaked out and scared. When it's peacetime, people don't spend money.
Let me ask you this. Did David ever talk about the people that he served with, served under, served over, etc.?
I mean, he got along with the people he served with. Most people don't even like their commanders. I personally didn't like mine. I didn't think he was fit to command. you know?
Really?
Especially when he calls you in his office and says, oh, your contract is up, but guess what? You're not leaving. Yeah, he was pissed off. He was like, F you, buddy. And he's like, I'm not killing anybody else. You put me in the mailroom or something. I'm not doing it. And that's disobeying a direct order. If you're told to kill, you kill. David said no. He raised the bullshit flag. I'm not doing it. And they did. They put him in the mailroom.
Do you think he ever did have to kill somebody over there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I know he did. I mean, he told me he did. Now, that took a long time because a lot of people that serve in combat and have to kill people, we don't talk about it.
Right.
It takes a long time. And then you find somebody that has been where you've been, and then it just comes out, you know, because you build a trust, and you're like, yeah, you get it, you know, and you got to take them home with you. And like I said, David and I had similar experiences, but we reacted different to them. My brain was not wired to kill people and handle it and process it and be okay with it and go home and sleep at night. But David was a strong man. Like I said, it did not affect him the way it affected me. He didn't like it, and he was going to expose it. And a lot of people didn't want it. Yes, absolutely.
When did you last speak with David? Or have any communication?
I think it was June of 2014.
How did he sound? Was he different than when you first spoke with him?
He was excited more than, he had been. He had made a lot of changes. He realized that he couldn't trust the people around him. He was acutely aware that he was being betrayed.
Did he know by who?
Betrayed by who?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Did he know?
Remember, when you ask this question, you don't want to know the answer to. He was acutely aware that his own father, that his own brother, that Sean Wright, and Mason Hendricks were betraying him.
They were betraying him. In what way? I mean,
when there's a lot of money on the table, people want more. Say we have a company, and I say, okay, Greg, you get 20%. Okay, Anna, you get 25%. In the beginning, we don't really have any money, and we're raising it, and we're okay with it. But then when the big dollars start flying around, it's like, oh, no, I want more. And he was like, it's not really about the money. It's the story that we're trying to tell. Why all of a sudden do you want 50% now?
I mean, David's dad was pretty rich, though, right? He didn't really need money.
David's dad works for the government. He makes patents. David's dad has a lot of money. I mean, David went 5 years without speaking to his own father. David had a very dysfunctional family growing up. His mom was an alcoholic. His dad was abusive. His brother bullied him. His sister was a manipulative, lying bitch. And David was the only one, when he got to be 18, realized, this ain't me. I don't want to be part of this. I'm going to go join the military and make something of myself. And Dan Jr. has a criminal record. He was always jealous of David. He bullied David. And when David came back from the military, he was like, fuck you, Dan. And everyone said, oh, they were pushing their whole family away. Yeah, they were, because they couldn't trust them. It doesn't mean they were crazy.
Right.
But David realized after being in war and seeing dead people he was even more protective of Kamala and Rainey. Yes, he had 10 weapons. They were all acquired legally. David was a marksman. He liked guns. My first husband has 37. It doesn't mean he's crazy. Even Kamala had her license because he wanted to protect his family. And he had a plan. Like my first husband. All right, somebody breaks in. What do? You hide here. The gun's here. This is what, we had a plan. And that's what he had with Kamala and Rainey.
It does, it's like, how do we know, like, how do you know this?
How do I know what?
Why do you believe this is true? Everything that you've just said in the last few minutes.
Because I believe David.
Because David told you this.
Because David told me that. Okay? And in the military, they teach you to have integrity, to do everything with excellence and honor. No, not everybody does it, but David did. David didn't like what he was doing, but he did it, and he did it well. And he got an honorable discharge, and I think he has 16 awards and medals because I believed him. I studied a lot. I have 4 degrees. I did secret classified stuff when I was in the military, and I know how to assess people, when someone's bullshitting me or someone's telling me the truth. It wasn't easy for David to open up to me. 1, because I'm a girl. 2, because I was in the Air Force. Hello. He was in the Army. We had that inter-service, banner. Oh, you guys are punks or, whatever. and he's like, I like you, girl. You got guts. You got intestinal fortitude. You shot a weapon and you're good, So we laugh about it, but if we don't, we'll cry about it,
Mm-hmm.
So I believe in that. And nobody will ever change my mind.
So you don't believe David Crowley is guilty?
Absolutely not. Like I said, I've had PTSD for 22 years. I've never thought about homicide, ever. People don't understand what PTSD is. Number 1, when somebody experiences a terrifying, horrific event, if you're going to have PTSD, the symptoms present themselves immediately, couple months, couple years, not 9 years. Well, what would they blame it on if he hadn't been in the military? Everybody wants to say every freaking person who served in the military that kills themselves or commits, or murder-suicide, you have PTSD and he snapped. No, why? Do your homework. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a few cases of people who have done that, okay? And people can have their different views about David. But when you start calling him a murderer and a perpetrator of a hate crime, now you started the war with me.
Domestic violence. Domestic violence, too. He's
exactly. That's the truth. Yeah. He never laid a hand on his wife or child, ever. No one will ever convince me of that. Ever. That is not true.
Do you think all of the talk about his wife and how, she was planning on leaving him, do you think all of that was just normal husband-wife stuff?
Exactly.
That's
exactly what it is. It was hard because he was so invested in his movie, and Kamel was working really hard, and, she was upset. She's like, David, you got to kind of bring in some money, and he had some businesses, but he was glued to his computer because he was committed. He had tenacity. He was committed to this movie, and she supported him, and it wasn't easy. I mean, think about it. When the breadwinner has to be the woman, it is hard. But it was just normal husband and wife. She would never leave him. She loved David. David was her prince. I mean, she disavowed her Muslim faith to become a Christian to marry David. David honored her.
Was David a Christian?
Well, he didn't go to church, but he had Christian faith.
He considered himself a believer in Jesus Christ.
Yes, he did.
He believed in the Bible.
Yes.
Which makes it weird why they found a Quran at the house, and I can't find the Bible at that. I haven't seen any mention of it.
It's like that's one of the many, many, many things that the people who did it really fucked up. Number one, they weren't Muslim. Okay. Number two, they didn't own a Quran. I can tell you that for a fact. David would not have a Quran. That makes no sense.
I think Kamel's sister said that it was hers. So maybe it was a book she kept in a closet or in a drawer or something.
Well, I've heard Sidra, and you know what? Once you lie once, I don't believe you. And when she admitted to lying about calling the police to go to David's house because she was afraid of him, she admitted that. Well, you're lying about that. What else are you lying about? I don't like liars. I don't like thieves. I don't like cheaters. And she's an admitted liar by her own words. Oh, when I went to the door, he looked crazy. What the fuck does crazy look like, Sidra? Are you a professional? Are you a psychiatrist? A psychologist? Oh, he shaved his hair in a mohawk. So what? So freaking what? No, I just said his hair, his mohawk, has nothing to do with milking ducks in Africa. It has nothing to do with anything. It's his freaking hair. If he wants to shave it off, he could shave it off. So he's suddenly losing it? Well, whatever, dude. What do you know?
Yeah, and that was the big thing. So many people so early on were saying these things. David was crazy. He was in a downward spiral, all that stuff. And these are the people that one would think would be some of the closest people to him. And they're feeding the cops all of this stuff.
Like Sean Wright, when he wrote on Facebook, David, if this movie comes out, I'm going to jail. Call me.
Yeah, it was weird, and he left his number.
If you're such a good friend with him, how come you don't have his phone number? It's not David's fault you didn't do your damn taxes. You're a criminal. He has a criminal record as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and go and try to search for that post. You probably won't find it. It's probably gone.
I have it.
Well, yeah. I mean, we have it, but if somebody were to go to that website, to his Facebook page or whatever, that's one of the ones that was taken down like a couple days later.
Like so who had access to Facebook? Who has access?
Nobody should have, but obviously, someone did.
Yeah, someone did. Exactly. Who? Tell me who.
I wish I could. I think we can figure it out. I think we can find out and get some factual data as to who that is. It's just a matter of time, I think. So, because there's no way that the cops don't know. So, anyways.
And that's the other thing about that Apple Valley PD. There ain't one goddamn motherfucker in that place that has any integrity. Not one of them would raise their hand and say, this ain't right. I'm not doing it. None of them. They're all pieces of shit. They have no integrity. You knew.
Well, I mean, we don't know but we don't know which ones didn't try to speak out, right? I mean, some of the data that we've gotten.
We would know because he'd raise his hand and raise the alarm and say, no, hell no. No, this ain't right. He would have got fired. They were more worried about keeping a paycheck. Guess what? I'd live in a cardboard box before I would let a lie be perpetuated about a man killing his wife and his child and himself. That is sick.
It is. You're right. It is.
And none of them have integrity or honor or excellence. They're all incompetent. I think they're a bunch of dumb Keystone cops playing hopscotch and spitball.
Let's see. Let's move to, sorry, my cat always wants to get her little cameo every time I try to interview somebody. Where are we at here? Okay, so number 4, you don't believe David's guilty. Let's go to number 5. Have you had the time to go through the hundreds of pages and documents and photographs available to the public?
I have. I have spent probably 1,000 hours reading page by page. And I'm like, first of all, you dumbass, you release these to the public, yet it doesn't add up to the crime scene. You can't have it both ways. Let's go to the blood analysis, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It says 2 or more mixtures. One is a family member. The other 2 family members are excluded. Well, who in the fuck is the other DNA? A mixture means it was done at the same time. Nobody had been in that house since Rainey's birthday party in August. Whose DNA is it?
That's not technically true. Sean Wright said he was in the house in December.
No, he was not. No, he
That's
wasn't.
What he said. I don't know. I'm just saying.
He was in the driveway. David met him in the driveway.
No, that was Danny Mason.
No,
he
Sean Wright. He went there in September. He did not go in that house.
He stated he went there in December 16th or 7th or somewhere in December, and
he's a liar. He's a liar
with his daughter. Yeah. Well, that's what he says. I don't know. I've caught him in many other lies. It's not hard for me to and that's kind of been the big thing is if these people are so truthful, then why are we finding so many different lies, so many different stories,
right.
so many people
telling
different stories, but they lead to the same place?
If you lie about something little, what else are you lying about? I have a lot of credible sources. I have a source, the girl who adopted Paleo. David Jr. acted like he stepped up to the plate and got Paleo out of the pound. He didn't keep him. He was adopted. And this girl knows Sean Wright. Sean Wright showed her pictures of the crime scenes on his phone. How the fuck did you get crime scene photos on your phone, Sean? Tell me.
Good question.
She
Maybe
said,
he's
I'm
walking
scared.
around with him.
Exactly. She's
what?
scared of him. I said, you better stay away from him. Because I know he creeps me out.
She should, if he has photos of the crime scene, she should report that. Don't you think?
That's what I told her.
Yeah.
But again, you got to understand, these people are dying. We could have 1 million people sign that petition, Greg. They're not going to reopen this.
They have to.
They are not.
They have to.
Cops don't admit when they're wrong. They will never admit, oh, we fucked up. We're sorry. He didn't do it. I mean, they still to this day say he didn't have a motive.
No. Right. Yeah, no, I still think they're going to come back and say, you know what? Yeah, he's still guilty, but there's no way they can leave it just like this. I don't see any way they can just let this go like this. They have to reopen
people like you and I are like that. You know, raise the flag at every level you can. Hello, people. You need to look at this. This is not right. You can't find a bullet a month after the crime scene and that it's evidence. It wasn't there.
Right. So that's why I'm thinking maybe higher, right? So you got to go higher than them. Maybe
exactly. I worked for the federal government, for 12 years. I know how it works. You got to cut through the red tape. You got to go above. Oh, you don't want to help? Who's your boss? Tell me who the highest paid motherfucker is. I will go to him.
Right. I think we need to go to the the state attorney general or something like that, if I remember correctly. But we need to take it to that level.
Somebody has to be held accountable. Yeah. You gotta wait. Yeah. You gotta wait for like election time, and make it a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta get people, together. And we're more forceful in numbers.
Yeah, but we can but they can also, always put their little spies in there too, and that's kind of been another issue.
They plant them everywhere.
Right. So that's why it's like, yes, we want to be a group, but we also want to make sure that we're all doing our own thing too, and just
that's
helping.
I said why I wanted Judy Prochnow out of the group. I knew it was her. When she popped.
You sure it was her? Yeah. I don't know.
I know it was her. When she's 65 years old, Greg. Don't she have grandkids? Don't you have a life? You got a Brit Club? I mean, Gray State that I created on Reddit was active 2 days, and Judy Prochnow popped up. How the fuck did you find that? Do you Google David every day? How did you find that? 2 days.
She was watching the group, and it was mentioned in the group, and 2 days later, there you go.
I mean, and the reason I know that's one of your questions. We'll get to that later, why I was banned. I sent you the screenshot.
Yes. Thank you for that.
But yeah, I like David's autopsy, First of all, David was a marksman, okay? Now, sometimes, but not always, a marksman will train with both hands. But if a guy's going to shoot himself, out of habit, he's going to use his dominant hand, okay? And it's not really your dominant hand, it's your dominant eye, which normally is consistent with your dominant hand. So his right eye was dominant, so his right hand was his dominant hand. Well, the gun was on the left side, and his right hand was clean cut off. Now, that gun would not be laying where it was just by the recoil. And the other thing, I've seen the bodies. I've seen many suicides. Greg, you don't land in a crucifix position when you kill yourself. I don't care. It's impossible. You will not lay with your legs perfectly straight and your arms above you. It doesn't happen. It's impossible.
Right, but the problem is we have three weeks, and they just blame everything on that dog. They just keep going back to that dog. Well, the dog might have did. Oh, the dog did the dog did a lot of stuff. I don't think the dog did any of it.
There was dog food in the house. A dog will not typically eat his owner. Where's the bones? Where is Rainey's arm? She had a broken rib. Her arm was taken out at the socket. A dog could not do that. That takes a great amount of force. Somebody stepped on her chest and pulled her arm out. I'll tell you this much, too. I know that David was restrained, and David was killed last.
Why do you think that?
Because his left hand was so mummified.
Yeah, the hand is weird. The placement of the hand, everything about that hand is weird.
It just breaks my heart when I think about it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's a tough thing. But we're still in it. We're still in this fight. You know, we need all hands on deck.
When I got to Reddit, I was like thinking, you know, David's in heaven going, don't you dare give up on me. And I won't. I won't give up on him.
So let me ask you about the Reddit. Why did you create this Reddit?
Because I wanted more exposure. I thought about it for a long time. And I know it's so controversial.
Say that
I thought about it for a long time. I know that it's so controversial. And Reddit can be pretty brutal, you know. And now, the way Reddit works, Reddit is Reddit. It's just a big forum. And it has millions of subreddits, which are called communities sometimes. And once you join and get so many karma, which is like an upvote, if you write something and somebody likes you, it gives you like a thumbs up, you know. And when I state something, you know, I'm an investigator. When I state something, I don't just do it off the fly or, you know, just add my comment with no thought. I think about it. I investigate it. But, you know, and I was a moderator. Like a moderator is like an like you're the admin of Facebook group. Well, I was the admin or moderator of 12 subreddits that I created. And I make the rules. Now, Reddit has their own rules, but I can make my own rules too. And one of my rules was I don't want to hear conspiracy theory or tinfoil, or I'll ban you. I didn't go off on tangents. I gave credit to you, you know, and Catherine Michelle, you know, gave your websites, said these people have dedicated their lives to finding the truth. They're a good source of information. I posted all the reports that were public, you know. I said I had a picture of the bodies. If you're genuinely concerned about exposing the truth, I will send it to you in a private email. I will not post it on here. And I didn't, because I would never disrespect David like that. And Judy Prochnow was like, well, I can't believe somebody who claims to be a friend of David would post that picture on the web. I did not post it on the web. And this is how I got banned. She doxed herself. Doxing means exposing personal information, okay? She said, I know what happened because my husband is the one who found the bodies. She doxed herself because everybody knows the Prochnows are the ones who found the bodies. It's in all news reports. If you pull up David Crowley, you're going to read about Judy and Colin Prochnow. And I simply said, welcome, Miss Prochnow. You may stay on this Reddit as long as you follow the rules. She reported me and said I exposed her identity. Bullshit. You doxed yourself.
And you still have all that, right? You have it all snapshotted, backed up, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Good.
And I appealed it. You know, I have 12 subreddits. I could give a flying discus miscus fuck about the 11 other subreddits. This one was personal to me, and I was pissed. And I appealed it. You can appeal once a day. And I appealed yesterday, and I appealed today, and I just said, she doxed herself. I've been a member for 10 months. I have over 300 followers and 15,000 karma, which means I got 15,000 thumbs up. Butterfly, we like what you say the right thing. If you post something, I want to read it. Like I was a moderator of the Delphi murders. Do you know who they are?
No,
I don't. It's a story about last February, 2 teenage girls were killed on a hiking bridge out in Delphi, Indiana. And I solved it. I know who did it. But he'll never be arrested.
Why not?
Because he found the bodies, and he contaminated the scene. He had a apparent outburst of emotion and picked them up. Police knew right away who it was, but he touched the bodies. Of course his DNA is going to be on it. They were not sexually assaulted. I know that because I have sources. It was not a sex crime.
What type of crime was it?
I'll tell you this. It was a family member of one of the girls. And there was some sexual assaults going on.
Like a long history, and maybe they were going to finally speak out?
Yep.
Sounds familiar. Okay.
I think it's kind of bizarre that one of the girls actually knew something wasn't right, pulled her phone out, took a picture of him, have him on video, and you can't solve the crime? Are you kidding me? This happened in broad daylight with 30 people in and around that trail, and nobody
What does
saw
that guy do? What does that guy do? What does the guy do? The guy that found the body.
Well, I believe there were two people involved. One corralled the girls off the bridge and took them, down the trail, and the other guy helped kill them. But they only had a 32-minute window, which is a very tight frame. So I'm not exactly sure that they were killed right away, because they were killed on a private property that had a lot of buildings in them. And the property was not searched for a couple days because they had to get a warrant. They couldn't just go on this guy's property. And this guy's shady. This guy was suspiciously absent all day. He knows that there's 2,000 people in this town, and he disappeared for 10 hours. Where'd you go? What were you doing?
Oh, have you seen any other Reddit or subreddits about this case? I've come across one or two.
I've seen a couple posts like under the subreddit unresolved mysteries. Somebody like I had somebody in unresolved mysteries about 2 months ago say, "Does anybody know what happened in the David Crowley case?" And I private messaged him. I said, "Are you fucking around or are you serious? Because I don't have time for bullshit." And he said, "I'm serious." So I said, "Okay." So I wrote this long thing, all factual. I said, "Now do your own research. You should ask questions. Don't believe everything I say. Don't believe everything you read. Use your own brain and ask questions. You don't have to be an architect, a physicist, a doctor. Anybody who looks at this crime scene knows that something's not right." One medical examiner says the bodies were there for 3 weeks. The other one says no more than 10 days. Dan Crowley.
Who said 10 days? Which one said 10 days?
I have to look at my notes, Greg, to be honest with you. I have so many notes on this. And I heard, I do. I have a book.
You're going to have a lot more, I'm sure, as we go on here.
I know. I listened to a medical examiner on Catherine Michelle's YouTube. And I think he was the one who said the bodies had not been there 7 to 10 days at most. Because you could see David still had skin, on his body. It was not putrefied or liquefied. Where's all their blood? Tell me that. Blood doesn't vaporize. It doesn't disappear. You got 4 shots to the fucking head, and you don't have any high-velocity blood spatter?
No, it's all
Come
low.
on.
It's all low. They have low velocity.
No. A headshot is a lot of blood. It is a bloody, bloody mess. I have seen suicides. It is a mess. And these supposed bloody footprints, there was blood apparently all throughout the house. What did David do? Rub Kumail's blood all over his body and stumble through the house and hit the wall and the toilet and the toilet?
I didn't see any evidence of any other footprints or anything except for that one spot. And the only
I'll have to look. I have a report that talks about how in the hallway there was blood smeared on the wall.
Yeah, there was one one half of a fingerprint smear. That was it was so tiny.
Okay, explain that?
And,
What
yeah,
did you
and
walk down the hallway and go, boop, I'm going to touch the wall. Boop, come on.
yeah. Well, and then why do that? Why even write 2 notes in 2 different rooms? And if you count that blood wall, that is 3 notes in three rooms that they all credit with David writing, without any proof, with no indication that he wrote that. That could have been anybody. It could have been anyone.
Anybody could have. It was on that computer screen, and it was open. Anybody could have wrote that. And the blood on the notepad has David's or Comel's DNA, and then somebody else. Not David, not Rainey. Who? Who was it?
Yeah, I want to find that page too. Maybe you can look that one
yes,
up.
Yes, I'll send that to you.
Too.
Whose
that
other DNA is on that bloody notepad? I want to know. Because David wrote on that every day. The same, he was flipping pages.
Kamel did too. Kamel wrote on that notepad too. I don't know if you've seen the whole. We got like about 40 pages of that 80-page notebook, and it starts in 2011, and then it ends as like a cookbook or something. So she's in the beginning.
He was page to page. So, on the say on the 25th of December, he turned the page. It would only be his or Comel's DNA, unless somebody else is in the house.
Well, but he also wrote this on page 41, which is also weird. It's like he flipped it halfway through, and it doesn't seem random. That's also where it's like you would do it at the very end. There are plenty of other blank pages at the end, and I just have a hard time understanding why he would just flip to this page, and that's a whole other thing that I'm still looking at though. But that's still there's so many things like that, and people say, well, you guys are just looking for anything that'll help prove. No, we're looking at all of these different things.
Oh, it's circumstantial, but when you have 500 circumstantial things, it's really important. Okay, so no, we didn't have a witness, but goddamn, when you have all these things that, any layperson, like I said, I'm an educated person, but anybody could look at this and be like, just use your common sense, use your logic. What's going on here, people?
Yeah, I think people can't really get past that ceiling bullet, the bullet hole in the ceiling. Nobody's ever been able to even come close. I think the best that they ever did was just to not talk about it. That's the only way that they've been able to keep that theory going.
And apparently that's the bullet that killed David?
That's what they say.
And he has no blood, no hair, just
no
like
blood, but just DNA.
Remember DNA? Well, of course his DNA is going to be on it. He loaded the magazine.
His DNA should be on all the
head. If it traveled through his head, Greg, it would have blood and tissue. Period.
Even if it went through the ceiling, bounced off of the attic, 2x4s on the top.
I know. It's like the magic bullet from JFK. It went through his head, and then, it took a right turn and went up. Come on.
Yeah, I think that is the big one. Everything surrounding that, how it was found, how it wasn't found, who found it, the different dates of who was in the house on January 19th.
Right.
All of that to me
how many investigators and technicians and everybody that was in that house and nobody saw this? Because it wasn't there.
That's what they need to investigate. They need to They need to reopen this, and even if they're just going to investigate item 57, they really should, because there's not a lot of conclusive data. There really isn't much mention of item 57 because at that time they didn't have it, and even after they find it, there's no mention. Go ahead.
And who's crying? What was he doing in the house? Why did he wait a month to tell the police about it?
I think he's related to David. I think he's like a family member. I know he's in that area too.
Even more suspicious.
Yeah. So that's interesting. There's a lot of things that just I don't talk about much because we don't have a lot of evidence to really back it up. But it goes in a file. It all goes in a data file, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to also ask you about. I had another Reddit question here. Oh, well, yeah, okay. So you're completely banned from Reddit? Like
Banned.
your
No
account is completely
warning,
gone.
no temporary. I am permanently banned.
So you would have to, in order for you to join Reddit at this point, you'd have to create a whole new account with a new
Profile.
email address, a whole new profile,
Right.
all that good stuff. And they would
Yep.
probably flag it if you tried to use some of the same ones.
Talk
I
about
guess.
David. Yep. And it's like, I'm telling you, let me tell you something. I want you to think about this, okay? I've been investigating things for 16 years. I know killers. I've talked to them. When somebody inserts themselves in a case, it's suspicious, especially at an alarming level. And who has done that? Judy Prochnow. And I know that people are going to be like, what do you mean? How could she be involved? She's 65 years old. What would she gain? Well, why is she still interested in this case? All she did was find the bodies and call 911. And 4 years later, she's still popping up on forums, acting like a damn fool, spewing hate about David, calling him a murderer and a perpetrator of a hate crime and a dopehead. Fuck you, Judy. And I'll tell you right now, you know she has a son, right?
Yes, Eric? I
Yeah.
think he's also a member of the group. He might have left the group, but at one point both of Judy's children were members of the group.
Because he was home when this happened.
He was home, but weren't the Prochnows there too?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I've heard that one. I've heard that one, but I don't see a lot of evidence. I don't see a lot of proof, right? What do we see?
Well, you got to start where things don't add up. Why is Judy Prochnow inserting herself in the case? She acts like she was best friends with the Crawleys. No, she wasn't.
No, she only talked with David once or twice.
Exactly. And she gets, I heard the interview with you and her. She was talking for both families. They don't even know her. Citra's like, why would I want to meet the neighbor? She doesn't know them, and she's speaking to them. Citra's like, I don't fucking know who she is. And Judy's like, well, they all believe this. What the fuck? What do you mean they all? Oh, so you the spokesman for both families? Shut up, Judy.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she keeps going at it. Why she's so like invested, especially when you're fighting a losing war. She's fighting a losing war. She knows she's wrong. She knows there's no evidence. She knows there's no proof. But she keeps going
she
on.
owns a company, right?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You know she owns a company, right?
A company.
Valley Construction.
Okay.
It has one employee. Has 2.5 million revenue a year.
Each year?
Guess who reconstructed and got David's house ready for sale? Judy Prochnow.
Really? Well, that's interesting. I haven't heard that
And
one.
I have proof of that too.
So maybe, well, I'd like to see it for sure. I'm sure the public would too.
I mean, I don't believe in coincidences, okay? Okay, so you found the body. You're 65 years old. Maybe it was traumatic. Okay. Why are you on the goddamn computer every day searching for people talking about David Crowley? Why? Who are you trying to fool?
Family. Maybe she just really wants to support the family, no?
She doesn't even know them, Greg.
I know.
She doesn't even know them. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. You're right. The whole thing makes no sense. The fact that within 24 hours they're accusing David Crowley of killing his wife, his daughter, and himself. No way. I mean, that is just uncalled for.
For investigation. That is not how it works. That is that you don't go in and make a decision immediately. You haven't even evaluated the evidence, and then you don't even test the evidence you have. You cannot make an informed decision unless you have done a thorough investigation. How do you know that David wrote that on the wall? First of all, I know he didn't. Okay, because Allah Akbar means God is great. Why would he write that? Neither of them were Muslim. He wouldn't, I said, oh, that was a parting shot to Kamal. No, what? That doesn't even make any sense. He loved his wife. They were not Muslim. He would not do that.
Yeah, and then the note in the office room, too, right? Same thing.
Right. They're acting like that he left investigators all this evidence to look at. No, those are his personal notes. He wasn't leaving anything for anybody. I'm a veteran, like I said, I'm a combat veteran. I want to go on. There's a website called Together We Serve, and you can put your military picture up and put your all awards and where you've been and your unit and your rank, stuff like that. And you can connect with people you served with. And the girl that, what's her name? She talked to me on Reddit. She's on Facebook. I think her name's Bella.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I know you're talking.
She is a combat veteran, and she said that she's on there and made a profile, but you can also make like a tribute page to a fallen comrade. And I guess she made one for David. I haven't seen it yet, but I want to look at it. So she put his picture, put his unit, put all his awards and medals everywhere he was. I thought, Bella, that's nice, That was real nice of you.
Is that public or is that like a...
I'm not sure. You might be able to get in as a guest. I'm not really sure because I haven't been on. I was on there a couple years ago, and I just was like, I don't care about connecting with anybody I served with. Fuck that. But I want to go check it out now because Bella said that she made it. So I just think that was honorable of her. That, she didn't know him, but she felt a connection with him, because, they were combat veterans and stuff. And I've shared a lot of information with her. And I don't feel like I'm disrespecting, David. I'm trying to honor his memory, and share. No one's perfect, okay? But David's not a murderer. He's not. No one will ever convince me otherwise. It's not true. I don't believe it. It's bullshit. David was silenced.
Yeah, and I think it's clear. It's good to just make it clear that this is your feeling. This is your view, This is
These
how
are
you
my
really
personal
feel.
views because I know David. I talked to him for a couple of years. We shared a lot of good stories and a lot of bad stories. And I believed in this man. I trusted him. I supported him. I donated for his trailer. No, you're not gonna convince me otherwise. And I'm not delusional. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't give a shit what you call me. I know what I know. I believe it, and I'll stand by it to the day I die.
Okay, so now that you're banned, what's what's next for this case? Are you just gonna give up, or can you fight this? Are you gonna continue to fight this man? Start a new Reddit?
I know David is in heaven saying, "Butterfly, don't you dare give up on me. You know I didn't do this. Don't give up on me," and I won't. There's other forums out there. There's other ways that I can get this story out. Fuck Reddit. Okay? It's easy when you're on an anonymous site because you can act like an asshole and say whatever you want and be a dick and disrespect somebody who has died and been murdered. Say it to my face, bitch. You know? I only hide my identity because I personally know David, and I don't want to be the next one with a bullet in my head. You know what I mean? You think it's a coincidence his mom died 8 months later? When she was the only one who said my son did not do this? She was a healthy 51-year-old woman, worked 2 jobs, very sociable, very active, fought to have a meeting with that medical examiner. 8 hours after she meets her, she's dead. Explain that.
Do we know which medical examiner?
I have it in my notes.
It's
a female. It's a female. I did a background check on her, and weeks after.
Is it Jessica Lelinski, or is it a different one?
God, it doesn't sound familiar. Okay. I'll have to look it up. A couple weeks after she died, she was moved to a different state. I'm like, well, why? That's suspicious. I mean, it's like connect the dots, people. You got all these pieces to the puzzle, and if you put them together, it makes an ugly picture, is what it makes. And when I look at the pictures of those bodies, I can't imagine the fear and terror that David went through. Because I know he would have protected his wife and child if he could. I mean, I can see it. In my mind, I can see it. And the fear, it just makes me sick. They did not deserve this.
No. Nobody does. That's why it's really important for us to get to the truth.
He was a strong man. He was a good man. You know, then they plant this marijuana. Who cares if he did smoke marijuana? Who gives a shit? So that makes him crazy too? 1 out of every 3 people in America smoke marijuana.
Yeah, but they have to document that. There's no way they can't document that. But yeah, I think people have kind of twisted that to mean certain things or to make connections that really can't be proven. And that's been a challenge.
Where's the toxicology report? Let me see a toxicology report. Let me see that he had marijuana in his system. Doesn't mean anything, but let me see it.
Yeah, I don't think they found any. I don't think they have any.
He smoked marijuana and then he snapped? Oh, okay, yeah. How many people smoke marijuana?
Because he was researching, right? Because he was researching and it took him to a dark place and he snapped. I believe that's what was in the Tom Lydon video. That was just like, wow. Okay,
yeah, they took his music and his concept and turned it into a fucking, he lost his mind and he went into a deep, dark place and spiraled out of control. He had PTSD and he snapped.
Right.
Really? That's your story?
And they're also making that documentary, the Sloppy-mentary, they're making that at that same time. It's just Tom Lydon and Eric Nelson had some deal where they were going to put them out at the same time, but Tom Lydon decided to put his out first.
Good for him. Piece of shit.
He's the only reason why we even know about that blood wall. we would have no other knowledge until we would have to watch Eric Nelson's crappy movie to see that.
And that's the thing. Guilty people will leak the truth because they're human. I mean, I've studied linguistics in the military. I know what, like, qualifying words or bolstering words. Like a qualifying word is like if I say, Greg, honestly, to tell you the truth, why do I have to qualify the truth? I just say it. You know what I mean? So when you hear words like to be honest or to be frank or I'll be honest with you, you know a lie's coming. And then the bolstering words, absolutely. And then if they uncontract words, I absolutely did not kill David. That's a bolstering word. So to be honest with you, Greg, I absolutely did not kill David. Well, yeah, you did. You just told me you did. You know?
Just in case you were wondering.
Yeah. So it's like, if you listen, people will tell you who they are and what they are. If you listen, just listen. Because people, their human nature is to leak. It's not easy to lie. It's very uncomfortable for people. Even master manipulators. They wear masks and they're pretty good at it, but if you pay attention, then comes the micro expressions that they can't control. That's their body's reaction to stress because they're lying. Like the blinking, constant blinking, or the twitching, under their eye. They can't control that. Or the duping delight. O.J. Simpson's a perfect example of that. When they uncovered that interview of him talking about if I did it, and he's trying not to smile, but the corners of his mouth are smiling. That's called duping delight. He's happy with himself. He's happy with what he did, but he doesn't want to bust out laughing, and he did anyway. Why would you bust out laughing when you're talking about the murder of your ex-wife, the mother of your children?
Well, I think that's why a lot of people had questions when David's brother, Sean Bright, Mason Hendricks, Danny Mason, when they took that photo of them on
and I
their
posted that
media tour.
On the Grace Day. I said within days of finding David's body, these are his supposed friends. They're celebrating.
Well, I mean, they could. They could just be doing that because. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few reasons why I could think of why they were smiling, but it does raise questions.
It's not normal. Your brother was found dead. My brother was murdered 8 years ago. I didn't smile for years. I looked around at people saying, how can you laugh? What are you smiling about? There's nothing to be happy about, And within 3 days of your brother being dead, you're smiling in a picture? That ain't right. Nope.
Well, he also didn't know which day, or he gave differing dates as to when he went to.
When he dropped off
there's no way you don't know that.
I know.
Go ahead.
David cut him out of his life. I know David and him stopped talking. And he tried to get back in David's life. And David would have nothing to do with it. So why in the fuck would you even take presents to his house? Then say you didn't ring the doorbell because you didn't want to bother them. But yet you walked by the bay window and saw Paleo. If you saw Paleo, you saw the bodies. There was a bookcase that went the length of the window. If Paleo had jumped up on that bookcase, something would have fallen. Why are you lying about that, Dan? You know what day you were there. That is a goddamn lie. If you saw the dog, you saw the bodies.
See, I'm not sure that that's necessarily true, only based on, because I've asked this same question, and it's a great question. I've asked this question to people who have actually gone up to that house, including Dan, and I've asked them that, could you really see the bodies if you were standing here? And it's not as, you wouldn't necessarily see those bodies just by standing there. You would have to be up close, was the view that I got from a couple people.
Well, you'd have to be close enough to see the dog. There's only a little tiny lip right in front of that window. Colin Prochnow acted like it was a huge stoop that he had to step up on. No, it isn't. No, it is not. But regardless, why your brother hasn't talked to you for 4 months? Why would you think it was okay to drop presents off, but not ring the doorbell? Let him know.
And drop a check for $14,000 too. Don't forget that.
I know you don't want to talk to me, but here's some presents. Goodbye or whatever. Nothing. Yeah. Why wouldn't you ring the doorbell? It makes no.
Yeah. Try to make contact. If you're really going to go over there for a reason to make contact, you're not going to drop them off.
No,
I get that.
That's
just our view. Yeah.
But I mean, that's human nature. David did not want him in his life. Why would he show up 4 months later with presents?
Maybe he lived there closest.
He texted David, I love you, I love you. David never responded to him. David wanted nothing to do with him. He was done.
Well, I got to challenge you there too, only because David had given Dan Jr. his phone number sometime before he had given it to Dan Sr., which I believe was around November maybe even later. Now, this is all according to Dan Sr. too, so again, you got to consider the source. So,
yeah, I read that timeline that Dan Sr. made. Okay, and I just it's self-serving. Okay, when he makes the remark, "Oh, I cooked at Rainey's birthday party," and David said thank you and said, "I love you, Dad." That was strange. Why would you say that? What's strange about that? Because you abused David his whole life? Is that why? David Sr. is a fucking creep, and he's a goddamn abuser.
Well, I mean, we gotta have proof, right? I mean, unless we have proof of that, it's really not fair.
I know what I know. David told me about his life growing up.
Right.
I know that David Sr. was an abuser. That's why his wife, Kate, left. Yes, Kate was an alcoholic, okay? And that did cause problems. And David had an issue with that, too, because she was always drunk and calling and, I'm so worried about you. And David's like, Mom, you got to stop, okay? I can't have this in my life. I have my own life. I have my own family. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not with my abusive father. I'm not with my alcoholic mom. I have my own wife and my own child. And I mean, there's other things that David told me that I won't reveal because it is too personal. And the truth is right there. Yeah. If you just look hard enough, the truth is right there.
Yeah, but see, the problem is for us outsiders, at least for me as an outsider, is trying to look in, trying to be balanced, trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, thinking about what if I was accused of this, what if I was accused of that, So I really do try to just be as truthful, as open, as honest, but also, I try to put the shoe on the other foot, too, to make sure, am I accusing this person of something that I really can't prove? Maybe I truly think it, but it's a big difference of thinking it and then proving it. Usually, of course, thinking it leads to proving it, and that's kind of where we're going with a lot of these things. But I've seen so many different theories, so many different stories that I had to take a lot of steps back to just kind of say, you know what, I need to go back to the very, very start and just start all over. And just, that's what I'm doing.
You have to start at the beginning and take all the key players, find out who they are, what their connection is to David, what their background is, who had to gain from David dying. You always look at when someone is murdered, it's either for financial gain, greed, or jealousy. So you say, who had the most to gain from David's death? And then you follow the money, you follow the clues. And it's really not that hard. And no, like I said, we don't have a picture of them killing David and his family. Not going to happen. Doesn't exist. But like I said, I'd like to see the pictures that Sean Wright has. What the fuck are you doing with pictures? Oh my God, you got to explain that, dude. And then why are you showing them? Are you proud of it? Did you stare at David? Did you mock him? You got to look at their behaviors, how they acted after David was found dead. I think it's highly suspicious that Dan Jr. made a GoFundMe page for Carmel's mom that was dying of cancer and then took the $8,000 and went to Vegas. Explain that.
I was told he ended up giving it back to the family. I was told Dan Jr. gave it back to the Camel family.
Did not. No, he did not. And Citra's dad made him take it down. He was embarrassed.
Yeah. I would be too. That is one of the strangest. There were so many things that the Gray State team and certain other people did too that just made it seem like, do you guys want us to create? Do you want us to believe that there is something fishy going on here? Because it's just almost like, why are you guys doing any of this? It doesn't make any sense. A lot of stuff that they did just looked like it was all staged.
It's like they're leaking and they don't even know it. It's like they're telling you the truth by their actions and by their little, slip of the tongue. Like Dan saying, I don't know what day you were there. Now, Dan, yes, you do. I mean, if you'd lie about that, what else are you lying about? You know what day you were there.
Well, he told the media that it was the 26th or the 27th that he wasn't sure. But then in the police report, he said it was the 28th. So there you go.
Yeah, and when people's statements are inconsistent, I mean, the thing about the truth is, Greg, it's timeless. It never changes. And that's why when I investigate things and I question people, I'll ask them the same question 15 different ways. You can tell the truth backwards, forward, sideways, because it's the truth and it never changes. You don't have to think about it. It just comes out because it's the truth. The truth never changes.
Right. Right, and it was their silence. All that they could do was just stay silent and hope that people would just move on and buy it. And I think they quickly found out that was not gonna happen. They thought it was because a couple people had created a group and a Facebook page, but it was a lot deeper than that. It really ended up being a lot deeper. So I'm very curious to see with these bannings that we are seeing all over social media. I'm curious to see what happens next. What do you do next? Where do you go from here? Are you going to go to another social media site? Are you going to go somewhere else? Do you start another Reddit? Do we have 20 people start their own Reddits where we're all talking about David Crowley? And let's see if we all
yes. I say go ahead. Go right ahead. All you got to do is you make a username and an email account, get 7 karma upvotes, and you can make your own community. Call it Gray State. Call it David Crowley. Call it whatever you want.
But can I block people is what I need to know.
Yep.
Because I don't put up with any drama. I
Yep.
don't put up with
You can
any.
block whoever you want. If you block someone, they cannot message you, and you will not see their messages.
All right.
And if you
All right.
create a community, you could ban someone from your community. You make a list of rules. If you don't follow them, you kick them out. And you can make it like a permanent, you never fucking come back, or you're banned for 90 days, and you can come back, or whatever.
I'm like the worst at that stuff.
Why?
Okay, just because I don't like the rules. I've been in so many Facebook groups that were just such a nightmare to be in, and I know a lot of people talk about the Justice for David Crowley family Facebook.
I
Yeah,
just
but
have
this,
heard so many
I
drama
understand.
stories about it. And I
Yeah, I
mean,
get
it's like, I have my own life and my own drama. I don't need everybody's drama on Facebook. I
Right.
mean, I just don't. I have heard
Yeah, the only difference for me with this Facebook group, with the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, is that it is different. You know, like whereas the other groups I might just leave or just kind of just whatever. It's different. You know, there's something different that really keeps me here, and there's just way too many questions, and it's also we do get a lot of those. It's almost like the Facebook group, like we're able to point out who some of these people are, who some of these key players are, who some of these fakers are, who some of these bot accounts are. So I think, you know, I've just never seen. I've been a part of a lot of Facebook groups, and I will never join another Facebook group. But I will never leave the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group either, because it is different, and I do think there's just something very, very special about this group. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think some people are treating it as a great social experiment where they're trying to just test us and trying to see who can we get to fight with whoever and all of that. And I think within the last year or so, we've been really good at just kind of purging that stuff and getting rid of a lot of those fakers. They're still going to be out there, but we're also getting more people who are helping us.
Bella sent me a message and said Judy Prochnow had another fake account or something, and she's like, I'm leaving this group, you know, fuck that. You know,
and that's what
like,
Judy wants, and that's what they want. They want you to leave,
and
you know. For me, it's like,
she messaged you and Dan, and I guess Dan Hennon.
Yes.
Dan,
he's one who created, yeah. And that's really how it should go. That's, you know, if people are like, you know what, this, you know, take it to Dan Hennon. I always encourage people, and maybe I need to make this more vocal. Send it to Dan Hennon. This is his site. This is his group. You know, I have for him, you know, it's easier for him to just ban people. For me, it's like I have to remember Dan Hennon is my friend. I respect him. I don't want to just start banning people without talking with him. Then we got to go back and forth. Say it again.
Are you an admin on the page?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. But I don't necessarily consider myself as much. I try not to really go there unless I need to, you know.
Right.
So I'm probably not a good
I
admin,
understand.
but I'd like to get better.
And I understand that, you know, I'm in the fact-finding business too. I don't believe rumors or whatever. If I hear something, I'll investigate it, and I'll check it out on 7 different sites, and I'll try to get sources, and I want facts, I want pictures, I want documents. You know, I can't just take anybody's word, you know, and I get that. And you don't have to believe me. Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm not being rude. I'm just being honest.
No. Right.
You know, I don't care if you or anybody doesn't believe me, but I know that David Crowley did not do this. Period.
And
I
think that's
of who did.
Well, that's the purpose of the group, and I think a lot, you know, some people have lost that focus. Is like, you know what? If that's not your purpose, you really shouldn't be here. So
Right. That's what Bella told me. She's like, I'm here for the goddamn truth. I'm not here for people spreading disinformation and acting like jackasses and calling David a murderer. If you're going to call him a murderer, you need to prove it to me.
Right. Yeah, and that's where I just need to get better at flagging that stuff. And so I do, I do appreciate the people that do contact me. And it's like, hey, you need to look at this person. I probably got about 15 people that I'm looking at in that group now, just watching closely.
It's a lot of work. Just like, subreddit, I had 12. I spent up to 12 hours a day because, I'm handicapped from the war. I'm pretty much confined to a chair. So I spent almost 12 hours a day on Reddit monitoring people, making sure they're following the rules. My biggest thing is you don't bully people, you don't insult people, and you don't call people names. Don't come in here and sit because I will kick your ass out.
I like it.
It's okay to come up with a theory, based on A, B, and C, but don't just say, oh, David snapped and killed his wife and kid. Okay, why? You can't just say that. That's unacceptable. You got to back it up.
You're right. Okay, as we wrap this up here, you've answered all of my questions. I really appreciate that. I would love to think about scheduling a second part here, but do you have any final words for us as we just kind of sign off for this first part?
Well, I just want to say to whoever listens to this is that I did know David. He's a good man. He did not do this, and I encourage everyone to do your research. Ask questions. Use your brain and logic. Don't listen to the narrative that people are pushing. Do your homework and come to your own conclusions. You don't have to believe what I'm saying, but don't just take it from what the Apple Valley Police are saying. Do your homework.
All right.
All right, so here is the big 485-page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it, but it's worth it. It is worth going through, and I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 15:06. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I do believe, yes, they are footprints. So I've been looking at any evidence of them being either footprints or any mention of them being fingerprints. But here, they are specifically mentioned on page 17 as footprints. So we're going to start there. Okay, we're going to say, okay, this is what the BCA, this is what the investigators concluded at this point, that they were footprints. What's even more interesting is that you can clearly see that it is one foot. It is a right foot. So here's what I have some notes for about page 18 and 19. This is a laboratory analysis request at the attention of Tommy Booth. The estimated due date for these latent prints would be 4/26/2015. The estimated due date for the question documents, which we'll cover later, would be 4/26/2015. So they're saying by 4/26/2015, they should have some answers about the latent prints and about the question documents. The circumstances and purpose of the analysis is for the latent print comparison and the handwriting analysis comparison. Sticking with that document on page 19, the document was submitted by Elizabeth Elyers of the BCA and received by Carol David on January 26, 2015 at 11:17:48. Page 20 is interesting because it's a draft page. Draft is written 3 times in red on this page, and there's really not much to this. This was filled out, and this is, okay, so we're getting into the ACISS report. Now remember, ACISS report 2015-28, and what you're going to see is a lot of these documents are going to have the same name, ACISS report 2015-28, but then it's going to have a /2/3. Let's go to page 21. MNBCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/3. The report date is 1/26. This is the preliminary autopsy. Okay, so page 23, 24, and 25 are the press release report about this case regarding David, Kamel, and Rania, released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And it basically says David died as a result of a suicide. Kamel died as a result of a homicide. Rania died as a result of a homicide. By 1/21. There's no doubt in their mind. Or they wouldn't have released those documents. But they needed to, especially for public panic, and really, especially just for all of the conspiracies. But I didn't think that they really gave the conspiracies any chance. They did not even want to consider a conspiracy here. That's the way I saw it. I don't see any. I mean, you can read these police reports and you can clearly see they're very careful to mention the public is not in danger. Everything is fine. We got this case solved. That's pretty much all we were getting. And that just fueled so many conspiracies. And instead of helping these conspiracy theorists kind of understand what was really happening, a lot of people just went silent, they went dark, and I can understand, you know, it really puts the investigators in a very tough spot, especially if they really do want to help the public understand what happened here. It's a very tough spot now, because it is an ongoing investigation. But at the same time, they're completely discrediting any possible theory of foul play. They're completely glossing over any possible explanation, any reason, anything that might show that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one thing to accuse him, but it's another thing to actually prove it. They were successful in accusing him to a point, and up to a certain date is what I think. They were very successful in trying to convince the public and trying to convince the average person that David Crowley was guilty. They failed, and they continued to fail, and the reason the case needs to be reopened is because they will continue to fail to prove David Crowley is guilty, because they cannot prove it. I truly, honestly believe that. Now, can I prove that they cannot prove it? Yes. If these documents, if what I have, if everything that I've seen is what they base their theory on, unless they have secret knowledge, some hidden information, unless they have things that we're not seeing, yes, I believe we can prove that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty based on their evidence, based on their documents, based on their photographs, based on their reports, based on their comments, based on everything they have given us. There is no way that the police, that these investigators can look at the documents, look at the photos, look at everything they've given us and say, okay, you will understand now why David Crowley is guilty. They really didn't even try. They were already thinking it didn't matter what they told us. We were still going to think David Crowley was not guilty. That's their own fault. And they were monitoring the group page. They were monitoring the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So they knew that there were people like me who were not convinced. They lumped people like me into a category where everybody thought that the government killed David, and that was it. That's totally wrong, and that's totally unfair to real people who were really looking for what really happened here. They did a big disservice to us. So I think they were kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what we tell you, you're still going to think David Crowley didn't do this. And to me, that made it sound like, okay, so then you're not going to put any effort into it, right? That's pretty much what you're telling me, and that's what I told, well, I didn't tell Gummert. That's what I should have told Gummert, is you just said that no matter what, you think we'll still be convinced that David Crowley did not kill his wife and his daughter and then kill himself. Even though I've stated publicly many, many times that I'm open to it, that I want to see it, I want the evidence. They didn't even look at that. They didn't even care, because it wasn't about that. Those are the people they should have been focusing on, not the people who were set that the government killed David, or that David was part of some global conspiracy, or it's going to release some movie that was going to change the whole world, or whatever. So they did a very big disservice to the public, because they did not help us understand. They didn't even take the time, really. So anyways, Gummert did. Gummert at least took the time to answer those questions. He tried to back out, kind of, not really back out, but he, at first he was not going to answer those questions. But he's a man of his word. Gummert is a man of his word, and he answered those questions, and I thank him for that. Page 26 is ACISS Attachment 2015-28/4, report date 1/26/2015. And this is in regards to the latent prints of David Crowley and the DD-214, which is his military record. That was requested by Chris Olson. Status was approved, and the approved date is 1/26/2015. The record originating date is 1/26/2015. It says on January 21st, 2015. Oh, here we go. Here's the FBI thing now. Because it was always, were the FBI involved? Were the Department of Homeland Security involved? Were the FBI involved? Who was involved? So now we have the one mention of the FBI in these documents. I think this is the only mention that you'll ever see. And it's only for Olson to request from the FBI, from the Minnesota FBI, David Crowley's fingerprint card taken by the U.S. military on 6/24/2003. And this FBI agent, Travis Yarberg, sent Olson David's DD-214 on January 21st, 2015. This shows they had David's fingerprint. This is going to be one of the most important things that you're going to read in these documents, simply because of they have one match to David's fingerprint, one. And it's on the notebook in the office bedroom. That's it. They don't have a fingerprint. They don't have a palm print of David's on that gun. They can't do it. Now you could say, well, it's because the gun was there for 3 weeks. You could say it's because of the dog. Whatever you want to say. That is a fact. They could not put the gun in David's hand. That's a big thing. It's a huge thing. It's one more reason to reopen this case, I think. You talk about the smoking gun. The bloody gun might be the smoking gun. Okay, so Olson gets the fingerprint card from the FBI on January 21st. Then on the following day, he receives David's DD-214 from SAIC Michael F. McDaniel. So even though we were told that the FBI were not involved, technically they weren't, and technically they were, right? They weren't involved in the investigation. There's no proof that they were involved in the investigation, but they were contacted. So, semantics, yeah, okay. I'll give them that one. And then page 28 through 31, another ACISS crime scene supplement, 2015-28/5. So now we're into the fifth part. Still dated 1/17/2015. The crime scene processing. That's what we're going to be going through here now. The BCA received a call at 14:17. They arrived at 15:30. Their work was completed on 1/18 on the following day at 4:30. The BCA, on page 28, you'll see the BCA took 800 photographs. They took a photograph of the exterior, the interior, general area, point of entry, no. Point of exit is no. Shoe prints, no. That was interesting. Footprints, yes. Tire tracks, no. Tool marks, no. Victim injuries, yes. Weapons, yes. So when you think about just another thing, going back to those shoe prints, I did notice that comparisons to the officer's shoe prints were made to shoe prints in the snow. And then I wondered, did the police ever compare David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow? And then I wondered if the police ever compared David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow. Page 31 shows Ellier's story. She was contacted by the BCA's Operations Center, and she was requested to respond to the crime scene in Apple Valley. SSA O'Donnell documented the crime scene through video, which was recorded onto a mini DVD and which was later transferred to a DVD for easy viewing. So the photos are on a DVD that is marked item .2. Page 32 and 33 cover the Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/7. So now we're to the 7th document associated with this. The report date is 2/13/2015 from 1705 to 1713. Okay, these reports and exhibits are received by the Apple Valley Police Department. Report by Chris Olson on 2/13/2015. S.A. Olson received 20 PDF files. 20 PDF files. These files included reports and other investigative exhibits relevant to this investigation. If you look at page 34 through 37, you get half a list of the top 200 donors. Start with number 1, and it's a big jump from number 1 to number 2. Okay, so page 38, you'll see here, we got the training here that Kamel and David took. If you're looking at page 40, you'll see Kamel's training verification through Quorum Security Incorporated. Page 43 has the gun that David gave to Danny Mason as a gift. Page 44, Kamel's firearms bill of sale, purchased on 7/25/2009 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. She paid with a check, total of $508.76. She bought a Springfield XD 40 caliber, serial number US 163310, signed by Kamel. Page 45 through 47 is David's training verification certificate. Course completed on November 8, 2009, and done by the same company, Quorum Security. Page 48 is David Crowley's private firearm transfer to Adam Schambauer. It's dated September 17, 2010. It's given as a gift, and it's from the AR-15. It is the lower receiver, serial number 61242. Page 49 is a private firearms transfer from David Crowley to David Stark, dated June 17, 2012, conducted as a sale. David sold Mr. Stark a Springfield XD 40 caliber subcompact, serial number US 163310. Kamel buys this gun on 7/25/2009 in Dallas, Texas for $508, sells it, or David sells it, to David Stark June 17th of 2012. Page 50 through 133 are the police reports. And here we go again, the police reports. There are some police reports in here, and there are some police reports that are missing. The ones that are missing look like it's generally the ones at the end of the 94 pages. So that's curious. The last update that we get where the case is exceptionally cleared is not in this set of police reports. That's a big deal. The other interesting thing to notice about this is some of what was censored in the 94-page PDF is not censored here. So there is some good data there. There is some good stuff to actually go through. It'd be good to have a full comparison of everything about what is blocked out in the original 94 pages, and then compare that to what is not blocked out here in these 70 some odd pages that we have of police reports. Page 134, 137 is the BCA lab analysis request by Tommy Booth. The section involved the crime scene team. The estimated due date is 2/17/2015. Firearms, the estimated due date is 5/18/2015. Latent prints, the estimated due date 4/18/2015. The nuclear DNA, estimated due date 5/18/2015. And the question documents, estimated due date 4/18/2015. This is all on page 134. The evidence list begins on page 134 as well, and goes through all of the items number 1 through 48. Now, you'll notice just 1 through 48, because right now they don't have 49 through 56, and then later they'll have 57. So you're going to see this document, 3 sets of the same document here. Okay, and as we move on to page 138, the AVPD press release. Now we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these press releases. Note these dates, note these times. This is very important. All right, so on page 138, this is the very first one. This is the first press release. Suspicious deaths. And you'll note here, it does not mention a double murder or suicide. This was set to release at 3:30 p.m. January 17th, 2015. Little over 2 hours have passed, and the first press release goes out. Suspicious deaths. Doesn't really say much. Shouldn't say much because they don't know much. This one is dated January 18th, set for release at 11:40 a.m. This one does mention a murder-suicide, but they're very clear to make sure that there's no threat to public safety. To me, that shows, and I think this has been brought up many, many times, but just to say it again, it does show that by this time, the police were working with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That is their working theory. They don't have 2 bullets yet. They don't have item 53. They don't have item 57. Item 57, obviously, they don't find that one until February 18th when they're told about it by Chris Klein, or else they would never have item 57. So thank you, Chris Klein. Think about that for a second. Let's say they never had item 57. This wouldn't match up. Nothing would match up. Of course, only 4 bullets and 6 casings found on January 17th does not match up either. So if you're still looking at page 139, you can see, based on this, that the medical examiner's office is still working to positively identify the 3 dead bodies. They haven't identified them yet, and they're already working with this theory that David Crowley is guilty. Even on January 19th, they don't have a positive ID, page 140. But they're already treating this as an apparent murder-suicide. So maybe they're just being cautious. Maybe that's just legal speak, and they're just making sure CYA. And on page 141, dated 1/21/2015 at 3 p.m. Now they have a positive ID. So by 1/21, they have a positive ID. They have already said that they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We can conclude that by 1/21/2015, the police are working with that theory that David Crowley is guilty. They're not looking at other theories. They're not looking at foul play. They've ruled out foul play. Okay, page 142 is going to be the 5th and final press release that we're going to see here. And the investigation is still ongoing. Last verified activity from the residents was late December of 2014, according to investigators. Captain John Brumell is actually quoted in this last one. He is quoted, "The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, but that analysis will take time." Page 144, 145, and 146 all look like they are trying to identify Kamel. January 18th, 1:49 a.m. Ryan Olson sends Sean McKnight this image on page 145 to identify her by her tattoos. Probably one of the fastest, easiest ways to identify a person, I would think. We're going to move on to page 147. Page 147 shows how they were trying to identify David Crowley through the tattoos. And you will note that date originally sent from Ryan Olson to Sean McKnight on January 17th, 2015. Okay, page 150 to 151 is a release form where they are releasing the dog to Dan Crowley Jr. The dog was obviously impounded on 1/17/2015. It's a mixed breed. It's a male. Dan Crowley Jr. claims that dog on January 21st, 2015, according to these documents here. So this fax that we're seeing here, this document was faxed from the pet hospital to the Apple Valley Police Department on January 21, 2015. You can see that on page 151. On page 152, you will see that on January 23, 2015, Tommy Booth is notified that the forensic scientist assigned to the nuclear DNA section assignment in this case will be Rebecca Diane. Page 153 is the handwritten report with a list of authorities involved. This lists everybody who was involved in this case. Page 154 through 157 is Kamel's messages with an unnamed person. The dates include Monday, November 24th at 9:57 a.m., where she met with somebody at a coffee house. Kamel's plans for after the holidays. Quote, I'd also be interested in planning a more elaborate, fun get-together after the holidays. On page 155, she's corresponding with somebody on December 3rd, 12:39 p.m., and she responds on Friday, December 5th at 11:53 a.m. So you can read page 154 through 157, and you can see and you can judge for yourself, because we get down to page 156, and now we're in December of 2014. Page 158 shows what guns were taken from the house on January 18th, 2015. There are 9 in total. On page 159, you'll see that Brian Bone is trying to get access to David Crowley's Dropbox. He is requesting a preservation of the account and any account associated with this specific Gmail account, crawls04@gmail.com. Page 160 through 162, we're back to the BCA Forensic Science Service, filled out by the AVPD Brian Bone. This is for the nuclear DNA test. Specifically, look at what it says under latent prints here. Elimination principles from all principles? No. Major case prints, finger/palms for crimes against people? No. Is the evidence process? No. DNA cases, known DNA samples from all principles? Yes and no. Still on page 161. It clearly says yes and no. Both of those boxes are marked on page 161. Page 162, the elimination principles names David, Kamel, and Rania. All right, page 164 shows Joe Cooksley as the forensic scientist assigned to the crime scene team. Page 165 shows that Catherine Roach is the forensic specialist assigned to the nuclear DNA section. Page 166 through 318 shows David Crowley's Facebook account activity. Page 319 through 332 is David Crowley's conversation with Brendan J. Look at page 335 and 336 now, and you will see this post that was removed. You won't find this post anymore on David's social media. This was removed, a removed post, page 335 and 336. So the police were able to get a record of this All right, page 337 shows Sean Wright with Luke Radowski. Again, you got to ask why. What is going on here? Well, obviously, to the police, page 337 relates to 335 and 336, or it also relates to 338. Check out 338. That's when Sean Wright starts asking for the admin rights. So I was just wondering, when I looked at page 341, I was like, why is this post here? And then I scrolled up to page 340, 339. Now, the thing is, if they already think David Crowley is guilty at this point, why are they doing all this? Why are they going through all this stuff? I don't know. Page 342 is the email exchange between David and Jason Allen. Now, Jason Allen forwards this email to Sean McKnight on January 20th, 2015. David sent this email on 12/17/2014. He was planning for the future. He was actively planning for his future. How does that equal suicide? How do they go from planning your future to committing a double murder suicide? Page 345 is a picture of David, Danny Mason, and others on Facebook. Page 346 through 349 is the AVPD Property and Evidence Report. Very important document here. Page 350 is the Property and Evidence Report, dated 1/22/2015 at 1:59 p.m. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet. It's also listed as item 026 on there. Page 352 is another Property and Evidence Report with the bodies in the bags. This is print dated 1/27. Page 353 is David's clothing list. Page 354 is the evidence receipt for David's clothing list. Page 356 to 358 is the same thing for Kamel, her evidence receipt. Page 362 is the property release form for the same bullet that was found on January 20th that rolled out of the carpet. Very interesting. The item number 53 was found on January 20th. Okay, page 363 to 367, forensic laboratory analysis requests for nuclear DNA comparisons for item 50, item 51, and item 52. David's known blood sample, Kamel's known blood sample, and Ranya's known blood sample. They also requested nuclear DNA comparisons for item 53. That was submitted on 1/23/2015 at 10:05. Page 368 to 372 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit and search warrant. 373 to 375, Brian Bones / Sean McKnight receipt, inventory, and return. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty, AV-1 through AV-55. You'll notice on page 373, it's dated 1/17/2015, but on page 374, it is dated 1/17/2014. Simple error, minor error. Here we have 23 through 44. Looking at page 375, going to AV-55. 367 is the receipt of filing search warrant. Contains a copy of the warrant. 378, AVPD Detective Michael Tietz to AT&T National Compliance Center for AT&T, sent on 1/22/2015. Page 379 shows AVPD's attempt to contact T-Mobile. Page 380 through 384 is a search warrant application for AT&T phone record 651-333-0072 between the dates of 9/1/14 and 1/21/2015. Signed on 1/22. Page 385 to 389 is a search warrant for AT&T phone record 212-470-5794 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 390 to 394 is a search warrant for the T-Mobile phone 254-616-0461 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 395 is a search warrant for the AT&T phone record 612-999-4890 between the dates of 9/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 396 to 399 is when Gummert learns in regards to Rania School that David and Kamel had multiple emergency contact numbers on file at the school, including the number 612-999-4890. Page 400 to 404 is Sean McKnight's search warrant for the computers and digital media storage, and the list of items are included. This evidence may show motive, pre-planning, intent, or a recording of the crime itself in video, still images, or audio form. And we know that's not true. 28 devices were found in total. This is the autopsy of David has not yet been started. If you look at page 401, just going to quickly go to a different document here to refer when the autopsies of David were done. Autopsy here says 11:50 a.m. So page 1 of David Crowley's autopsy says 11:50 a.m. But Sean McKnight's report clearly says the autopsy hasn't even been started yet. And it's signed and dated 13/30, 1/18/2015. Okay. Page 405 to 409 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit. They are requesting financial records, Wells Fargo records. On page 407, there's indications of financial trouble. From what they say, Detective Bone thought money and debt can be a contributing factor to motive in cases of homicides. He doesn't specifically say this case on page 407, but he mentions that they might have financial trouble. There's indications. What are the indications of their financial trouble? Because people told them that? Page 410 through page 413, David Crowley's financial records warrant and application requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. They are requesting AAA credit screening and financial records. Page 414 to 418, Kamel's financial records warrant and application. Also requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. Page 419 to 421 cover David Crowley's Dropbox search warrant and application. This is also requested on the same date, 2/2/2015, 2:13 p.m. by Brian Bone. Page 422 to 427 is the Equifax request from AVPD with the warrant attached. This is requested by Brian Bone on 2/4/2015 at 4:22 p.m. They are specifically requesting financial records for Kamel. Page 428 through 432 is pretty much the same thing, but for David Crowley, it's an Equifax warrant and application. Same date, 2/4/2015 at 4:22. They want David's financial records. So they have this stuff. And we see at the very end of this, again, there is very little proof of any financial trouble from what I can see here. And that doesn't include David's pending deal for his Hollywood project. And it doesn't include the $14,000 check that was left on their front doorstep. And they're still saying that there's indications of financial trouble. With the $14,000 check found on the front doorstep, it's hard for me to believe there's indications of financial trouble. Why aren't the police seeing the same thing? Why aren't investigators seeing that same thing? Why did Mason Hendricks not want this to be made public? Did not want this in the police reports that were given to us? He told me that. Because this kills that story. This kills the whole theory that they had major money problems. Page 433 is the Apple Valley Police Department Incident Recall Report from Sidra. And this one is dated 10/18/2014. This is when Sidra goes to the Crowley house and is turned away. She wants to go see her sister. She goes there to pick up one of her dad's cars. She does not see her sister. She does not see her niece. She only sees David. From what she says, David won't let her in, won't let her see them. And she's worried. Who wouldn't be worried? You should be worried. This is the second call. This is Sidra's second call to 911. The first call you'll see on page 343. And that one happened same date, 10/18/2014. This call was at 19:08. They arrive at 19:30, and this is closed at 19:51. That's page 434. Take a look at that one. 2 calls within 2 hours. So she's in the lobby of the police office asking for assistance getting the cars back. The police can't help since it's a civil issue. All right, page 435 to 436. Back to the BCA ACISS Crime Scene Supplemental Report. This is 2015-28/8. The report date is 2/18/2015 from 0 to 0. This is item 57, a bullet found a month later. Police will try to tie this bullet to David's murder weapon. I don't think that they'll be very successful. The call was received at 2/18/2015 at 16:30. The time that they arrived is 17:30, and the time completed is 19:30. 2 hours. Exactly. 28 photographs were taken this third time that they've come into the house now. They recovered a spent bullet, Christopher Olson. On Wednesday, February 18th, 2015, Special Agent Lance Lehman is contacted by the BCA's Operations Center to respond to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Lance Lehman is briefed by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, and the purpose of this event was to document and recover a spent bullet from the attic. And the BCA crime scene team was on site as well, including Joe Cooksley, who was there on the first day, on January 17th, 2015. He was there, and Beth Wolf. Special Agent Lehman took the 28 photos, item 8.1. This is all on page 437. Really good stuff here. The record original date is 2/19/2015 at 9:55 by Lance Lehman. Page 439 to page 442 are the crime scene drawings. Very interesting stuff here, especially when you think about the 3 different dates and you look at the dates on here. So there's no doubt they had to update this twice. Page 443, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment. The report date is 2/3/2015 for nuclear DNA, and this is 2015-28/10. Page 444 is the Forensic Science Laboratory report on the examination of the physical evidence. For nuclear DNA, it lists items 1 through 53. That's it. That's what they're testing for nuclear DNA in this document at this point, up until this point. Page 446 are the results of the lab exam. This is the blood. Presence of blood is found on the pistol, item 1A, in 4 areas. It's 1A-1, which is the grip of the gun, 1A-2, which is the slide of the gun, 1A-3, which is the trigger of the gun, and 1A-4, which is the muzzle of the gun. They also find presence of blood on the magazine, item 1B, in 1 area called IB-1. They find blood on the knife, which is item 8, in 4 areas, 3 samples collected. 8-1, which is the blade, 8-2, which is the inside, 8-3, which is the handle. They found presence of blood on the pin, item 40, 40-1, on the grip of the pin. They found presence of blood on the notepad, item 41, 41-1, on the front cover, 41-2, on a page. They found, okay, now we're getting into bullet. I'm going to call this bullet 1, item 42, bullet 1. They found blood on the bullet, item 42-1. 42-1 is the actual blood on the bullet. Bullet number 2, item 43. They found blood on the bullet, item 43-1. We're still on page 446. And we're going to look at bullet number 3. Item 44, blood on the bullet, and the blood on the bullet is labeled as item 44-1. Here's where blood was not found. Blood was not found on 1B1, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1B2, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1C, which is a cartridge. Again, blood was not found on 45, which is a bullet. Page 447 shows the hair and fiber and when they were collected on. Not examined at this time were items 4 through 7, 10, item 13, item 16 through 22, item 25, item 26, item 28, item 29, and item 31 through 33. This is signed by the forensic scientist in charge, Rebecca Dian. Okay, page 448, Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment, 2015-28/11. This is dated 3/11/2015. Lab number 2, crime scene team. Page 449 is a forensic science laboratory BCA result of the field examinations report 2, item 1 through 57. Brian Bone requests BCA crime scene team to go to the house to look at the hole in the ceiling and search for any possible related bullet. So Brian Bone calls the BCA Operations Center sends out their team on 2/18/2015 to recover item 57. Hours in the house from 1745 to 1945. Page 452 shows the observations of the scene. Page 453 shows the description of the bodies. This is a very important read. Okay, page 454 shows HCME entered the scene at midnight on 1/18/2015. The bodies are taken 90 minutes later. Fragments of bones and tufts on the hair were observed on the area rug in the living room. Page 454 is a list of items collected. Item 1, Springfield XD, XD546473 with blood on it. Cartridge cases, items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. Cartridge item number 7. 3 bullets, 42, 43, and 44. Bullet fragment item 31. Book with blood on it. Item 4. Pages torn out of the book with blood. Item 5, 6, and 10. The knife, open, lock back knife. Item 8. Page 454 clearly shows that the knife was open. Blood swabs from the wall, A and B, items 11 and 12. Page 455, blood swabs from the east wall, item 29. Blood swabs from the south wall behind the Christmas tree, item 33. Blood swabs from lower front right corner of the recliner, item 34. Blood swabs from wood floor outside of area rug, items 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 32. The magazine from item 1 had blood on it, ridge detail, loaded with less than 4 cartridges, also a cartridge in the chamber. Page 456, item 57 is mentioned. A projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited the attic. From the island counter wall below the countertop, items 16 and 17. Blood swabs of underside the island countertop, item 28. Blood swabs of the laptop's A key, item 24. Blood swabs of the keyboard surface, item 23. Blood swabs from the island countertop next to the laptop, item 25. Blood swab of tissue box, item 26. Blood swabs of cell phone, item 35. The dishwasher was open, dish racks pulled out. Blood swab of the kitchen floor, item 21. Blood swab inside the dishwasher, item 22. Page 457, items 46 and items 47, the notepad and the note page, possible handwriting samples from Kamel. Page 457, item 48, checkbook from David, possible handwriting samples from David. Blood swab collected in hallway outside of the office, item 27. Blood swabbing of office desk, item 39. Blood swabbing of notepad, item 41. Possible bloody ridge detail and blood on previous page 2. Blood swabbing of pen, item 40. Open safe in the master bedroom. Loaded magazine with keys and miscellaneous items. There is a swabbing of push keys on the top of the safe, item 38. Page 458 is the house diagram. You have the basement wall bullet here. You have the hole in the south wall. Chemical testing failed to detect the presence of lead. Bullet item 45 was retrieved from inside of the wall near the hole in the basement. This is all the basement wall bullet. The bullet hole in the living room was underneath the area rug. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath that rug. Chemical testing of hole in wood floor failed to detect lead. Page 459, additional items submitted. Item 49 by Special Agent Chris Olson. Item 50 through 53 by Whitney Dorn. Item 54 through 56 by Special Agent Beth Ellers. Nuclear DNA tests were done on items 1 through 45, items 50 through 53, and item 57. Latent prints were done on item 1, item 40, item 41, item 49, and item 54. Firearms, item 1 through 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, item 37, item 42 through 45, item 53, and item 57. Question documents, item 41. No analysis at this time was done on items 46, 48, 55, and 56. This is dated 3/11/2015. Page 460, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab results attachment, 2015-28/12. The report date is 3/16/2015 for nuclear DNA. Page 461 is about Rania Crowley's known blood sample, which is item 52, single source composite DNA profile. Page 464 shows the nuclear DNA tests were done on item 1, the gun, which is 1A and 1B, item 8, the knife, blood swabs for items 11, 14, 23, 27, and 35. Nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 38, the push keys from the gun safe, item 41 from the notepad, item 42, 43, and 44, which are all bullets, item 45, which is the bullet in the basement wall. This is all nuclear DNA tests. These nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 50, which is a blood sample of David Crowley, item 51, a blood sample of Kamel Crowley, and item 52, a blood sample of Rania Crowley, page 465. These tests were also done on item 53, the bullet that rolled out of the rug, and item 57, the bullet that police found in the attic. No blood on that bullet. Sampled, collected, labeled as 57-1. Still on page 465, here are the DNA results. Item 1A-3 is a mix of 2 or more people with major male DNA profile that matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor. Kamel is excluded. Item 1B is a mix of 2 or more people. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Kamel and Rania cannot be excluded as contributors. Estimates 99.95 to 99.97 of the general population can be excluded. Page 466 is item 8-1, which has a mix of 2 or more people. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being contributors. 99.95 to 99.98% of the estimated general population can be excluded. Items 11 and items 44-1. Single source female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 14, 23, 27, 42-1, and 43-1. Female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 35 has a mix of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania can't be excluded. David is excluded along with 99.9998% of the general population. Page 466, item 38, which shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. However, David and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture. Page 467. Item 41-2 has a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. David and Rania are excluded. Item 45-1 shows no DNA profile obtained. Item 53-1 shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Rania. Major DNA profile does not match David or Kamel. David and Kamel are excluded. This is very important right here because item 53-1 is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th. What you're reading here shows they did not have the bullet that they will say killed Rania until 4 days after the bodies were taken out of the house. That's ridiculous. 4 days after, January 17th goes by. Bodies are taken out January 18th. January 19th goes by. January 20th, when there's cleaners in the Crowley house, a bullet rolls out of a carpet, lands on the hardwood floor. Cops are called in to collect this bullet. This document on page 467 shows this is the bullet that killed Rania, most likely. That's what it's telling me. They missed this bullet too. The only bullets they found, if their logic is correct, the only bullets they found on January 17th were related to Kamel. Page 467 to 468 covers item 57. There is a male DNA profile that matches David Crowley. Kamel and Rania are excluded. Insignificant genetic information led to no statement on minor types. Page 469 is the autopsy reports. Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/14. The report date is 4/14/2015. This is the final autopsy reports. Page 470 shows that Chris Olson receives the final autopsy reports. Final autopsy claims David died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Page 471, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/15, with a report date of 5/24/2015, Lab 5-FA. Page 472 covers the Forensic Science Laboratory tests on firearms. Lab 5, there's an item list. This is dated 5/22/2015. Page 473 shows the results of the laboratory examination. On item 1, the gun fired item 2, fired item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37, for a total of 6 .40 cal Smith & Wesson cartridge cases. Now, item 1 also fired item 42, item 43, item 44, item 45, item 53, and item 57, for a total of 6 .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullets. They find matching features between item 57 and item 31. So item 1 fired item 31. Item 7 was not examined. It's a cartridge. So they take the matching features between item 57 and item 31 to show that item 1 fired item 31. Examinations of item 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from the Winchester PXD1 brand cartridges. You know, when I first read this, I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were using item 31 to help prove item 57 was fired by David's gun. Reading this now, I'm looking at it differently, and now I'm thinking they're trying to say what they found with item 57 helps them prove something about item 31. They don't even know that David's gun fired item 57, and they're going to use item 57 to help prove that David fired item 31. Lisa Kinsella is the forensic scientist here. Page 474 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/16. The report date is 7/2/2015. Lab 6. This includes a list of question documents, includes 41A-1 to 41A-59. Lots of items to cover here. Okay, page 476, we're talking about blood. Item 41A-20A. 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of item 41, the spiral notepad. Item 41A-21A. 2 SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of item 41. So the comparisons will not be done at this time. If you're looking on page 477, comparisons of item 41A-30 and question writings and photographs saved, item 55, will not be conducted at this time. Still in the handwriting now with page 478 with alternate light source examining results. Exams of item 41, front, back, 59 pages inside, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Items 41A-1 through 41A-59. So they go all through these 59 pages. 41 is the notepad. 41A is the paper on the notepad, and 41A-1 through 59 are the pages. The indented impression examination results are also listed here. These impressions were done on 41A-20A and 41A-21A. Limitations. Additional writing impressions were developed that could not be interpreted. Page 480 is the BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/17, dated 9/10/2015, September 10th, 2015, done by Lab 7. Page 482 shows the latent prints, dated 7/31/2015. List of items submitted are all from page 482 to 484. This includes the gun, the magazine, the pen, the notepad, 59 pages. Item 49 is a known fingerprint card of David Crowley. Item 54 is a CD with images of 25 NEF images. Item 58 is a disc with images of latent prints from 1A, 1B, 41A, and 54. Latent prints. Item 1A, latent palm print, which is labeled as LP1A-1. Item 1B, latent fingerprint, which is labeled LP1B-2. Item 54, a latent palm print labeled LP54-1. File names BCA499, NEF through BCA5001, NEF. A limited examination of latent prints is apparent blood from item 41, 41A, 41A1 through 41A59, all submitted as item 41. So on the notepad, they find 2 latent prints that are suitable for comparison. The latent prints, item 41A-30, latent print impression, could be from a finger or a palm. Item 41A-31, latent fingerprint, LP41A31-1. This is blood. Now don't forget, they searched in the MOFIN database and no suitable candidate was generated for these latent prints. Latent print results, page 485. LP1B-2 is a fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. LP41A30-1 is a palm or fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley for the same reason, because there's a limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. It's not a good enough latent print. LP41A31-1 is a fingerprint with David's left middle finger on the note page. 2 palm prints, LP1A-1 and LP54-1, could not be compared due to no known palm print of David, according to page 485. This is dated 7/31/2015, well after they had contacted the FBI and the military. So they have palm prints, but they can't match them to David. They have a fingerprint, 2 fingerprints. Can't match them to David. Yet they're still going to go and claim David is guilty. Contact information is left if additional examinations are necessary. I believe they are, so hopefully we can get to that. Contact the BCA latent print section. This is written by forensic scientist Jennifer Kostrowski. They reviewed 5 latent print results, 3 fingerprints, 2 palm prints. Okay, the 3 fingerprints, LP1B-2, inconclusive to David Crowley. LP14A31-1, inconclusive to David Crowley, which is the notepad. LP1A30-1 is inconclusive to David Crowley, and this is the note page, number 30. LP41A31-1 has David's left middle finger. This is the only fingerprint that they have, is of David Crowley's left middle finger, found on the note page, page 31 of the notepad. That's it. It's all they can conclusively say. That's what they have. A left middle finger for all of us, pretty much. Okay, palm prints. LP1A-1, no palm print comparison. LP54-1, no palm print comparison. They have no palm print comparison for David Crowley. Fingerprints don't match except for one. Don't match the gun, don't match anything else. Until we meet again, the gray stage continues.
Hello, folks. This is Jeff Davis with the legendary Jeff Davis Show from Central Texas, USA. And I love Mike Hansen Archives. Peace out, baby.
Hello, Austin, Texas. I'm Alex Jones. You're watching Exposing Corruption. I don't claim to have all the answers in this world, but what I do claim to do is to care about America and know that your rights are rapidly being eroded. I want to thank Mike for bringing this up here. Mike's involved in a lot of things we do. I won't tell you Mike's last name, but he's helped get some research for us. I used to have this code, and I've misplaced it. It is the United States Code, annotated, Title 22, and that is 2451-3090. It is couched as international arms control, And it starts back in the 60s and moves through the 80s. And it talks about setting up a drug war and people like General McCaffrey and creating the intelligence network to disarm Americans. That is laced all through the code and the law. But they try to couch it as usual in that it is for foreign countries. But then it gives and speaks about local control. We'll get into that more later. Again, that is from the U.S. Code. And this is just basically the framework. They do this quite often when they usurp your rights. It's very, very popular with these people that control our government, these criminal agencies. Also tonight I'm going to read you some passages. I just got this book today. I didn't buy it. Someone sent it to me. It's Ayn Rand, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. People always say, oh, you got all your ideas from Ayn Rand. And I say, I've heard of her. Isn't she basically free market libertarian, talks about corruption in government? I just heard about her. And I'm sure some of her ideas, since she's been writing books since the 1930s, have infected me, and probably I have been influenced by her without knowing. But basically I came around to my understanding of things on my own. Again, I want to thank my producers and make sure we started taping this show. I gave them a videotape. I know it's my fault, as usual, not getting that going. So tonight, the interesting thing about this, I've only had time today, while I was standing in line to pay a ticket to read for an hour, to read 2 essays written by the then young economist, not too young, 30 or 40 years old, in the 1960s, I believe it was 1963 when he wrote one of the essays, our Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan. And he talks about how our government was really, in these essays, and I'll read you some of the quotes later, he talks about how our government is really just becoming socialist and calling it free market, and that really a lot of professors, he says, will point back to the railroads in the late 1900s and the mid-1900s being subsidized by the government. But they say it was free market and that it failed and the government had to help. No, the first big railroads into the West were not free market. They were given the land, they were given the money to do it, and they were very, very corrupt. And what was the government's answer to this corruption? More government. Of course, because these powerful individuals controlled our federal government at that time, and a lot of their descendants still do. So basically, I've only read a few articles. I haven't even read any of her writings yet. But the lady that sent me this did highlight the 2 articles by Alan Greenspan in here. One of the articles is about how we should be on a gold standard, or at least a standard of real money, and how it gives unbelievable power to private banks and other individuals and governments to have fiat money systems that are in private hands. And you can see that he's sold out and now believes differently and has a lot of power because of it. I haven't really had time to highlight it. It's information I already knew. But it's interesting to hear Alan Greenspan saying this back in the 60s. I guess he would have been about 40 years old then. Now he's like 76 or something. So that is very, very interesting. And we'll get into that more later. That is Ayn Rand, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. And I'll read the book this week and have you a better critique next. I just got this today at about 1 o'clock. Somebody sent it to me. Okay. Something I have had a chance to read quite a bit of is Prevailing Winds. Now, this is a supposed far-left magazine. Let me open it to you. Well, let me just read you some of the stuff on the cover. Oklahoma City bombing exposed. Flight TWA-800, the cover-up. CIA and drugs. I burglarized with the FBI. Ex-DEA agent tells all prison industrial complex. NutraSweet. And our catalog. Now, you open this up, and I've read quite a few articles in here, and basically it tells you everything the New American, a supposed far right wing, would tell you. UN troops cutting little kids' heads off, torturing people, CIA and drugs, all this going on. The one difference is Bill Clinton's really our friend and going to save us. Obvious front group. Shows you a lot of facts, shows you a lot of problems, and then tells you Bill Clinton's going to save you. The John Birch Society, which I'm not a member of, does attack the Republicans and does attack the Democrats. I really respect their organization. Some of my friends have attacked me on this point and said that I'm kissing up to the JBS because I might want them to put my documentaries and things around the country. That is insane. I talked to some people at a meeting who live out in the country and have an Access TV show, and then I was accused by one of my associates of being nice to this front group because I wanted to be their friends. You bet I do. I first got into this by reading Gary Allen, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, which was distributed by the John Birch Society, a supposedly right-wing organization that is against war unless our country is being attacked, that is for the Constitution, that has exposed CIA drug dealing, Oklahoma City bombing, and Andre Strassmeyer being the man involved in that and executing that attack at the behest of the CIA, and Carol Howe, BATF informant, telling them this, much more. So it just goes on, and it's important as citizens that we understand how we're being manipulated out there. All right. I've also got a whole gigantic slew here of newspaper clippings. PRI veteran forms new Mexico party. Well, that sounds ridiculous. PRI veteran, that's the fascistic command and control, semi-socialist government in Mexico that sends death squads of ski mask garbed, black uniformed squads, it's even been in the Statesman, into encampments of Indians to kill them so that they can sell it to hotels to build complexes or grow marijuana or whatever the Mexican government does for the CIA. And then the Statesman says, PRI veteran forms New Mexico party. This is from the Statesman, 219. And it says in here, talks about how this former stalwart of Mexico's long dominant ruling party has formed his own political party in an apparent bid to become the first opposition figure elected president in nearly 70 years. And he probably will get elected, and they'll say, oh, see, Mexico isn't a one-party system, one rule by 4 or 5 families. The guy is a long-term PR guy. That is the Mexico's central party, the only party of any significance. And then they act like he's actually going to, it talks about how he's going to save them. The center-left Democratic Revolution Party has yet to name a presidential candidate. The center-left Democratic Revolution Party? I mean, this is just a bunch of crap. We control Mexico. We put down those people. We treat them like garbage. Now, not we, the American people. The American people are ignorant. I was down, and supposedly it was on the news yesterday. I didn't see it because I was taking a nap when I got home. I was tired. I went down and spoke for the birthday of Texas. Nothing to do with the Republic of Texas. We're celebrating Texas independence, 1836. My family on my father's side was here in 1830. I've seen the Spanish land grant. My dad has it in the safe. Laminated, broken, old brown paper that says that we pay, what was it, like 10 cents an acre for like 15,000 acres. We paid for it in 1830. Santa Anna came tromping in and tried to steal it 6 years later after we developed it. We saddled up, went down to San Jacinto alongside Mexicans and kicked his butt. Am I saying that Texans didn't abuse Indians? Am I saying Mexicans didn't abuse Indians? Am I saying the Spanish didn't abuse Indians? Am I saying the French didn't abuse Indians? Am I saying no? No, I'm not. Actually, some of the best people to the Indians that got along with Indians the best were the German settlers here in Texas. And that's more my mother's side of the family. So I'm not going to sit here and put up with this garbage anymore as people sit around and bash America and talk about Aslan and Metya, which is a big group at UT and across the country. I played documentary evidence of them attacking people at the 4th of July in California and beating old people up, both Hispanic, black, and white, who had American flags, and the police didn't even intervene as old senior citizens and veterans were being bloodied by a young mob of Mexican supremacists. And I want to tell people before I say that, because everybody's so brainwashed out there, my producer at 98.9 KJFK a couple Saturdays ago was threatened by the Ku Klux Klan over the air, or white supremacists. They send us all these letters and things and announce themselves and are racist, and I rebuked them on the air, have rebuked them for ever since I've been on the air. I can't stand white supremacists. Half of them are controlled by the federal government. And again, a recent publication, I've been telling you this each week, the January issue of the Texas Monthly on page 48, I believe, has a long story. It's one of the cover stories about the Ku Klux Klan in Fort Worth being controlled by Jerry Spence, a known FBI informant and pretty much a FBI officer. I mean, agent. He has been in their pay for like 15 years and went out and stirred up these guys to blow something up. They never built a bomb like the news told you. They just talked about it. Kind of like the guys with the anthrax. It ended up to be anthrax vaccine, which you can buy from your large animal vet to give to your animals. Totally harmless. I wouldn't recommend injecting yourself with it. But basically, but the media got 2 weeks of front page scare tactics. Then they get to reverse it in the back of the paper once. The scare is already there. We're begging for centralized world government to keep us safe from the terrorists, when it is the world government and the world military-industrial complex that is selling these weapons. But back to basics. Mexico and Mexico City are absolute hellholes now unless you go down to the resort areas. 27 million people at last count live in Mexico City. Half of them live in cardboard shanty towns and then go to the factories that build the electronics that we love so much. It's akin to China, but not quite slave labor camps. They don't even give them slave labor camps. They just throw them out to live by the sewers. And I've seen even on PBS, people get like 30 minutes of water at a faucet a day, and they get buckets of water, and sometimes the water doesn't come. And they then go into the factories and build things for Ford and General Motors and AT&T, the terrible pieces of junk answering machines I bought. Never buy anything from Mexico. It's not because the people aren't hardworking or intelligent. It's because they're in terrible slavery down there, and the quality of the goods is just abhorrent. So again, the PRI and now Manuel Camacho Salas, positioned to run for president in 2000 election, and it says he's a longtime PRI, the institutional party down there for the last 70 years, but he's going to save us with a new party. He's probably going to win. Of course he's going to win because the media in Mexico is telling you he's going to win, so people all clap. Oh, the revolution's over. People aren't standing up anymore about being driven off their homes. The Indians in the South, so they can set up UN biospheres and then sell the land. It's all a big scam. The UN setting up shop here to take our national parks. It's just a world slavery system under the guise of altruism and altruistic aims for the children. 2 suspects are cleared of anthrax poisoning. Again, this is from the Statesman, 2/24/98, right there. And it talks about 2 men arrested in an anthrax scare were cleared Monday of all biological weapons charges after tests show the material was a harmless vaccine and not the deadly germ. Look how big this article is. Woo! Remember when it was front page for 2 weeks? Judge rejects car seizure law. Now this is good. In Louisiana, measures sought to get motorists to buy insurance. And the judge in Baton Rouge says that he is overturning this because it takes the Constitution away. This is from the Dallas Morning News, Thursday, February 26, 1998, 29A. A real rarity, asset forfeiture seizure was actually overturned in one of the states where it runs rampant. Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, and now Texas and California. It is running rampant. They don't even have to find drugs to steal your property to fund the growing police state of black ski mask wearing federalized police. And later, I think I'll probably, for the 15th time, play you clips from Lair NewsHour where it shows SWAT team commanders admitting that they're under secret control by the federal government and they can't talk about it. Then we'll show you some black helicopters on the mainstream news for those of you that still think it's a joke, where they tell you that you're under surveillance, my friends. And in fact, I'm not going to tell you what happened Saturday night because my dad told me they're probably doing this to make me act like I'm insane. So I'm not going to tell you. You can just imagine. Oh, a little note I wrote. They're using expectations They have not been realized. They were not ever meant to be realized. Expectations for this, expectations for that. Get you focused on so-called racism. Get you focused on men and women's issues. We're all human beings. Focus on who runs the world, who's stealing your paycheck, who's lying to you, who is absolutely manipulating you. Okay, we talked about that. It's time to wake up. You have not been empowered. You have been neutralized out there, especially the Democrats and the Republicans just as well. George W. Bush is an absolute front candidate. He'll probably be president in 2000. They're already pushing him across the nation. His father is CFR, Trilateral Commission, and Bilderberger has been linked to bringing drugs into this country. He was ex-head of the Central Intelligence Agency in the 70s. It just goes on and on. Now, here's a rare editorial cartoon that I find hilarious. It's from the Washington Post National Weekly Edition, which is very rare. And it says, speaking of Washington cover-ups, can we get a close-up? I know we got a semi-close-up. And you can't really pick it up that good, but it shows a guy reading the newspaper, and he is saying, speaking of Washington cover-ups, and there's a little bubble, and then it shows a newspaper he's reading. Federal budget, accounting gimmick, using Social Security taxes to cover year-to-year deficit, a budget surplus, and it shows Clinton. No, we don't have to mess with that camera. You're doing a great job, Andy. If you want, you can come around, and I kind of jammed the cameras together tonight. Yeah, you can do a close shot on that one if you can possibly. I've created a huge snarl here, which is impossible to get around. We do this broadcast from the smallest studio because we wish to, because it makes for easier. Yeah, we'll zoom into this in just a second and focus it. Again, if you want pap and slick packaging, Ted Koppel and Peter Jennings are there for you, both on the, well, I won't talk about it. There you have it. Of course, talk about Washington cover-ups. You got President Clinton, it says, on the front of the newspaper, funding, you have President Clinton funding the Social Security, funding the so-called deficit, the balanced budget with Social Security money. It's a gimmick, it's a lie, and it further steals from the Social Security Trust Fund. There is no money there. As soon as the checks come in, they are deposited in the Federal Reserve. Absolutely out of control. The Federal Reserve is private, my friends. Something cannot be quasi-private, quasi-public. The stock is held by private banks. I don't care if 2 of the 7-member boards are appointed. And that's only 2 on a 7-member board, and that's the 14-year terms. Here's some more fascism for you before we go to some phone calls and then to some other clips. Teens who smoke could lose driver's license. Now, this is what the state's talking about, and Clinton's talking about it. You know, it's Clinton. You can thank him when you go thumb scan like a common criminal at the DPS. You can thank him if they institute the urine and blood testing he wants for driver's license. It's for everyone, not for under 18, like he said. He's a liar. I've read the code, had it here for you before. It says, it is punishable by fines, community service, and possible driver's license suspension if you're caught with cigarettes. Again, this is about controlling your youth and showing them who runs the show locally, nationally, and statewide and internationally. Big Brother is obsessed with the youth, just like Hitler, just like Stalin, just like Pol Pot, just like Fidel Castro, just like Genghis Khan, just like Julius Caesar. Can I go on for you? They're manipulating you out there. Here's another one. It says, you could lose license if you smoke. Ad tells teens. This is from the Statesman. This is from Rebecca Rodriguez, Austin Statesman Capital Staff, 225-98. And telling you how wonderful it is, how wonderful an idea this is. They're not out trying to catch the carjackers and the throat slitters and the murderers and the rapists. Now, here's something I'm going to get into later. FBI crime lab whistleblower wins settlement worth more than $1.16 million. I don't know why they didn't say $1,160,000, but it talks about this is from the Statesman, and this is from the Dallas Morning News, 2/27/98. It's talking about it says that, but he also criticized Dr. Whitehurst for overstated and inaccuracy, allegations of intentional misconduct that Mr. Brownwich's investigations did not find. Okay, Mr. Bromwich is from the Justice Department whitewashing what Frederick Whitehurst said. Frederick Whitehurst said, and the paper never printed it, you had to read it in alternative media or see him in interviews. Frederick Whitehurst was head of the FBI crime lab, had a sterling record. He complained 5 times with memos over about 4 years about the FBI planting blood at scenes. They would do the analysis. He ran the crime lab, turn in the results. They would falsify his name, write in false DNA responses, write in false explosives documentation. Finally, he went forward with a scathing report. They threw him out of the FBI. He is sued. He has won. He is being reinstated at the FBI, but Mr. Bromwich has asked that he not be sent back to the FBI crime lab, that they put him somewhere else where he can't cause problems. The FBI crime lab is too vital for them. And to keep that corruption going, here I have the Statesman for you. FBI to pay $1.16 million to crime lab whistleblower. This is by Michael J. Snyfin, Associated Press. This is 2/27/98 from the Statesman. Washington, the FBI agreed Thursday to pay a settlement worth more than $1.16 million to Agent Frederick Whitehurst, the whistleblower who triggered an overhaul of the FBI's crime laboratory. Now, they don't tell us about what the whistleblowing was about. Don't want us to talk about that, do they? When this first came out, it was in the back of the paper once in the Statesman. Dr. Whitehurst returned to work from a year-long suspension Thursday and voluntarily resigned as required by the deal to settle part of his lawsuit against the Bureau. He can't go back to the crime lab. They need things to continue like they were. Just falsifying his name, manufacturing evidence from Oklahoma City, the World Trade Center bombing. I'll get to that in a second. The FBI did the right thing, said Dr. Whitehurst's attorney, Stephen Cohen. It is a positive message to all employees. For 10 years, the lab supervisor, who was once the FBI, they say supervisor, he was the boss of the crime lab. But notice how they use semantics. He was just a supervisor of the FBI crime lab. We're supposedly the best in the world, where people send things from all over the world. For 10 years, the lab supervisor, the lab, he tests blood, he, pays $5 an hour. For 10 years, the lab supervisor, who was once the FBI's top bomb residue expert, complained mostly in vain about lab practices. His efforts finally led last April to a scathing 500-page study of the lab by Justice Department Inspector General Michael Bromwich. Finally, he kept griping, and finally the Justice Department came in. No, he went to the press with it. And then Bromwich had to come in and whitewash. Bromwich says in the other article that, we can't really listen to this guy. He's exaggerated. But, by the way, he's out of the crime lab. Mr. Bromwich cited the world-renowned lab for flawed scientific worth and inaccurate prosecution testimony in major cases, including the Oklahoma City and World Trade Center bombings, which the CIA activated terrorists to destroy. It doesn't say that here. But the October 23rd, 1993 New York Times does, and I've had it here for you many times. They just say it offhandedly that the FBI and the CIA had agents inside and knew about the bombing and pulled their agents out and let the bombing go forward as an accident. It was a boo-boo, and it's in the back of a 2-page article. No big deal. Total conditioning. He recommended major changes, discipline for 5 agents that is still under consideration, and transfer of Dr. Whitehurst to other facilities. Oh, thank you. Let's try to get a close-up. Not a super close-up. We can just get a close-up right here for everyone. There you go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. FBI whistleblower. Oh, right here. Clinton pledges aid to Florida. He mourns losses caused by tornadoes. Every day we see this in the paper. Helping an old lady, helping a child, kissing a small, he's so good. He is so good how he hasn't treated our troops from Desert Storm who've been attacked with chemical weapons. Now the British press even admits it. But he's so good how he raises your taxes and calls it a tax cut. He's so good how he draws a big circle and tells you the budget's balanced when he just raided the Social Security fund totally to play this gimmick off on you. He loves you. Doesn't it feel good to be a dupe? He's hugging and looking down at this woman. Oh, he's helping. Always, every day we see this. We ought to thank the taxpayers that pay for this and do this. Well, I am really blue tonight, aren't I? Home of man linked to Mexico drug cartel brings U.S. $190,000. Drugs? I don't know what's going on, but stay with us. My cousin and his associate love to play with the equipment, but I appreciate him being here every Tuesday night. Drugs are of no value. You can't resell them, but a home, a vehicle, represents significant capital. You see, drugs are of no value unless you're laundering them through the Federal Reserve. Drugs are of no value. You can't resell them, but a home, a vehicle, represents a significant capital. El Paso, the U.S. government reaped a $190,000 windfall in just 10 minutes Wednesday as it began to sell off property that once belonged to top lieutenant in Mexico's most powerful drug cartel. They're stealing people's homes every day with no due cause. I mean, I guess they're queuing up tapes in there and we're having some problems with equipment. Actually, I shouldn't say they're playing with the equipment. They changed stuff around a few weeks ago. We'll figure it out. Government issues rare apology for misconduct and investigation. This is where the Environmental Protection Agency and the Justice Department are all hooked up, and they go around basically stealing things that people dig up on their own land. Pottery, ancient arrowheads, things that are worth a lot of money. They find out, you go and brag about it, and they'll just send some professors over with some armed thugs and steal it from you. Might even drop by in ski masks. This is from the Statesman 2/27/98 Associate Press article. Just, again, law enforcement now, I mean the national and the transnational and the bureaucracies aren't concerned with criminals, my friends. They're concerned with stealing your property. Plain and simple. Oh, more power for the UN. We hear about the UN every day. We're being conditioned and told, and our kids are getting used to the UN running things, and that's where the authority comes from. World Court to rule on jet bomb trial side. America can't get involved and put sanctions on somebody. We have to go to the UN for that. All right, I have raved on for quite a bit of time. I'm going to go to 3 calls, and then I'm going to go for probably the last time. I'll put it on replay to play not during my live slot. The SWAT team attempting to intimidate me. The audio's not very good because the cameraman was at a distance. Jimmy Ritter did a good job. Okay. Thanks a lot. Basically, what happened is the media, and I've got tape of them doing it, and I haven't had time to put together. I may show you some clips of some local radio host saying that I'm a moron and saying we're all morons, and that the SWAT team was there to receive an award, and these morons, that's how one of the hosts talks. All the morning shows are bashing me, which is fine. I welcome it. People just say, who is this Alex Jones? They'll tune in, see that I'm not as bad as people say, and then they'll wake up and say, wow, this is really good. Or not good, but some good information. Now, they said that we saw the SWAT team there, or some sheriff's people, and just freaked out and started yelling and screaming and causing a big problem. You're going to see the footage of me sitting there peaceably, reading the court agenda for the day. First time I ever went to the court, sat on my TV show the night before. I also have a Monday night show that Robert Smith puts on. I had said, this is like 6 weeks ago now, that I was going to go down there. I had said that I was going to go down and speak during citizens communication about the ASAP program, about them sending constables to elementary school students' homes on the first day. Even if parents call, 90% of the time the school makes a mistake. It's a federal program being mimicked all across the country. And if you know history, it's something Hitler would have clicked his heels thinking about. I said I was going down there just like this, and I go and sit down at 8:30. Around 8:40, an officer plops down beside me after he talked to him. I said, why is SWAT here? Sitting there quiet, relaxed. I've got a dozen witnesses. I've got Gus Pena, who doesn't even really agree with us, was there and said, why are they here? Was asking us. We sat there in the front row. So you can ask him. He's an activist here in town for the Hispanic community and a pretty good guy. Doesn't like us being rude to the court, but I'm sorry, he gets nowhere.